Hello and welcome everybody to Bandai Card Game Fest 25 and 26 in Las Vegas. I am very excited to be here, joined with you all to talk about some of the coolest card games I have ever had the pleasure to play and watch.
There's so many card games.
Oh, there are just so many, and we are so excited to be here. For anyone that's just joining us, my name is Steven. Some people know me as the True Champion, and the person that you were just listening to was Ryan, the Neighbor Weeks. Super excited. Who else do we got here today?
I'm Ben Wong. I'm also known as DigiPanda.
My name is Atrocious Jake. You can also call me Atrocious or Jake, whatever fits you best.
We're going to be some of your commentators for the events this weekend. Me and Jake are going to be covering One Piece, but Ryan and Ben are going to be covering Digimon, which is our first round up today. How you guys feeling about it?
I'm feeling awesome. I got to watch some of the Last Chance qualifiers, playing yesterday. Got to see a little bit of surprise at the top tables, a little bit of what you would expect, but certainly a lot of very cool Digimon that I'm excited to see more of today.
BT24 Time Stranger is the legal set for this event today. It is not EX11, even though EX11 did just recently release yesterday. So we are going to be seeing a lot of Time Stranger decks. We're going to be seeing some Medusamon. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, very, very cool. I got the pleasure of losing to some Medusamons yesterday. That deck is very powerful. I cannot wait to see it light up the stage throughout this weekend.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a deck that has been many people's pet deck, just lying in wait for the right thing to drop. And I think the level 7, the Styrakomon, is absolutely a big bomb to, pump some power into that deck. I know personally, I'm a big fan of Diaboromon, whenever that deck gets to be powerful, and I think that the Caramon X is actually one of the most powerful cards in the deck. It's always strange when you see all of the power in a little rookie Digimon.
Yes.
But it brings out all of the strength of the Diaboromon, the Infamon, to get to the Diaboromon, everything, flowing from the bottom to the top.
It's one of the few Digimon that actually plays a Diaboromon token on when it's Digivolved into or when it's moved out. And Digimon has evolved to a point right now where we're seeing more and more Digimon effects as you promote out of the race. It's a very powerful effect now where we see that.
Yeah, we see a lot of that wind moving now. It's their new favorite thing to drop so that you don't feel bad about putting your powerful wind digivolving effect in the raising area early on. You still get to move, get your powerful effect. That comes out also with Aegiomon, who is going to be a big mainstay in the Time Stranger deck decks. There's maybe 3 or 4, possibly even 5 different variants of the Time Stranger.
It's either Maruki, it's either Jupiter, it's either Neptune, Venus.
And of course, the Jupiter being the kind of a solo guy. Then there's certain versions that just slam big guys for Titamon.
Yep.
There's certain versions that kind of toolbox into whichever they prefer at the end of the day. And I believe at the start of the day, we should look over at the schedule that's coming up to see kind of what is in store for us here. And here we're seeing, like Steven mentioned, we're starting off with Digimon. So, we're going to talk a little bit about it. I love Digimon.
I also love Digimon, but we're also going to see some Union Arena later today, as well as some One Piece, some Gundam, and then we'll be hitting up all the different rounds again.
Yeah. Back to back, we're going to get a couple rounds of each of these games. You get to see people's rise to the top. Of course, today players are qualifying into, I believe for most of these games, a top 16 bracket for the next day. It could vary from game to game. I know for Digimon, I believe it's a top 16 bracket for tomorrow.
Yeah, very excited to see. I know Jake and I are really excited to watch those One Piece games. We're going to be sharing the stage with you guys for now. Maybe even have some backup feature matches that we could show you that aren't scheduled here. So be sure to stay tuned for any game you're interested in. It could be shown anytime today.
There's going to be a ton of variety in this tournament. It's going to be very exciting. The top players in North America jumping into this tournament to battle for the top.
Right, and I think that's one thing that's important to highlight is specifically, I know for Digimon this is the case. This is our national level event. Players had to qualify by placing well at previous regional events to even be able to play here. That's why we mentioned yesterday the Last Chance qualifiers. There was a big tournament yesterday where players got the opportunity to play in today's event, even though they didn't place in a previous regional. So a lot of players earned that right this past weekend. A lot of players have earned their right earlier on in the bracket. I believe that's also true of One Piece and Union Arena.
That's right. Several of our games here this weekend are kind of qualifying for that big World Finals that's going to be happening later this spring. It's going to be on everyone's radar.
There's a top 2 or top 3 that go to Worlds.
I believe it has historically been the top 3 who get to Worlds. That's why they play off that third and fourth finals, because normally at third and fourth there's not a huge difference, but in this event you want to hit that top 3 so you can qualify for Worlds.
And I heard you guys mentioning about the current format for Digimon and how kind of diverse and evolving it is. That's kind of a similar story in One Piece as well with the brand new edition of OP14. Want to talk a little bit about that, Jake?
OP14 has just really opened up the meta. In OP13, we had the obvious top decks, right, of Emu and Ace. And in 14, those decks still very, very strong. A lot of people would consider them within the top 4 or 5 of the meta, just depending on where you land. But we get this introduction of very new strong archetypes in Supernovas with green, in Dracula Mihawk. You have the Kuja Pirates in yellow with Boa Hancock, and then plenty of other great decks as well, like Doflamingo, a strong deck that'll be in this format. Crocodile, a strong deck in this format that a lot of players like playing. And so it's going to be a fun one, I think.
Yeah, I know a lot of players kind of see OP14 as the rising tide that raises all those ships for those leaders that have kind of been struggling or have found new life in the cards that were released. It's going to be really exciting to see. And don't worry if you don't hear us talking about Union Arena or Gundam. We have amazing casters that'll be on later to talk about those games if you're wondering when those are going to be happening too.
In the interim, maybe to dig a little bit deeper into how each of these games are going to function, we'll look at some of the rules for them coming up. Digimon, of course, being the first game. Let's kind of swing over here to see the format that we're looking at. So, of course, it's a best 2 out of 3 format. That's not true of all of the Bandai games, but here with Digimon, you do play a best 2 out of 3 with the 45-minute rounds. And, of course, if you don't finish the game in the 45 minutes, we go into that extra time of 5 minutes or turns. Turns. 1, 2, 3. And then prizing, of course, is something that's pretty important for players. Like we mentioned, you know, we want to get that playmat, the sleeve, the events, and all of that. The main thing that I am looking at here is what you were talking about, Ben, is that qualification into Worlds. So top 2 guaranteed, and then there's a playoff match between, you know, the 3rd and 4th to see who finishes in that 3rd place. And, you know, at the end of the day, the final bracket, top 3 will make it to that World Final event.
Yep, and if any past events or anything to go on, I'm sure these prizes are not only going to be beautiful, but also sought after. It's awesome.
I mean, I don't know if we have any pictures of it, but man, the visuals that you always see for the Digimon prizing for the finalist cards, the fact that they're not in English, they're not in Japanese, they are in
Digicode.
Digicode. It is such a cool, of course, most of the time not playable in your deck. I don't think I would ever want to put it in a sleeve. I would, of course, leave it in that trophy case and show it off because it just looks so beautiful.
To be looked but never touched.
One thing I love about all the Bandai card games in general is that they have a really nice art. They have really good texture on everything that you ever open. So it always just feels like you look at it and you're like, this is value.
They tell a good story every single time. I think one story I'm interested in the weekend is who's going to come out on top.
That's the big question.
You know, I've got some ideas. You've got some ideas. Let's look at some predictions on maybe who
this will be fun.
is going to come out on top. Now,
this is new.
Hold your breath. Tell me if you've heard this one before, Digimon fans, but I think that Hoodimon might be the deck to beat.
It's the big one that everyone's, you know, playing right now. And I think your second pick for Gallenmon is a good choice because it naturally runs Crimson Blaze, which stops the entire combo cold. I'm on Neptune just because, you know, it's going to be some TS trait as like my second pick.
Yeah, Neptune is kind of like a placeholder for Time Stranger et al.
Right.
You know, of course, it feels better to put Neptune on here than Jupiter as an et al. Because Jupiter kind of is a very siphoned off, I am a Jupitermon deck.
Right.
Neptunemon usually plays well with others. So
Maruki, Venus.
All hanging out in that same pile, and they are doing it big. I will say I saw a lot of Time Stranger at the top tables for the last chance qualifiers. So absolutely something I would expect to see. Now, Hoodimon will take a little bit of a deeper dive into because both of us predicted to be the one that walks away, of course. When everybody thinks that this is the big bad dog to beat, everybody will be teched for it. So Hoodimon players will still have a hill to climb, but that Hoodimon at the front is the playmaker of the deck.
Hoodimon also just recently got Digilab, the promo, I believe, from BT24 as well. So that is another big crucial piece here where you're not as reliant on the level 3s from 22 or 20 or from 23 anymore, which means that you can, you know, downgrade from your Shikuamon to Hoodimon.
Right.
And start the whole combo again.
Big parts of the combo. Of course, most of the level 3s have an inheritable that let you, like you said, downgrade. You de-digivolve yourself by moving the top piece down to the bottom. Hoodimon is an ability that lets you kind of blink out your tamers. You bounce a tamer back to your hand, you play another tamer, and then usually these tamers have an effect to play another Digimon.
Chitose.
Chitose is the big one to see, but Ryuji we've highlighted here as well to kind of show off the different builds. Hoodimon is not a one-size-fits-all combo. Hoodimon does have a couple different branching paths, so they will, you know, play a couple different options, but it is a combo deck at the end of the day. Now, one deck that's not necessarily trying to do a big wombo combo. They want to build one stack and then clean through yours.
Oh, yeah.
Medusamon.
And the Lamiamon is a big upgrade for the deck because of the fact that you can warp Digivolve off of your Elizamon by tucking a Dimetramon from the trash underneath your Elizamon for a Digivolution cost of 3. However, because Lamiamon lets you force your opponent to take one card in their hand and put it on top of their security, or bottom security, then trash the top security, it lets you gain a memory back off of Dimetro and Eliza, which means the overall cost is 1.
Yeah, so being able to go straight into your level 5 for 1 cost and then potentially trigger your unique emblem
Yes.
to dive even deeper into that combo is incredibly powerful. Of course, Medusa on her own does feel like a fine place to stop the line because she does so much damage, but that's Dirakomon. I don't know if you count. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 keywords before we even get into the effects.
Yep.
We got 4 keywords before we even get into the 3 effects that it has on that. It's quite a powerful finisher.
Armor Purge. The fact that it had Armor Purge, I looked at it when it first came out. I was just like, how does this have Armor Purge? Why would you gift this to it?
Lore-wise, I'm a little confused, but
Yeah.
I love the spirit
Yeah,
of
no,
it.
I love the spirit too.
I love to see the fact that, you know, the entire line is built off the fact that they have progress. They are completely unbothered, you know, by what happens in the security. But of course, if anything does happen to that Styrakomon, no, it doesn't. We're just a Medusamon again. And like I said, Medusamon is a perfectly fine place to end your line anyway. So it feels like a very difficult thing to overcome when they're able to see all those pieces.
This is also another deck that can run Crimson Blaze as well because it's naturally red.
Exactly.
Which means it's a great counter to the current meta when you're looking at wide board building via Boromon, Hoodie being one of the main.
Specifically.
Yeah.
Now, we mentioned Hoodie earlier. Hoodie loves to play Digimon by effects, and Crimson Blaze is a powerful card that prevents you from playing by effect. Now, your second pick here, Neptunemon, of course, highlighted by, you see the Venusmon right next to it. It's not just Neptunemon by himself. He's got some friends and, you know, some cool tools to best benefit from him.
There is some lore from the games as well that's also built into these cards, which is really creative and nice because of the way Xiaomon and Divermon interact with each other. Neptunemon, in my mind, was a huge upgrade in some ways for Blue because you now have basically an evade for all your Digimon with Neptunemon itself.
Yes. And I love that, you know, I feel like for a while, Blue has been the color that has most stuck to the color identity over the archetype identity in the past couple of sets. Many times we'll see, you know, this is a red deck, but it is not red generic tools. It is specifically, you know, this Medusamon deck. Whereas with Blue, we will see, you know, Neptunemon in with Time Stranger stuff, but we'll also probably see just the fish deck that's playing Neptunemon, you know, or like general, even the
like
Mirage tools
like
that
an
were
Arimon could be playing Neptunemon just because it's another top end that could just be spit out by the decode effect.
They've done such a good job of making it just feel very blue and very at home in its color. Of course, Venusmon could do the same, but is best suited with other TS trait cards next to it.
Homeros was the big card that a lot of players, when they first saw the card, was very much, there was hesitation because it was very much I can now use Venusmon from BT10's effect repeatedly.
Over and over.
Repeatedly blanketing the board with a security attack -1 effect, and then none of their Digimon can't do anything.
Yeah, and that 5 might look like a large cost for a tamer, but it's actually really important to note that one of the best ways to play against this Time Stranger deck is very counterintuitive to how we've all learned how to play Digimon up to this point, which is to give them at least 5 memory.
Yep.
A lot of their effects say if I have less than 5 memory, I get to play out a free Digimon, I get to Digivolve for free, I get to gain some extra memory and go all the way up to 5 anyway, right? But if you set them to 5, they lose out on some of those effects. They can spend naturally, you know, you've given them a lot to work with, but they're going to get less free things. So it kind of works out in a strange way.
The TS level 3s as well are also advantageous now because of the fact that if you have 4 or less memory, this allows you to Digivolve up into a specific archetype or a TS trait Digimon for free. And that's something that we had seen previously from BT14 with Agumon, who was looking for Tai, and you could Digivolve into Greymon for free.
Yeah, a lot of the time it has been very siphoned into a specific, you know, section. Now we've got 2 rookies that do that for anything TS, but also, I believe Gomamon does it for sea animals and such, and like Beast.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that realm, and then of course,
Patamon's the Angels and TS trait, and then you have Demi-Devi, who does Fallen Angels.
I believe most of the decks are running just the Gomamon and the Demi-Devimon because they have inheritable effects that let you draw cards, which is, I mean, we love drawing in the Digimon card game. I digivolve, I draw. I swing, I draw. I do everything I do. I want to be drawing
Yes.
cards. So yeah, it's a great game if you like a full grip.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. It sounds like your guys' predictions were based on not only what people were expecting to play, but also kind of how people are playing against what they're expected to play. Stuff like the Galamon, stuff like the TS, and how you have to kind of play not as normal as you're used to. Sounds really exciting to watch. I cannot wait to get to the Digimon games.
Yeah, I love to see that type of metagaming come out. Is of course you have the top dogs, but the top dogs always have a target on their back, and
Yep,
that's
usually.
where really you get to see the creativity of the field start to come out.
We saw one format where it was primarily purple hybrid, and then we had, you know, the occasional player who was just, you know, hard countering purple hybrid with Galactic Bond. That was a fun experience for us because we
Tamer
were,
removal.
yeah, tamer removal was all we were looking for.
We're kind of experiencing that too in One Piece with like Mihawk coming out as the big like, you know, Emu and Ace combatant that a lot of players are kind of gravitating to. We might even see it be one of the most represented decks in the format.
And one of the cool things about Mihawk is there's different ways to build it, right? You can go a pure supernova version, right, that can run up to 3 different searchers within the deck. And right now, searchers in the game are just so good, whatever deck you're trying to play, right? With the 1-cost Jewelry Bonnie, 2-cost Kid Killer, and even Perona. There's a lot of different options, a lot of key pieces, even though it's a deck that doesn't necessarily draw cards, right? As you guys were saying in Digimon, you love to draw. Mihawk doesn't really do that, so it's going to be up to those searches to find those different pieces to be able to play on curve, really set up the pace for a game.
And when he plays on curve and he gets those right combinations of cards, like the Shanks and the Lon Beppo, he just creates a crazy amount of pressure that most decks cannot deal with.
Yeah, if there's anything I've learned about card games, it's that having more cards in your hand feels good. So having access to, like you said, 3 different searchers in a field where that is a commodity, that is beautiful. We love to have consistency in our top decks, and that's probably why we're seeing a lot of it at the top tables. Is it's a deck that will do what it is meant to do every time.
Yep, but no matter what kind of game we're playing or what kind of cards people are drawing, it's going to be the players that make the actual end of the day decisions that will either win the game or lose in the game. And as Ryan mentioned earlier, some of the best players in the entire world are here this weekend, and hopefully we can watch them do their stuff.
Yeah, they're not just here this weekend, they're here right now. So we're going to become very quick to some Digimon, get everything started off. I can't wait to see some of that gameplay.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Union Arena. Experience the ultimate dream battles. And that's not all. New titles join the battle. Unleash the power of heroes within the cards. Union Arena.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Bandai Card Game Fest 2526 in Las Vegas. I am Neighbor, and I'm here to talk to you about some card games, but I'm not alone. I am, of course, joined by some wonderful people who I think the best way for them to introduce themselves is for them to introduce themselves. I don't think I could ever say it better than they could.
Hi, I'm Ben. I am also known as DigiPanda.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steven, but some people know me as the true champion.
My name is Jake. You can call me Atrocious.
But, of course, never feeling atrocious here. We look beautiful.
You know, I don't know how the name started, but it just stuck. And I've just gone with it.
It's one of those things. Something happens in childhood. My name came from, there was too many Ryans. There's so many Ryans out there in the world. If you're a Ryan, you know. And I happened to be the second one that was put in one of my friend's phones. But I was 3 doors down, so here you go. I'm the neighbor. It always works out that way, right? We get our names, and they stick for a very long time.
Yeah.
They do. But then, you know, because of that, that's how we kind of, you know, built up our name, our brand, and everything. And here we are today.
Yeah, there's a reason it's my name, our name, you know what I mean?
Exactly. We have that identity. Of course, I know that y'all are all very excited for some card games. I'm very excited for some card games. The players are very excited for some card games. They got to get prepped and ready. And I guess we could talk a little bit about they're getting ready for some Digimon, the trading card game.
Yeah.
Sure are.
The card game, excuse me.
Right.
Can we spoil the matchup already, or should
I
we
think
wait
it's
a-
okay to give
Okay.
a little bit of a preview. So
okay.
I know that we're going to be in for a treat because one of the players sitting down happens to be a player who qualified from the Last Chance qualifiers going 9-0, but is not just a dark horse player. They are a player, Extra Nomeo, who has been playing at the top tables of these national
it's
events
Nomeo.
for multiple back-to-backs. I believe last Card Fest got top 4, if I'm not much mistaken. The one prior to that
Yes.
did make that top 16. I can't
Yes.
remember exactly where it landed, but a consistent topper, and of course is going to be playing with a deck that you expect to see in that Time Stranger. We're hyping up this Minervamon, so that's how you know it's really going to be a toolboxy build at the top. I remember I got to, you know, the pleasure of watching that final game. Expect that Minervamon, but also expect some Marukimon, expect some Neptunemon, expect
Because
the smorgasbord.
we've talked about Time Stranger, you know, as an archetype, but at the same time, it's not just one top end.
Absolutely not.
So the fact that Minervamon was the top pick, and we've only discussed so far really Maruki, Venus, Neptune, and Jupiter, we've really largely been ignoring Minervamon.
Yeah, and you can't just ignore the tool of D-Digivolution, which will actually be very important in the matchup against these puppets. Arisa Kinosaki being the pole bearer for the puppet archetype, BV-Ron on the other side,
Yep.
playing a fan favorite deck, of course, from Digimon Liberator. Those puppets did just get some cool support.
They did. And the thing about Arisa Kinosaki is we don't know if the top end for this deck is going to be necessarily just Sendromon, or if it's Kaguyamon, or if it's going to be Nyabumon.
Right, and we have multiple different directions that we could go here. I have personally been a very big fan of Kaguyamon up to this point,
Control.
but it plays a very different way than if you are focused on that Sendromon that's more all-in, or Nyabut kind of lets you shoot the gap between both. You
Yes.
can play a little bit of the Kaguyamon with the Nyabutmon or Sendrils all included,
Correct.
so kind of a back and forth. Of course, we have, like we mentioned, the toolbox top end that's going to be playing some Digimon, whereas the puppets, like you said, if they're focused on Kaguyamon, have some very strong control elements, as well as token generation is going to be a big deal for these. Starting off, I think the die roll is going to be kind of important.
I think it will be, because as a Puppets player, you typically want to probably get your tamers out. I think, you know, most of the time now, having played a lot of EX11 already for testing purposes, going turn 1, level 3 in the back, emblem into your tamer is just really good value.
Awesome. Now, you do lose a lot of cards doing that because you drop 2 cards from your hand.
Yep.
But a lot of the time, your tamer might be searching, or your
Right.
emblem might be doing that for you if you play a Digimon. Now, in specifically the puppets, we don't have an emblem that plays a tamer that searches for cards yet, because
In a way, you kind of do, because if you play the emblem for Arisa,
Yes.
Fabled Waltz, and you drop the Arisa that plays a Shumon,
we have
Shumon,
the promo Arisa does play a Shumon, but you have to have Rookie in the back,
Correct.
plus second Shumon that does the
Yeah,
searching, plus
yeah.
the promo, plus sometimes it all comes together.
yes.
And that promo tamer is a very good one to have down early, of course, to facilitate some of these combos. But at the end of the day, from what I've learned playing a good bit of puppets myself, is there's quite a bit of different ways that the deck can start up depending on what auxiliary pieces you have. So you always want a rookie in the back, but you might be searching with a training. And here we're seeing, starting off by going second, you have 2 memory to work with. The Garurumon in the back
Is good value.
very powerful to have early. It has jamming.
Huh. Are we sure it was puppets? Because this looks more like Galaxy.
That does look like Galaxy, and what's interesting to me is actually that Nomeo is very proficient in Galaxy himself. So I think maybe a little bit of a switch here. Maybe there's a reset in this build somewhere, and I just got fooled. But I am expecting to see Galaxy a little bit of a different play. But Galaxy does some very similar things to kind of Hoodimon, where they de-digivolve and re-digivolve, gain a little bit of memory that way. And here it looks like we're going to be playing off. Man, this is the classic. Give a lot of memory, get a lot of value.
What?
Utilizing that effect of the Gatomon, whenever it's played, it lets you DNA digivolve and then attack. The Sylphimon, when digivolving, gets one of your Digimon security attack +1 and +5 KDP.
attack.
So this is a 13K, if I'm not much mistaken, Sylphimon that does 2 checks.
Yep.
Of course, was able to restand off of the Minerva
Reboot and blocker.
reboot blocker and gain more value off of the Wanyamon trigger, because when you DNA Digivolve, you're treated as a new Digimon, so you get to reuse all those inherits along the way. Here on the other side, we're finally seeing the Coronamon go in the back. There's a lot of memory. I think Nomeo understanding very well that there's actually not a lot that this deck Galaxy can do when they're given a lot of memory but don't have anything out of the raising.
Correct. That's the big problem right now in Dilemma, because I feel like until you promote out.
Do you see that Quartermon in the back? What is that Quartermon doing down there? I am so curious to see this build of of Galaxy. It's always been a toolbox, but usually a toolbox is the very top.
If it's blue-red, that means that we could be going into Apollo or Dianamon. But it looks like we're dropping Neptune.
Neptunemon. Yeah, look,
Spinning it.
the original toolbox. Neptunemon, I believe, bottom decks all of your opponent's Digimon with the lowest number of sources. So that's why the Minerva is the one that got dropped. Here we're putting that Gomomon in the back. This is the one that if you have less than 4 memory at the start of your turn, you do get a free Digivolution.
Sea Beast or TS trait.
Yeah, and I guarantee you everything in this list of this level 4 is going to have that trait to get that free.
Oh, Neptune versus Neptune.
And of course-
Try to spin, unsuspend.
Yeah, as you had mentioned kind of in the preamble, it has that bit of kind of evade protection where once when it would leave, it can suspend instead, and also once per turn, when it suspends, it can stand back up.
Looks like Beaveron also has a second Neptunemon in hand. I don't think they're necessarily going to bring that down yet.
They could, but it would seek the same fate that just happened. You would see the Neptune do a little bit of a dance. He'll tap and then restand. So not too much value. I think just going for a little bit of a swing, stand back up.
Suspend, we hit a Tapirmon, the Searcher.
So we get a little bit of a chip, and we're just going to go into the 4 in the back. That is a typical good setup to have for Galaxy, if you're able to start your turn by gaining memory, by putting that 4 back at the bottom. But
Is there a 4? I don't think there's a 4. I do see the option card, and I also see, I thought I saw the board removal card for Neptune.
yes, the Neptune option. It looks like we are still promoting. We are activating the effect, so I think we do have, hard to tell, but that Aegiamon is that level 4. You're going to add the top security to your hand, and then you get to play one of the Tamers. Looks like we're going for Homeros.
Oh, that's gross.
Despite picking up a powerful effect off the top of this, Homeros being able to reactivate the Wind Digivolving effect of the Neptunemon is going to be very powerful. If we're able to remove this Neptune once this turn before that triggers, then we can utilize the second effect of the Homeros to just completely get rid of it.
Is that a plug-in?
Yeah, it is.
Evolution plug-in S?
I got to see Nomeo utilizing that yesterday. It's a really cool tech because not only is there naturally green in this deck, but there's a lot of Tamers, and as long as you have a Tamer, you can utilize that plugin. Oh, looks like that is going to be a Ruin mode, if I'm not much mistaken here. So
We have barrier, though, right?
yeah, I think debating if we want to utilize the barrier or if we want to utilize... yeah, we are going to utilize the barrier, and also we get to utilize the inheritable effect of Sylphimon to play out this Garurumon that forces the suspend on Neptune. Now, I believe that Neptune should stand back up here, if I'm not much mistaken.
We did end up trashing.
It stood up earlier.
So I believe, yeah, we already did get the restand, of course, from the home roast, and now we're going to swing for the game with that Neptune. Of course, it kind of didn't matter if he was standing or not. He's not a blocker, and
Quick
he's not
game
stopping.
one finish, yeah.
And that's a lot of what we saw, or what I got to see yesterday when I was, fielding a little bit of Nomeo's matches, is once you get that one bit of chip, the rest of it kind of all falls down.
A lot of how the Digimon card game has evolved today is you kind of go for 1 or 2 chips, and then basically on the next turn, you can probably wipe out the rest of the security and call it a game.
Yeah, and especially with the Sylphimon is kind of the glue that holds the room together, because it is a Digimon that gives any of your Digimon security attack +1, and also there are many effects in the Time Stranger deck that can give a restand effect. You are able to get multiple checks, stand back up, get multiple checks again, and then of course if you have just one bit of finish or 1 chip early on, you kind of see the writing on the wall. And of course the big the Dan and Yuki tamer,
Yes.
that's the one that kind of finishes
Play
the
the
job.
option end of turn attack.
Yes.
That's the big thing. And we're seeing a lot more of that as well, not in just like specific colors, but we're seeing more and more Digimon have the ability to end of turn attack.
Yes.
That's what we needed.
Yeah, that definitely adds to the ways to finish the game. Back in all the way in BT4, we had hybrid for game. Eventually
in
BT5, we had
BT5.
Blitz Omni for game. Fast forward quite a bit. There's been some iterations between here and there, but Omnimon X is the I'm going to attack regardless of my state
Without
for game.
suspending. Arrestrum Superior Mode kind of started that entire thing.
Back in BT12, and now here we are with a tamer that says, "You just go at it, buddy."
Yep. Do it for me.
You're going into that game too. I would imagine as the puppet player, you want to go second. A lot of the time, these Time Stranger decks, I think, do prefer to go second themselves.
Are we still going to call it puppets at this point?
Yeah, you're right. It's not puppets. It's Galaxy. Who am I
Galaxy
kidding?
TS? Galaxy TS?
Yeah, but I am very curious to see how the whole build comes together. We didn't get to see any of the tamer.
No, we
But of
didn't.
course, it is a mainstay of this
Yep.
type of engine. It really felt like BB-Ron didn't get a lot of what they wanted to have happening. And I think against a deck, it looks like he did send Nomeo first. Now we have our level 4 in the back where we like to see it over the Coronamon.
No Mayo looks like they went into Tapir to Guru. Oh, hard passing at 3 is rough here.
That's tough because you would love to see a tamer here.
Jamming, don't care.
Jamming is a big deal. That Omnimon X not going to be stopping any OTKs here.
We've seen Ruin Mode and Omnimon X now at this point.
A lot of top end, and you usually do see that in these Galaxy decks. Already seeing the Sylphie, the Gatomon on play lets you DNA Digivolve Sylphie. Because it's DNA Digivolved, the new Digimon has stood back up.
A second Omni?
We are going to play off the Tapir for a little bit of search, and then Barrier off the Inheritable from the Gatomon. So we still get 2 checks. We get the effect of the Tapir first to search. We're going to be able to grab, I believe, 2 cards here.
Correct.
Because we can grab that Goma as well
Correct.
as one of these Time Stranger trait cards. So either the
Asuna, I think Shiroki?
and as well, or the Digital Theater.
Yes.
Both
In between? In between.
in between, yeah. Both really good search cards. Yeah, here we're just verifying. Yeah, it lets me do a proper trait as well as Time Stranger. Triple checking to make sure that maybe that this Sea Beast is within the realm of those proper traits. It can get a little bit complex sometimes, verifying that the way that traits are recognized in Digimon, because sometimes there's Beast, Sea Beast, Holy Beast. Are they all in the right blanket?
Yes.
And it looks like they are. We just had to get that confirmation. So here we have that winking Gomamon looking at us, and we do grab the tamer. The tamers are very important.
Second check is a Lunamon.
But you see, we've blinked, and 3 damage has already gone away.
Yep.
We have to move and fast for BV-Ron. We didn't really have a chance to get a lot started.
There's only 2 security left because that Gurumon chip was already pretty insane.
Yeah. And the cool thing about this deck, the TS deck that makes it so consistent, is we have access to that with Gurumon, but also Aegeomon in the same way has barrier itself, so it's a pseudo form of jamming. And of course, as long as you have access to that Gatomon, that's 2 extra checks off of the Sylphie. It is a lot of damage very fast, and we don't have a lot of time to answer it. The first turn, the fact that BV-Ron passed meant there wasn't a lot to develop this board extra, so we don't have a lot of choice. We might just be hard evoing here into the Cress
But you can strip sources, so that means that you would lose the sources to be played from Sylphie, right?
off of the Sylphie, right? So that we won't have the Gatomon later. Or the Garurumon. If
Correct.
you can get rid of both of those, it would be a big deal. And we're going straight into the Neptune's going to get rid of that Tapir. Oh, but it looks like maybe we didn't have enough sources to do the strip here.
Correct, I
Yeah,
believe.
so now it looks like Sylphie's on the board.
We don't have blocker, though, so Sylphie here is going to be huge. If Extra No Mayo just digivolves into his own Neptune, then we just start playing a game of, you know, back and forth evade.
Right. Oh, I believe, yeah, sorry, this Cressamon is the one that makes it so that the opponent cannot suspend. So not stripping the sources, but the Sylphimon's not going to get any more checks in. However, we are going to put the Minervamon out.
De-digivolve.
Yep, and then, of course, getting the effect of the Homeros as well, so that's why we see it going so far down the line. Aegiomon is going to be able to play another Tamer here.
Is this where Asuna comes down? Yes, so we'll
Yep.
trash a card, the TS trait.
And then draw 2 cards. This is a great card to find your tech pieces because it's a way to find more cards in your hand that don't specifically search for the TS trait.
And Asuna is not just TS trait only, she also does 3 Musketeers.
Yeah, that's a very important thing to note. This is a card that is, multi-talented. She'll go in a couple of different builds.
Yeah.
And here we've given a lot of memory over to BB-Ron to set up this board. It's a little bit difficult to, to fight through. We've got the Aegiomon next to the Sylphie, next to the Minerva. Both players, of course, drawing for the effect of this level 4. It's the classic,
Here's the thing, though. Extra No Mayo has already set up a Gatomon in the trash, which means at this point, we can play the Gatomon back at the start of turn.
Exactly. Start of turn, because of your the Purple Tamer here, we'll be able to play that back. And that means there is a chance that we'll even see Sylphimon come out, swing 2 checks before we get to our unsuspend phase.
Correct.
Off of a completely brand new Digimon that cannot be stunned is an important thing to note.
Gotta love how DNA Digivolve always resets everything. It's the only thing that lets you attack too.
All right, going into our 5-for-1, because we have so many sources, there's nothing I believe that we can remove off of our effect, but we are going into Dianamon.
Yep.
That is the classic. We're going to strip some sources here so that we don't have to worry about that Sylphie float. We're going to bottom deck the Minervamon. We're looking at bottom decking, something with fewer sources.
The problem here is that you could still play back the Garurumon and then DNA.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to do the start of turn DNA stuff. There's only 2 security left here.
Diana does have blocker though, right?
Diana does have blocker and Ice Clad, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a battle you're not going to win.
No, not even close. Oh, we're talking.
Oh, to go into our Neptune, we're going to spin that board away.
Everything goes. Wait.
A little bit of a rewind here. Perhaps not sequencing correctly. We're going to back it up. We've got 1 memory to work with and a dream. It looks like we're going to hard play that Neptunemon to get the same ability. Of course, it has that on play and when digivolving, so everything with the lowest number of sources is spun all the way to the bottom of the deck, and now we have 2 big threats on board, and we have given too much memory.
That's so much memory.
Yeah, well, we've given too much memory to activate this Tamer effect, right? Because if you have, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, if you have 4 or less memory, you get, to play the free Digimon from the trash. I think BB-Ron is maybe betting that Extra No Mayo put all of the sources and all of the targets in the trash that he wanted to. It's going to be Hammer Spark to gain a little bit more. If we can...
Chip 1.
We're swinging with jamming. That's just going to be a scramble. So the scramble's going to go to hand. We're going to play out the Lunamon. If we don't finish it this turn, this is a pretty terrifying board.
Oh, we unsuspend here.
Yep, going into that Were Garuru.
Do they have Maruki for game?
They have enough memory for it. Now the question is... Oh, and look, they've got a plug-in as well.
They got the plug-in. Yeah, because they have Neptune in hand, so they can Evo Neptune on top of this. Unsuspend attack. Yeah, I think they got it here. Oh, they are going Maruki.
Yeah, the Werguru does have evade, but I think they're just going straight to the Maruki for a safer swing, because Maruki has the when attacking ability to restand as well. So it looks like we're going to, with the effect of the Maruki, tap down that Lunamon, and then we can swing into a Digimon with Piercing. We're going to restand here. We're playing out to tap down the whole board.
Yep. And this Garurumon also has Rush, right?
Because of the Marukimon, yes. Maruki gives all of your Time Stranger traits that Rush ability.
Yep.
Naturally, doesn't come easy, but here we're stood back up, ready to swing, and then of course, because of the Maruki's effect, if anything happened to it, we might be able to finish it off with the Garurumon. But that is exactly what I saw a lot of from Nomeo yesterday, is very fast damage that's difficult to deal with, presenting a board that is very resilient to the opponent's removal, and then even when they're able to take some of those pieces down, as you saw, the entire board got cleared. We set a bunch of memory to the opponent's side so that they weren't able to get those free effects off the Tamers, but the catch-22 is you gave them a bunch of memory, so you can still manually play out these cards, and there is so much aggression behind the Time Stranger package. Like you said, we got the jamming of the Wergurumon.
Yes.
We have the barrier off the Aegiamon. Evade naturally built in. We also have Marukimon's ability to restand. Neptune can restand. We have a lot of ways, and of course Sylphie giving security attack +1 somewhere. That's always a very dangerous thing to give to Digimon who have easy access to standing back up.
It's also really interesting because Sylphimon has that, inheritable that says, and also passive effect, where when it would leave the battlefield,
Yes.
you play level 4 or lower TS trait.
Yeah.
And if you go back to the previous set beforehand, we had our CS trait Shikuamon, who does the exact same thing for CS trait Digimon as well. And that's really funny to me because, is Pyeldramon getting its own version of that sometime soon?
No, I'd be terrified to see it because Pyeldramon usually is the favorite of
Correct.
It gets all of the protagonist support. But it's also really cool because of the timing of it. It's when it would leave, I get to play it. But then I can also, when I would leave, protect myself from being removed, and then you get to have your cake and eat it too.
Correct. And that's what makes it huge value for these two decks.
Yeah, and that's why I'm expecting to see probably a lot of Time Stranger as the tournament moves on.
That and Hoodie were like the two things that we both agreed on, for sure.
Absolutely. We saw kind of the toolbox of yesterday versus the toolbox of today.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, I was watching Jake watch that match a little bit, and as someone who's not as well versed in Digimon as I am, he was like, wait, Time Stranger can just do that right now? What the heck?
It was incredible. I wish we had like caster cams during the game because I was making faces. I was like hunched in.
He was locked in.
Like,
As soon as we saw the first Sylphimon swing, I saw your body move, and I was locked into, almost, as much as the game, I was locked into your reaction. I'm like, I can't believe somebody gets to see what we deal with all the time.
And Ryan, that means Extra Nomeo is now 10-0 playing
10-0?
his Time Stranger deck. Let's see if
Yeah.
he can keep it up after this round 1 show-offness.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of the times, the players who do really well in the last chance qualifier, of course, they get the opportunity to play today, but that is a very draining thing to play such a hard event back to back, because not only did you have to qualify for this one, now you're playing against everybody who has already qualified by placing well in the past as well, so you're facing a very high caliber of player every single round. It's not an easy feat. So.
Yeah, that was one heck of a way to start, I think, the Bandai Card Game Fest, for sure.
Yeah, I think to be able for Extra Romeo to start off the day 1-0 and say, all right, I kind of shake it off.
Exactly.
Everything is good.
I've been on the stream. I've got my nerves all like in a we're good.
It's all momentum now.
Correct.
Exactly.
especially a 2-0 and a best of 3, there's plenty of time. Go to the bathroom, get some water, a snack, anything like that to just keep you sustained throughout a multi-round event where there's so much pressure. Talk about the LCQ. That's about 36 hours of hardcore pressure, stacked on you, and that's a lot to take in. So you got to be prepped and ready to go.
That is one of the best things about playing a fast deck or an aggressive deck that has the opportunity to, even if that went to a third game, I don't think it would have taken too long. You know what I mean?
Win or lose, you're like, I'm winning because I'm, going to go take a break or get a snack or whatever. But for the people who are playing like the really long, grindy games, that's where you're kind of like, I finished, but there's 2 minutes left, and I can't do all these things before the next round.
That I think is an important thing that goes into deck selection that a lot of people might not think too hard about if they haven't been a serious competitor for a long time. Is if I'm playing a 9-round event plus, I want to play a deck that's not going to make me feel like my brain is fried by the end of round 5, you know? So if you want one that goes fast, even a deck like Hoodie is one that is aggressive and goes fast, but has a lot of moving parts, I think even a little bit more so than Time Stranger, where I tap the card, I pick up the card, I put it down, I tap the card, I play the new one, and then I have to whoop, beep, bop. The dexterity involved in it even is kind of a skill check there. So it's the type of deck that's aggressive, but even if it's finished on turn 2, it might take me 20 minutes to get through everything. So
I love pushing buttons as much as the next guy, but it can be tiring.
It can be tiring. And every single little action that you do, while each individual one might be minuscule, it adds to the stack on the top of your head. You got to find ways to just release some of that. And I think a deck like this gives you some time, like you said. Quick 2-0, go to the bathroom, get yourself some water, have a good time. You know, this is a competitor's deck for sure.
Yeah.
Man, do they have something like that in One Piece? What's the go face deck in One Piece right now?
I would say as of right now, the premier aggro deck is Jinbei. Brand new in OP14, really loves reutilizing Dawn, has quick and fast aggressive bodies, but historically, Bello Betty is probably one that a lot of people will know. That is the premier win in 5 minutes or lose in 5 minutes. You know, it is a glass cannon kind of thing, all in. So there's a couple of them running around in the format, but I think the format right now is just a little bit slower.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of setup going on right now. There's a lot of defense that is in the format right now. So not too many aggressive decks, I feel like, in the field.
A lot of the decks are kind of designed around their really powerful 10 drops, which naturally cannot be played until the very end of the game when both players have access to 10 Dawn. And so naturally, the turns that every single game kind of ends on is a lot bigger than maybe past formats we're used to.
Okay, you really build up into it. And I do like that there's kind of an ebb and flow, like you said. Right now, there's not an aggressive deck. In the past, there certainly have been, and Digimon's kind of the same, where right now, people are just doing things to each other. That there is a way in that Time Stranger deck to set up that Sylphimon to do those 2 checks before we even reach our restand phase.
Right.
So you can play that Gatomon, Digivolve into Sylphy, gain security attack +1, swing 2 checks, and then stand right back up and start your turn after that. So there's a lot that we can do very fast. However, there have been times, I think even Paildramon's an aggressive deck, but it's also a deck that said, everybody slow down, don't stand up, and we're not going to do anything for a turn, okay? There have been times where Shoto has seen a lot of play, not in his own deck as a Vortex Warrior, but because he could give everybody blocker. So Mother D Reaper is a powerful egg in Digimon that normally, you say powerful egg, what does it do? Draw a card? No. Nope. It is a egg with 1,500 power, or 50,000
I was going to say, that's like one of the Digimon that I do know is the Mother deck.
Yeah.
I do know that deck. A little bit.
Yeah, currently not legal for play because that is pair banned with Shoto. Of course, you could find other ways to use Shoto to give other big Digimon blocker. You could play Mother without that Shoto and find ways to give her blocker. Still does
7 Great Demon Lords.
Have some ways. Yeah, 7 Great Demon Lords is a great deck to just have a bunch of big bodies with a Shoto behind it. So
yeah, and then the big thing about Mother is that she's unremovable, uninteractable, so you just have this gigantic blocker that's impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not much mistaken, there is a powerful Mother in One Piece, right? There's some moms, there's a mama.
Big Mom.
There is a,
There's been a
Charlotte
spiritual
Linlin.
successor.
There was a recent pair ban with Charlotte Linlin, not playable in Blue Purple Luffy that released in OP11, heralded as the best deck. What brought in the kind of 5-minute format, as you will, because there was a very consensus tier 0 deck, and then you had the counter pick, which ended the game before that tier 0 deck could set up and go, almost like the rookie rush in Digimon, just
Classic.
getting high aggro in there. So Charlotte Linlin, not really impactful right now in the format, but especially maybe in the future, there's some cards that could bring Charlotte Linlin back into the limelight.
In the meantime, though, I think maybe we could watch the now. We could get some One Piece coming in right now and talk about this more defensive game plan that y'all are talking about. I can't wait to see it and learn a little bit more, honestly. So I want to see some One Piece. I want to see some action with the 10 drops.
The matchup that we've got for you today is Sabo and Rosinante. This is a really interesting deck, right? Both decks really run a ton of different blockers, very defensive, but also consistency. I talked about earlier in the stream how searchers are very, very important. And Sabo going first, starting out with a searcher of his own, and Bello Betty finding an aggressive 8-cost dragon.
Yep, and now, as Jake was mentioning earlier, Betty was maybe an aggro deck, but this red-black Sabo is actually a bit more of a controlling type deck. It wants to build big characters and kind of utilize their powerful stats to kind of defend yourself long enough to where you can take over the board.
And so both decks running high amounts of searchers. The thing about the Sabo deck is all the searchers find essentially the same thing, but Rosinante here playing down this sugar to do his first search of the game, he can only find Don Quixote pirate type of cards. So we see different things like the 4-cost Trafalgar Law promo, a very relevant 2K, not going to be able to be grabbed in this one.
Yeah, and here we see two decks kind of not on everybody's radar here from the OP14 format, but Sabo was one of the kind of premier decks in OP13 that was kind of like the, to use a term here, the little brother to Ace, as like another alternative way to kind of combat the emu players of OP13.
And especially now on this odd curve, Sabo finding that revolutionary army HQ, say that 5 times fast, it's going to be a great consistency card, not only to find different pieces, but also filter out your hand. Sabo loves in the late stages of the game playing cards from the trash, so that stage is going to be very important as it resets every single turn to get a consistent search. And we see just 3 searches already at the beginning of this game. It is going to grab a hair removal fist. Great counter event towards the late stages. Once you get that 8 costs on the field, it's going to be the 4K event of the deck. And so now, especially because this sugar is going to have to tap itself every turn to search, Sabo utilizing his 1-drops to clear this sugar off the field, because the longer this body stays on the field, the more value it's going to get.
A classic strategy that we've been seeing ever since OP01 against the dreaded Jewelry Bonnie Searcher. If those things are in play and rested, you attack them, you get them off the board, because it just represents so much advantage for your opponent.
And one thing you do need to remember, especially with the Sabo deck, you may have seen that 5,000 power swing and a 1K counter. Sabo at the beginning of the game, until he has 3 or less life, is going to be a 4,000 power leader. So attaching that Dawn is going to be a 5,000 power swing. So Rosinante going in and using the sugar after clearing out one of those is going to help protect this sugar a little bit on here. Is looking for, once again, a Don Quixote Rosinante card. And Rosinante and Law, one of the new cards in EBO for OP14 in that conglomeration that we got very recently, is going to be a huge part of this game plan.
Yeah, and as you're noticing, both players here are prioritizing searching like Jake was talking about. We're going to see that a lot this weekend, because in the One Piece card game, curve is king, and being able to find the specific cards you need for specific turns or scenarios, so that way you can build your board, protect it, and keep it around, is how you're going to win most matchups.
So Rosinante using his leader effect to put out a Trafalgar Law card, 2 less on the cost than usual. He's going to be able to play out that 4-cost blocker Law from the illustration boxes to re-ramp a Dawn, get back on that 4 for the even curve, and push it back to Sabo's turn. Sabo now going to be playing that new Sabo promo that came out just within the last 90 days or so. The One Piece trading card game is a huge 4-cost turn that allows him not only to take a life and get a Dawn on leader, but this Sabo, because your leader is Sabo, is going to be an 8-cost. So the Sabo, even though he's minus 1,000 power because he is at 4 life, doesn't fulfill that 3 or less condition, he is going to get that plus 1,000 power because he has an 8 cost on the field and a Dawn attached to leader. So this puts him up to 6,000 power right now with that Dawn attached.
Yep, like I mentioned, this Sabo deck cares about having big, powerful characters, not only to unlock and make them even more powerful, but also make your leader more defensive in that late game. You want to be aggressive in getting your life down to 3 as quick as possible, so you can unlock the full power of that effect and become a 6K leader during your opponent's turn. But ultimately, we're just going to try to be as aggressive as possible with building the board, protecting it, and taking our life in the process.
And that plus 1,000 power isn't just for the leader, it's for the entire board as well. So this Bello Betty Searcher swinging 3,000 power at sugar, just going to be an easy free block. And I really like this block right now from the Rosinante player, Alex, over here on the right side, because now it forces the leader to swing at the sugar. It's just a ton of value, protecting the life, protecting the hand size as well.
And there we see Jake targeting down the sugar once again, because he knows what the real threat is. It's not that blocker Law. We can deal with that later. It's that sugar. That'll give so much value to Alex on the following turn. He can't let that happen.
One card that Jake is going to need to see here in this next turn is the 6-cost Secret Rare Sabo. He's going to want to play that on this next turn. Kind of the lifeblood of this deck, but on the Rev Army HQ stage does find an 8-cost Dragon, which is a great card to get bodies back from the trash, pushing into Rosinante's 6 Dawn turn. Now, that 6 Dawn, like I mentioned earlier, Rosinante and Law is going to be a great card that we expect to see on this turn. So expect to start with a sugar search, right? Just get it in, and then a leader effect to play out that Rosinante and Law for 2 less cost than usual.
It seems like this Rosinante deck is really efficient with its Dawn to not only be able to play out cards for cheaper costs, but also allow you to kind of pressure your opponent with the extra Dawn you have left over. We could see Alex maybe try to bring down this board texture a little bit or force more life out of Jake than maybe he's comfortable taking this turn.
And so as we go in now using leader effect to make one of our Trafalgar Laws cost 2 less on the next one that would be played, is going to get that 6 cost down onto the field. And since we Dawn minus, we're going to be equal on Dawn to the Sabo player Jake, so we're going to be able to not only draw 1 card but ramp 1 as active. Could be good to either attach for lead now and try to swing as the block happens, or we could have used that 1 drop search on the Rosinante that we found on the Sugar, and getting aggressive here with that 4-cost Law, that's going to be the big key, right? With 2 defensive decks, it's going to be a who swings their blockers, right? Who knows the correct time to get offensive with your attackers to control the board, to go aggressively at life.
I like Alex maybe taking the turn off of bringing Jake down to that 3 life that we know Jake wants to be at, so that way he can unlock the full power of his leader. He's kind of basically saying, I know you're at half power right now, I'm going to keep theirs for as long as possible.
Yeah, and especially trying to redirect these swings at these different characters with as many bodies as possible. Now going to be moving into Jake's 7 Dawn turn. We'll see if he's got a 6-drop Secret Rare Sabo from OP13 to play here. And if he doesn't, that might spell trouble. We do have 1 guaranteed search from the Rev Army HQ. So if you don't have it now, it's going to be about what card do you pitch to try to find it.
But the nice thing about being on the odd curve as Jake is he can basically use all of his really powerful cards, just almost always 6-8, but always have that Dawn left over for his leader. And there it is, the secret rare that Jake was talking about is going to be an increase in 2 costs, giving the Dawn that is rested to his leader and just be a big unlock. It's also another big blocker that will stay in play.
It's just a great activate main that you can use basically for free to get your leader effect started, get the plus 1,000 power on the entire side of your board. And now the 6,000 power swing is going to go in at the Sugar, and a free block from the Rosinante and Law, forcing the Sabo 4 cost, which is manipulation and 8 cost now because of that effect, to go in at the Sugar. That's 1 less blocker that Alex is going to have to worry about this turn.
Both players have 2 different blockers in play right now that are just going to be swinging for no reason, because they're basically going to be blockers anyway once they're rested, because you kind of have to attack into them anyway.
Now, one of the cards that is going to be super interesting in this matchup, especially once Jake gets to that 3 life and becomes almost like a pseudo-permanent 6,000 power leader, is the 7-cost Trafalgar Law, right? Giving plus 1,000 power to all the entire board of the Heart Pirates, and Trafalgar Law is going to be super important to be able to swing in at Jake's side of the field. And so starting off with a Rosinante search is going to find another one of those Rosinantes in Law, probably just going to play it down on the field right now and get that 6-cost 8,000 power body to filter the hand, draw another card, and also reutilize 1 Dawn.
Yeah, but do it at a discount so that way you can be even more efficient with the rest of the cards that are already in your hand.
Exactly. Now I believe has 4 Dawn, I'm sorry, to work with. This could be good if he has another Trafalgar Law 4-cost promo to be able to play on the field. It would be 4 different blockers down on the field. Again, super defensive, but there's a lot of routes that he could take right now, especially because he has opportunities to swing.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Alex is maybe sensing that maybe a dragon might be coming out from the next turn for Jake, and if he's not prepared to kind of deal with the bodies that will generate, he might want to start committing to attacking the board. We saw Alex earlier prioritizing attacking the board so that we could deny Jacob going down to life and maybe getting extra cards in his hand. Let's see what he chooses for. That will be a swing at life with the Rosinante leader.
And now this Sabo is going to be a 6,000 power leader because he is at that 3 life or less condition. Now this swing 8,000 power from the Rosinante in Law is going to be really, really nice, because if this secret rare Sabo on the field does want to block, even though he gets that plus 1,000 power because of the Sabo's leader effect, it's not going to be a free block. We're off the point of free blocks now. He's going to have to give up cards in hand, bodies on the field, or life, and it looks like he blocks in 2 Ks out of that one.
But that's really worth noting, though, because the more Revolutionary Army cards that Jake has in his trash, it might actually unlock some of the other cards that could exist in his deck. So definitely keep an eye out to what cards are in there.
And it looks like he is going to play that Illustration Law promo that I was mentioning to be able to just get another blocker on the field. Because you're ahead on Dawn, you do not get the re-ramping from that 4-cost Law effect, but it's still a very strong play to get this big board ready to go.
And here we see Jake counter out one more time. That was going to be from the attack of the Trafalgar Law. And now we're going to Jake's 9 Dawn turn. This is quite the board here from Alex. We have 2 8,000 blockers that were essentially played for 4 cost.
Yeah,
which is
not only do
great.
we have the 8,000 power blocker, but also the 6,000 power blocker in Trafalgar Law. And so it's going to be really curious. We saw the different dragons and pitching away the Stussy, I think that was. Stussy, a card that some people have been taking out of their decks because of different tech cards like Ein that have moved in. But we see the 5-cost blocker Sabo, a heralded card that has seen so much limelight in the One Piece trading card game, but kind of fell off a little bit, especially after Sakazuki joined the ban list. And now back in this Sabo deck, typically as like a 1 or 2 of tech, I think.
Right. There's definitely a lot of removal just running around this format, and decks like Emu that are naturally protected from that, you know, can kind of not care. But decks like Sabo that want to keep their powerful bodies in play as long as possible might value a card like Sabo.
So going to be also very, very nice just to get that draw 2 trash 2, but the Rush Dragon is going to be coming in, going to be able to get 2 Rested Dawn and put it on a leader or character. So the big question is, where exactly do you put it? You have to remember, I think part of the strategy, especially with these 2 defensive decks, is you want as little free blocking as possible.
Right.
You want players to give up cards in hand life. The Rosinante Alex is still at 4 life right now. The max on the leader so late in the game. So is going to opt to put it on leader and then utilize that Secret Rare Sabo blockers, activate main to get 3 Dawn. Now he is a 9,000 power leader on this wing. If Alex is going to block, he's going to have to give up cards. But maybe, especially if it's going on live, yeah, he just takes it. Says, you know what? I've still got plenty of life to work with. I might as well take some of these swings, and here comes the Dragon as well. A 10,000 power swing because of that plus 1,000 from the leader effect on the Sabo. We'll see exactly where it's going and if Alex decides to counter against it.
Yeah, Jake trying to go for board here. He might just want to put the pressure on Alex to make a decision whether or not he wants to block and give up cards versus attack the board himself and leave up his blockers, Sabos, to protect his own life because he's maybe feeling the pressure that Alex has been going for here.
And especially with being a red deck, you know, every single red deck, especially if your opponent like the Alex, you got to think about Goldie Roger, right? Definitely a card, so it's going to be very scary to try to go down to 0 or try to put your opponent down to 0 because of that Roger's win condition, essentially, but is going to go for the Gamma Knife. Gamma Knife is going to try to clear this Dragon, it looks like, minus 5,000 power, so the plus 1,000 power to make him a 10,000 power character, now bringing him down to 5 is going to be nice because now the leader can swing without even having to commit any Dawn.
Yep, and here we see, I think, 5 Dawn being committed here from Alex to go ahead and play the reduced cost of the red Trafalgar Law. That was from OP14, that one, yeah?
This is the Trafalgar Law from OP12, the 7 cost that gives your Heart Pirates characters and Trafalgar Law, Rosinante's, plus 1,000 power. So the leader going to be a 6,000 power leader, immediately match Jake and his Sabo, but also these 4-cost Trafalgar Laws, now 7,000 power. The Rosinante Laws, 9,000 power. It's going to be so nice on the offensive when you still have Dawn left to be able to utilize, and we go 7,000 power swing at the 5,000 power Dragon.
Ooh, that is going to be rough here for Jake to try to protect. Like you said, this is not going to be free. This is going to cost cards, and he's going to choose to block with his blocker Sabo. Now we're going to have 7 into 7. So it's going to cost a card from hand here.
Oh, no. The Sabo is an 8,000 power, so it was the free block there, but that's one less blocker that you have to worry about, and so now another 7,000 power swing going at this Dragon. He's just going to let the Dragon go. That's a huge move for Alex right now.
Because now Alex can kind of pressure the now rested Sabo and still force more cards out of Jake here while keeping up 2 8,000 blockers of his own for the following turn.
I think this swing, though, 8,000 power because of the Dawn attached to the plus 1,000 going at lead. He's going to take it, go down to 2, finds that Stussy on life. Maybe, actually won't be impactful in this matchup because of the protection effect on the Rosinante leader effect. So now, I think a 10,000 power swing coming in. He's getting aggressive with these blockers, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Knowing when exactly to go is going to be huge, and it looks like it's going to be a block and hair removal fist for plus 4,000 power to get out of that swing. 11,000 on the 10,000 power Rosinante Law.
Jake is definitely feeling the pressure right now, but Alex is choosing to sacrifice his own blockers to try to get as much tempo over Jake as possible. He must feel really confident about not being threatened on the following turn.
And one of the cool things about taking life so early for Alex is now that he's at 2 or less, he can utilize the I Love You event, right? That needs that 2 life or less condition. But going aggressive yet again with this Rosinante and Law, it's going to be another 10,000 power swing, this time at the promo Sabo 7,000 power. No Dawn left open, so no hair removal fist. It's going to be a lot of cards to be able to keep it, and there's that board control, just getting it off the field.
I think we're seeing those early searches for Alex that were kind of sculpting his hand to kind of give him the options of defending this board for as long as possible really show. And Jake maybe not utilizing the ability to kind of threaten that board a turn previous is coming back to bite him here.
And so no Dawn left open for any sort of counter events going into now Jake's 10 Dawn turn. We'll see what he can play. We saw that 8-cost Dragon in the hand earlier from OP12, that Black Dragon being able to bring something back from the trash. We'll see if he uses it on this turn to repopulate the board at this point. But first, filtering out the Stussy. Stussy being able to KO anybody isn't really helpful when Rosinante could just say, oh, I'll take a life instead to keep that body on field.
Yep, as far as Jake is concerned, that card has no counter in this matchup, and that's not good enough right now.
Great filter card, as some would say, but is going to be looking on this search of the top 3. We'll see what he gets, you know, maybe some counter. Looks like it's going to be that PRBO2 Sabo 2K to be put in the hand, so that's going to be nice. Could just be another body to be able to use.
I think we have 13 cards in trash right now, so it doesn't quite have the full effects, but it will be another blocker that he could play if he needs one.
So it's going to be curious. Alex really in the driver's seat of this game. No board presence on Jake's side of the field, aside from that secret rare blocker Sabo. But especially as a blocker, if you turn it sideways, you got to answer to 6 swings.
Yeah, and also I'm pretty sure that the boost from the Trafalgar Law on the last turn is still on the board.
Correct, yes.
So we have Rosinante here kind of stealing Sabo's game here, making the board a little bit more powerful during the opponent's turn.
So he's going to be doing a Bello Biddy search to look for a Revolutionary Army type character. We see a couple hack 2Ks, and that's exactly what's going to be grabbed. Can't grab the Monkey D Garp on that search because it's not Rev Army. Is just going to continue. I don't think that was a piece that he was really looking for right now.
Yep, so we see here the 8 Dawn. This could be the dragon you were talking about, Jake, and it's going to be the red dragon that we've seen plenty of. It's the rush card that gives the 2 rested Dawn. We're going to give it back to the leader here.
So going to be curious now that this leader effect is active and now an 8,000 power body, 9,000 power because of the activate main of the Secret Rare Sabo, giving another rested Dawn onto leader. Going to be really curious now if he tries to go for board a little bit or maybe just swings in at lead. 9,000 power coming in right now for Alex. We'll see what he decides to do. Again, he has to be careful because of that Goldie Roger, and he looks like he's going to 2K out of it to go to 10,000 power because, as you were talking about, that 7-cost Trafalgar Law making him a 6,000 power leader for this turn.
Yep, and there we see the dragon going in with 9 with rush, and Alex is going to choose to take that, and it's going to be passing over, and Alex could be representing a game shot here this turn with how many attacks he has.
It's kind of crazy right now because you have a full board of 5 characters. You might not even have to play anything down. You could just use this Dawn to be aggressive and swing over at Jake, but we'll see what he decides to do. Alex piloting this deck probably has a ton of confidence in it, right? As a deck that a lot of people, including myself, were really waiting until EBO3 comes out next week to be able to play this deck.
But they're like, you know what? We got the important cards like Rosinante and Law. Let's make some cooking happen. And here they see Alex going for the committal up front to his leader.
So he's going to be attaching one on. Maybe it's going to be a Gamma Knife. Gamma Knife, you do have to have an attached Dawn to a character or leader to be able to activate this. And it's going to be minus 8,000 power on Dragon, making it a 2,000 power character. We talked about how good Gamma Knife was earlier, being a 5,000 power right on the Dragon. But now it's even worse, and just one leader swing, not even going to put up any defenses on that. Just says, you know what, I got to let that go.
And I love Alex kind of getting rid of the biggest threat that's currently represented on board before he chooses to start attacking life, kind of either demands cards from Jake to answer or just gets rid of the biggest thing he's concerned with on the following turns. That way he can sacrifice his blockers for aggression and not be too worried that he's going to lose the game on the crackback.
And that's why I love Divine Departure in any of these purple decks. It's just such a good removal card, minus 8,000 power, or it could be a trash one card from hand plus 3 to get out. And so now this Trafalgar Law is going to be swinging at lead, is going to take the first life already, especially the first swing taking the life. You love to see that if you're Alex, and still has 4 Dawn to work with at this point.
And we can see all this was unlocked by that Divine Departure you were talking about. These modular event cards have just been such huge boons in the one-piece card game that people love utilizing to unlock plays like this. And now Alex is considering. He's like, I got 4 blockers, I got 1 life. You have only really 2 attacks I have to worry about. Can I just wait next turn and do the game shot then? Or is my shot open right now?
It all depends. We do see one Dawn up, and we know that he's been searching for 2Ks, right, on that Rev Army HQ search and the Bello Betties. So how much does he actually have in hand? And you also have to account for that last life as well.
Yep, the one bummer about, all these searches that these decks are known for playing is that sometimes it can make the information in your hand known to your opponent. So when they're going for game math, they can maybe have more knowledge than you think as to how many attacks you could realistically stop.
It's one of those things, too, that you could go off this turn, try to be a little bit more defensive, right, as Alex, but do you want to give time to Jake, right, to be able to build up this board? Do you want to capitalize on him not really having anything at all right now? But especially, like I was talking about with Goldie, Roger, putting him down to 0, that's something that no matter what deck you're facing, if it's red, you have to think about that, Roger.
Yeah, for sure. Alex is thinking to himself, I cannot go to 0 life. No matter what happens, I will stay at 1 life no matter what, and these blockers can help me do that, so maybe they're worth keeping around in the active position and not risk resting them. But here we see him going for it. We have the Law swinging in.
Here's the 6,000 power swing, just matching it leader. Is going to put him down to 0 already. That is so curious. As a 6,000 power swing, did not want to give anything up there, and is going to be now a 10,000 power swing with the Rosinante and Law. Remember, we still have that blocker Rosinante, or blocker Sabo, I'm sorry, out onto the field, and it's going to be that hair removal fist and 1K to go to 11,000 power because we're a 6,000 power base leader. Now just another 10,000 power swing, I believe, is going to leave this Trafalgar Law as active, I'm pretty sure, but the block now, and is going to have to command a couple counter cards, is going to be 2K 1K, or 2K 2K, I'm sorry, with the Morley and the hack to get out of that. It doesn't swing with that Trafalgar Law. We'll see now what Jake has got on here, but especially because Alex maybe hasn't given up too many cards in hand, still has a few to be able to work with, and that 1 life, right? We've seen 2 red dragons be able to be in the trash right now, right? So the likelihood of another dragon coming down on the field to rush, not very likely, I think, at this point, but we're going to be searching right now off the Rev Army HQ, pitching the secret rare blocker Sabo from 13.
It is definitely make or break right now for Jake. If he does not try to go for game this turn, I don't think there's any kind of defensive combination he can set up that can deal with Alex's board currently. So it definitely feels like a tough spot to be in. I'm not sure what he could be digging for off this. You get a Bello Betty, we can get maybe another search for any cards we're trying to dig for. Like you said, the 8-drop red Monkey D Dragon is probably going to be the best bet you have for representing as much pressure as you need, because we do have that blocker Law to contend with. So the 2 attacks we have is not going to be nearly enough to fight through the life and blocker.
And especially with that 7 cost Law, that is only until the end of your opponent's next turn. So the Rosinante leader on Alex's side, back to a 5,000 power base. Maybe if he can find an 8 cost dragon, could maybe utilize Bello Betty, right, as an attacker, but ends up finding a hair removal fist, maybe just trying to counter up right now.
I mean, we have, what, 4 or 5 cards in hand. Even with 1 hair removal, 6 attacks is going to be pretty tough to fight through.
Yeah, there's a lot on this. The driver's seat is with Alex, but we've seen crazy here in the One Piece trading card game through almost 3 years now in the game. We'll see what can come out of this, and it looks like tapping 7 potentially, moving like 7 and 2 in terms of this. Maybe thinking about playing that 8 cost dragon. We did set up a secret rare Sabo in the trash, so maybe just thinking about playing that down onto the field to get the 2 bodies up and say, okay, maybe with a Dawn or something left, I can work with it. But it's just going to hard play the OP13 Sabo, right? Wants to leave up more Dawn. I think we have multiple hair removal fists in the trash right now. Is going to utilize those activate mains to get 2 rested Dawn on the Sabo leader. And again, it's just going to be that big swing right now.
Huge up to Jake for playing the different arts of all the different Sabos, the wanted poster, the manga, and of course the OG secret. Love to see that kind of flexing in the deck building. But
only 3 cards in hand, I believe. One is an 8 cost dragon and one's a hair removal fist. Is just going to attach some Dawn to lead right here, and now is going to be a 10,000 power swing with 4 Dawn attached to that plus 1,000 power with the leader effect. I think is going in at some of these bodies, did end up going for that Trafalgar Law and letting that one go. Is just going to pass off the turn to Alex.
2 blockers, 3 cards in hand, and a dream if you're Jake. Let's see if it's enough to combat these 5,000 power swings. I believe 3 of them are base 8,000 power. We have a 6K leader currently as Jake.
Yeah, and that Trafalgar Law 4 cost promo from the illustration box is a 6,000 base in its own. And you've got 10 Dawn to work with, right? So starts out with an 8,000 power swing, is just going to try to see how he reacts to this, right, with two 8,000 power blockers, and it looks like he's going to block and let KO. You love to see that if you're Alex. Now with another 8,000 power swing, the hair removal fist is going to get out of that swing. 2 cards in hand. If you're Alex and you remember the search earlier of the 8-cost dragon, you know that's one of the cards in his hand. With this 8,000 power swing coming in with the block, and the all-in is going to get the win for Alex. And Rosinante moving past round 1, a sleeper deck, some would say, of this tournament. I know even some Rosinantes getting out of the LCQ. One of my friends in Las Vegas, Daniel, passing through, qualifying for the event on the deck. It's definitely a sleeper.
Yeah, both these players here, I think, are proving that even with all these really fancy combo decks like Emo or these advantage engines like Ace, all you really need are some really good characters with really good stats, and you can win most games.
Especially in a wide open format like this, you know, you can take some of these rogue decks, you know, as long as you dodge just a couple matchups and you have a great run and you expect and you predict what the meta is going to be in terms of what you can expect, that's really dangerous, and that's a skill in the card game that I don't think is talked about a lot.
Yep, and we were mentioning earlier about how kind of like late and defensive some decks are feeling right now in OP13 when we were talking with Ryan and Ben over here, and that was a great example of just the kinds of gameplays we're going to see. Really what happens is in the first few turns you build your board, you get to that really big payoff at the end, whether it's like an 8-drop dragon or a 10-drop 5 elders or whatever it is, and then after that you build your board, and that board that you're either trying to protect or maintain is going to be what leads to you actually winning the game, which is what we saw with our Rosinante player Alex. Once he protected his board, that was all he had to do for the rest of the game.
And one thing that I loved about Alex is he got aggressive in the board control aspect, right? Using Divine Departure, using Gamma Knife, these different tech cards that are built within the deck to be able to deal with these different bodies. So then, even though Sabo is a very defensive deck, he had nothing to use for defense, right, at a certain point in the game, which I think was really, really cool.
All the protection in the world cannot stop my guy being bigger than your guy and swinging over it.
Exactly.
Really cool to see that you laid it all on the table. If it's much more of a slower defensive format, we really got to see it go down to the wire, you know, down to 1 and 0 life. But I think, like you said, you know, in the past, you know, there's been aggressive decks, and then now there is these cool defensive decks. And I think in the future, we could check out the schedule of what we're expecting to see with these games coming up. You know, we already saw the awesome, very quick Digimon. I think it's really cool to see, you know, why Digimon is maybe a best-of-3 game versus One Piece. That would have been a grueling best-of-3 to try to fight through. But of course, up next, it looks like we're going to be setting up for some Union Arena, more One Piece Gundam, you know, some of the first Gundam, you know, for the day to come, as well as, of course, more One Piece and Digimon throughout the day. So definitely excited to see more of those kind of grind games that we're expecting out of One Piece right now. A little bit more of the fast-paced, you know, in Digimon, and everything in between, I think, expecting. I know, you know, Gundam, I think, leans a little bit kind of more of that in-between section.
Right.
I'm so excited to watch Gundam, especially with the ability to battle characters and track damage, right? Not something that we see a lot of times in these different Bandai card games. It's going to be really cool to see how these players like balance that and, you know, the contrast to the other card games that we have.
Yeah, attacking usually has a cost in almost any single kind of game, but when the cost is permanent damage, something that will affect you from the point you come into play to the point you leave play, is I think really important and kind of separates the best players from the chaff.
Yeah, it really changes kind of the texture of the game, where, like, you know, in One Piece we saw you can kind of swing out, and if they block, you know, it's not the end of the world. But in Gundam, there's like a lot of repercussions for your actions in that world. And, you know, I see we've got a lot of games out here today that we're expecting to see in the future. One that we're not expecting to see on the stream right now, but one that we could see in the future, some Battle Hour for some Dragon Ball. So I know if you're a fan of Bandai, you're a fan of Dragon Ball. Don't lie to yourself here. But as a quick reminder about one of the biggest Dragon Ball events of the year, Dragon Ball Games Battle Era 2026 is coming to Los Angeles, live at the Shrine Auditorium and Expo Hall on April 18th and 19th. PST. This year's Battle Hour brings an amazing lineup of games, including Sparking Zero, Fighter Z, Xenoverse 2, Dokkan Battle, Legends, Gekishin Squadra, and the Dragon Ball Super card game series. I know you card game fans here. We're excited to see that. So tons of activities happening on site. And of course, we'll have special stage programs, booth experiences, and even a big announcement and new reveals that you won't want to miss. You know, if you can't be in here in person, don't even worry about it. The entire event will be streamed live on YouTube on the official Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour channel. So mark your calendars, get ready for 2 days of pure Dragon Ball excitement, and don't forget to tune in. And here's something extra for everyone attending today. if you show that you follow the official Battle Hour X account, you can receive an exclusive Battle Hour pin badge.
I'm going to have to do that.
Yeah, definitely something to check out. And I think, if I'm not much mistaken, we got a little bit to show, about that coming up soon. But I personally, I'm a big fan of Dragon Ball. I'm a big fan of many of the Bandai IPs as well, I'm happy to be.
Oh yeah, Dragon Ball Masters is one of the coolest games to kind of play and watch. So hopefully if you have a chance, be sure to tune in and check it out for yourself.
All right, well, that's been awesome for us to be here. We got to talk a little bit about Dragon Ball, talk a little bit about the games that we're expecting to see. Of course, some One Piece and Digimon, but we've had our time. I think it's time to maybe cut to a break to let some other people shine and some other games get their play. Personally, I'm excited to see what comes up next on stream. So if you at home are as well, I hope you stay tuned.
Evangelion, New Theatrical Edition joins Union Arena. Numerous Evangelion units join the battle as cards. The characters join the fray as cards too. Many cards in the lineup use brand new illustrations. Get a triple star Evangelion Test Type 01 Pseudo DMS phase card. Only 100 copies are made with a serial number. Union Arena Evangelion New Theatrical Edition releases on January 30th, 2026.
Welcome back to Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 here in the beautiful Las Vegas. And surprise, we got a couple changes up here. My name is Cosmic. Excited to be diving into Unity Arena here shortly. And I'm also joined by Div. But before we get into that, I think we're going to be playing a little bit of a special game. So Steven cooked this one up, so he's going to introduce the game for us. And then we're going to play a couple rounds here before we dive right in.
Thank you so much, Kaz. It's good to see you guys again. We were with you for the round 1, me and Jake, but we're going to also be with you here as potential backups for a round 3 of One Piece. But before we do that, we have a fun little game that the casters are going to do. Basically, production here has sent us each a card except for one of us. And now we're going to do 2 rounds of saying a word one at a time. So first it'll be me, then it'll be Jake, Kaz, and then Div. And our goal is if we know the card, we're trying to let everyone else that knows the card know we know. Make sure we're all on the same team. But for the person that doesn't know, you're trying to blend in, make sure you can trick other people into thinking you know. But also, if you get caught after the second round of guessing, when we all vote on who does not know, you need to then guess what the card is. And if you're right, you win, and if you're not, you lose. So there's a bunch of win conditions. Basically, if the person who doesn't know goes unscathed, they win. If they get caught but know the card, they win. Otherwise, everyone else wins. We all either know it or don't know it, and we'll begin with me. So my word will be, for the card that was shown to us, and that you can see at home, hopefully, shield.
I'm going to kind of like combine 2 words, 7 cost. I feel like that's fine.
All right. Just one word, right? Yeah, so one word. Purple.
That was gonna be my word.
Okay, now that's a good move. Saying that was going to be your move.
Yeah, so you haven't thought of anything to say, huh?
You're buying yourself time.
I will go with big. Big.
All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break here for the first round. I am pretty confident in my boy here. I'm pretty confident in my boy there, and I'm distracting from the fact that I said the word shield, and I feel like I was the most generic. But I promise you I know it. I swear.
I think you're a little sus.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, you're too into this. You're too into telling about everybody. I think you're a little sketchy.
So for round 2, we're going to go in the opposite order. It's going to start with Div and then come back to me, and I promise by the end, I'll secure it.
Okay.
I promise.
Okay. I hope you do, because you're not looking too hard right now. My word this time will be armory. Armory.
I'm going to go with impact.
Trigger.
I'm so embarrassed now. I was like,
oh yeah, we went too fast for you.
No, I'm embarrassed because mine is going to be OG.
Oh, okay.
That's my word, OG. Okay, so now we're going to do a round of voting. Do we feel good, or do we want to say anything before we vote? I promise it's not me. I swear.
That's not helping your case. I hope you know that. You're setting yourself up.
On the great card game in the sky, it is not me.
I've played a lot of different games in my time, and typically in these kind of like imposter games, the typical first defense is, I promise I'm not the imposter.
Or it's the person that barely has said anything, like Cause.
Oh.
He maybe did a big, guess up front about being purple, but I'm just going to say that that's an
a lot
all
of
the game.
deflection happening. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying you've been taking a lot of the
I was
limelight
locked
right
in
now.
over
Of
here.
course, he's just a good listener, you know?
Okay.
Honestly, if I didn't know the card at all, based on Cosmic's answer, I knew he knows what the card is, just based on what he was saying. So are we good to vote? Because if you're good to vote,
apparently
we can vote.
you guys are good to vote, but I promise you're going to vote wrong. I promise you're wrong about this.
My vote is my good friend Steven here.
Okay, my vote's for Cause.
I'll vote for you, Steven.
I'm sorry. We got to vote for Steven on this one.
All right, so on the count of 3, I want the person who is the imposter to raise their hand. 1, 2, 3.
Wow!
You're supposed to say generic things. He gave it away instantly. You gave it away
7
with,
cost?
with how expensive the card is.
But like Digimon, you need 7 memory to
But
evolve.
I said
In
shield.
Arena, you need 7 energy.
They helped me out in the back, but the shield was a big one too, because I thought you were gonna say shield like the for Evangelion, it's a big trigger, like the impact of it. So that's why I had to then say, because I wanted to do like third impact or like make an inside joke as well, but I wasn't sure how well that would land across. So I'm just like, all right, thankfully I got to go third and I can cheat my way out of this.
So that everyone at home knows why I'm upset. Div, can you please tell them what the card was?
The card was the 7-cost Evangelion Spear of Gaius. It's a very impactful card. It does have impact. It is 7 cost. It is armory. Cause you actually.
They helped me out on this one.
Stunned, and I was here supporting you.
So like,
oh my god.
So shield is only good if you know it, but when you combine shield with 7 costs, like my boy Jake here did, he gave it away to Cause.
I
That's
have
why he's able to
something-
go under the radar, and then he got the dog pile on me. I was like, guys, I'm saying the generic stuff.
I have
was on
something
the
honest to
team.
say.
Yeah.
I had no idea that we would have the same card.
Oh, really?
So I thought I was like trying to I'm not gonna know what these guys' cards are.
fair,
So I guess that makes sense how you could piggyback off that with
Yep.
like 7 and she like figure out what it.
Yeah.
Okay, now I
But-
understand this game.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it sounds like we're actually going to be talking about some of the rules for the format next, talk about Union Arena, what to expect. So up first, we're going to have the rules, format, and pricing as well. So yes, we are going to be playing a best-of-1 match here. We're going to have 35 minutes with 5 minutes of overtime and going into our finals tomorrow. So of course, lots of excitement still, 2 days of UA. That will be best of 3, but for the pricing, playmat sleeves, event packs, boxes, alt art, so many great things to look forward to in today's event, but also just really looking forward to making it to day 2. And of course, being the North American champion is really the true prizing on top of all of this. So I know at least for us here, obviously I'm very excited for Evangelion. Div though, kind of what are you excited about just see in the format? Like what do you think are the big key players we can expect?
I think the biggest thing would be facing those mirror matchups really well, because we do see Eva being a dominant force, especially being a new set coming out. The cards are also really good and work really well, so it's how players navigate the mirror matchup scene would be really critical. But I personally don't want Eva to take it all. Right? I like the underdog cards to win so that they can shine, but I think there might be a secret surprise with Xenon. The
Yep.
Xenon got a
Volume
really
2.
really good boost with Volume 2. So has snipe, good board removal, board pressure. The 5K Kirito can really be impactful, pun intended, on the scene right now.
So let's talk about predictions, and I believe we have some graphics for that as well,
Yes.
but also just excited for Evangelion, especially for me, is going to be the biggest one. And now this is a set that I've been very excited about in general, looking forward to it. But the one that I want to give credit to, because I know it's still good, and maybe Eva kind of overcasted it just a little bit because a lot of people are excited for this set, but in Volume 2, we got the Songstress with Yuna, which is a very intricate, you really have to know your line style of deck, but once it all comes together, it had an absolute dominating showcase in Japan when it first launched, and I do think it is pretty good. And you'll see here, I'm maybe a little bit biased. I love my purple decks because they just have so much extra draw and consistency to them that my picks are going to be, of course, the 7-cost Eva deck that we talked about, as well as Yuna, the Songstress coming from Sword Art Online Volume 2. But Div, talk us through your picks for this format.
Yes, and speaking of being overlooked, I think Xenon got a little overlooked as well with the Eva madness that just came out, but this second volume of Xenon really boosted the cards. There's a new 6-cost raid that lets you play out another Xenon or a 3-cost for free, so really helps you keep up the energy and the board pressure. So I think the Xenon deck would be good. Would be personally my choice to play in last chance qualifiers. Xenon, I think, has a really good shine, but can't forget and sleep on Mina. Mina is really good on rest your opponent's board, and really impactful.
Yeah, especially with Kaiju number 8 is one of those decks that, you know, getting to hit from the back line, having the extra energy cost, there's a lot of you can really do. So walk us through the green deck here.
Yeah, so we do have the 6-cost raid that can also have Actimate main to give another unit impact, or a 1k BP increase, really pushing the boundaries on those 5Ks on our opponent's board. We do have the 7-cost Kirito from Volume 1, impact, and if your other card wins the battle, gets double damaged as well, right? So really good pseudo way of doing board removal, but the really key card is the Kirito card that makes all of your GGOs cheaper, right? So if you have 2 of these in front lines, you're doing your Xenon raids for 4 costs and your Kirito raids for 5 costs. Absolutely amazing way to play this deck and really showcase the board. Really surprise your opponent with the trap back whenever, or crack back whenever you feel like you're on the back end a little bit.
Yeah, very excited to see some of the big, go big green strategies really come online, and the snipe effect is so strong from Xenon, and it definitely can eat up the board a little bit from your opponent and get rid of some of their key raids. So, especially in a game like Union Arena, anytime you have extra removal in your raids or other cards, they are just so strong at clearing the way. And yes, next up is the Spear of Gaius deck with the huge 7 cost that we just played our fun game around. But for me, the really big part about this really comes back to the Willy side that you can have with the Wonder, just getting you extra draw, getting you extra filtering. We have the special for this 7 cost here as well that lets you get that key removal and also draw an extra card as well, which is just so nice of being able to bring in the consistency pieces that you want while also fueling your game strategy. And another thing that we'll hopefully see play a little bit of a role here later on is that you'll notice between Wonder and also from the Spear of Gaius, the Type 01, that there's this 4,000 versus 5,000 BP dynamic that really starts to happen, that a lot of the raids in Union Arena kind of settle off at a 3K or 4K BP range. So when you're able to have this massive 7-cost wall come down, give you that 5,000 BP protection, you can now just start to block out some of their attacks and really start to stabilize that. It's not just the extra impact and the extra removal that you're getting out of Shinji and the Karu deck. It's also now just having this massive 5,000 BP wall that your opponent just has such a difficult time to come back from. So really excited to see how this is going to shape up. And we're going to see a lot of this on stream today. So probably don't want to spend too much about this. And I don't know if we have the Yuna deck up next or the Kaiju deck up next, but drum roll, please. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of Evangelion on stream today, so want to make sure that we... Oh, let's talk about Red Kenshin, so I'll pass this one back to you, Div.
Yes, obviously Red Kenshin, very dominant when it came out, really showcased in the Canadian regionals as well as the Florida regionals. We do have the star card, which is the potential double attacker. You know, you raid, you draw a card, and you trash a card to re-attack again. You do have the starter deck Kenshin raid. That is honestly one of the best cards to get out of life, because once you get it out of life, you can push back one of their attackers and you have impact the next turn. But this all comes into play once you get your Karu on board, right? Because Karu gives you that extra energy, also has protection to protect your Kenshins in a way. And we do have the one and only 4/2 Kenshin card, which comes in really, really, really good against those mirror matchups, because all you have to do is activate main to move your final, which is Oath Not to Kill. And now your Kenshin cards do kill, which is if you do block with them, they do go back into sideline rather than being pushed back. So that is one of your key removals. Very aggressive, very fast deck. I think during my playtesting, it went really 50-50 with the Spear. So if you do see your early aggression pretty fast, Eva can have a tough time to stabilize against the Red Kenshin.
Yeah, what I really love about this too is just how flavorful is it? You know, the whole Oath Not to Kill, pushing units back, really not wanting to defeat his enemies across the battlefield. So really love the flavor of Union Arena and how you get to see these different roles, especially if you're fans of the series. Watching this play out, especially Kenshin, was a really great one. And then going into the yellow Ava, actually, so I'm a purple Ava player, and I know that one inside out. So I'm going to let Div have the yellow Ava as well, with the gorgeous SR double star Asuka.
Yeah, I purposely told him to use that one because it's such a beautiful card.
Asuka is so great.
Yes, but this deck really revolves around no raids. So there is specifically no raid in this entire deck, but this deck does something unique, is when you get triggers or draw triggers, you can actually combo off and play them on the field. So one of the key cards starting off is the 4/2 Asuka, where once you play her on board, she can pop your opponent's units. You trash a card, you can increase the BP range of popping your opponent's units. We do have the 3/1 Misato double energy. She basically turns your get triggers into play triggers. Really, really influential. You have the Mari, where you can trash a card and play another card, basically getting your 4 attacks into 5 attacks, and you do have the Ray, which brings out the Nullify Impact Ray, which in key movements can really block out the Nullify Impact. So really, really good. I feel like a player who has really practiced and mastered this deck can really take it all tonight.
Yeah, and Misato is really such the key piece, as you mentioned, of this deck that really makes you want to give a throwback to, right, like the JJK and having Toto and just being able to swap something right from the energy line to the front line can put a lot of pressure on your opponent, because they need that card to stay on board. It's only a 2K, very easy to remove otherwise. So I'm really curious to see how many more decks in the future that we might get for Union Arena that kind of swap right from the energy line to the front line, because you know, if you don't find that Misato, it can be very difficult to get your deck online, do what you want to do, and get that value. Because right, some of the trade-offs that you have is with the raids, they're really great. You play them, they're impactful, you can attack right away. But if you don't have the Misato, some of these cards are just going to come in rested, be exhausted, be slower to play, and really make you feel like you're taking a step back and just not able to get the momentum going for that matchup. So now there is a lot of EVA in the room. Div and I had a chance to walk around, but you know, we also got to see like Green One Punch Man. I got to see some King action. So what are some other decks that you saw that were on the floor and really exciting to see?
One of the things I saw was Yellow Bleach. And
Bambi,
I know, Bambi. And then on the second round, also undefeated and going into the third round. So seeing a Yellow Bleach player all the way there, really, really, really interesting, right? Because Volume 2 did help it boost up. In my personal opinion, not enough boost, right? But it still really is a strong deck and can catch your opponents off guard. We also saw Toto, right? Yep. Toto is a fan favorite for a lot of people, my personal favorite, and you did mention how Toto can really disrupt the energy lines for key decks, right? And we did see Toto. So I'm really excited to see how these unorthodox decks really play off against those really tier 1 meta decks going into this final right now.
Yeah, and again, like Toto being, I think, just a key pick for this format, just because you know a lot of people are going to be playing Yellow Eva. You can still disrupt even Purple Eva and having the double energy on the back line. Toto is such a strong deck at giving the energy line disruption or just having a key character in your backline you're trying to protect. Even in the Red Kenshin, right? Getting the extra draw removal out from their backline is really important to disrupt their strategies. So, and then, of course, the Mechamaru, I got to give a shout out to just being able to destroy sites, which is still good against, like, the blue JJK, which I don't think I saw any back there this time, but you know what, that's fine. Blue JJK, Nanami can take a enjoyable rest, you know, from everything we saw in the previous formats, but a lot of action to look forward to. Very excited to see. Of course, we have 2 total rounds of Union Arena today to look forward to. The finals tomorrow, which will be best of 3, and again, anything can happen. Now, we know there is a lot of purple and yellow Evas. We've just been kind of repeating a couple different times here, but I'm really hoping we can see some of those other showcases really come to the feature match table and showcase what makes Union Arena so great. So, Div, any final thoughts here before we kind of get the match ready and hopefully our players are getting ready to get seated?
Honestly, I think like the best way for us to see today will be two great players really showcasing the decks they want to bring to this thing. Because if I was coming to the finals and if I'm in the player's mindset right now, I want to be bringing a deck where I'm just so consistent with it that I could play it in my sleep, right? Yep. So that's the level of competition we have going on right now. You could see when both of us saw in the start, before the tournament started, everyone counting their cards, making sure they do have the key pieces. I saw some players just blindly running lines against themselves just to make sure that they do have the specific lines ready. I think that today's games will really set the stage, like how LCQ yesterday set the stage for today for the finals tomorrow, which honestly, we're getting a best of 3 finals,
yes,
which is something that everyone wanted, and we finally are getting it. So thank you, Bandai, for listening to everyone. It's going to be amazing to see a best of 3 finals. But yes, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is just understanding that it's not just a regional, right? Like throughout the whole year, or this past year, I guess I should say, for the 25-26 season, you know, you go into regional, you take, okay, this is the deck that I want to play. This is, it's an open meta. We don't really know what to expect. Maybe you lean towards a new set coming out, taking the spotlight, but I feel like coming into this event, it was a pretty safe bet having so much Ava take up representation that you really could take a counter pick. So at least for me, I'm putting a lot of love and stock into Toto. I'd really love to see how far those players can get, because you knew coming in, any type of backline disruption, again, Red Kenshin also doing it to a degree, is going to be a very key strategy that you can rely on. So it becomes this very interesting like counter pick meta game of like, okay, here's the 3 decks that I would expect to face off and beat. And Toto is a very good pick into them for that disruption. Now, of course, there are a few things that you still need to go your way, where I got to give another shout out to the special Gaius Spear that draws you an extra card when you're also doing removal, and just having access to those type of cards in your deck can be so strong. But I'm really excited to see again what we're gonna have for the couple of matches coming up, and we'll see if we're gonna be getting our players seated here very shortly. I know that we're getting ready to start those up, but otherwise I know we might be throwing it to a short break here just before we can get the next matches ready up front. But other than that, you know, Steven and Jake, what else are we excited to see here, or what other predictions for the other card games we have going on?
Yeah, well, we were mentioning earlier how One Piece is kind of like in a really open format right now. It kind of feels like a jungle out there. Kind of things are rising up that maybe haven't been experienced in the OP13 format, and so it's kind of like up in the air as to what the best call was for this event. But like Div was saying, you can't go wrong with going with what you know the best, which I think a lot of these players here are going to choose to do.
And especially with EBO4 being combined into OP14, you see the introduction of these new cards like we saw in the last streamed round with Purple Yellow Rosinante. Yeah, I know my colors. Getting those EBO4 6-cost Rosinantes in Law were a huge impact within the game, and so there's a couple sneaky decks running around too that maybe a lot of people don't have a lot of testing against because it's such a wide open format that can really break through today.
And you were talking about how back row disruption is really important in your arena right now. If you can kind of like build a deck that can go for that, that could be a really powerful thing for you. We're seeing a lot of blue decks come up under the waters because they have some of the most powerful removal tools that this game needs right now in Gum Gum Red Rock.
Yeah, Gum Gum Red Rock, just a great card since OP04, and even some old faces, right, with UP Luffy playing Dracul Mihawks again, those 9 costs to be able to bottom deck, 7 costs or less, just so impactful right now. There's a lot of diversity and there's a lot of different strategies that you have to prepare for all of them, essentially.
Yeah, non-KO based removal is really powerful right now. If your deck can utilize that, that's a pretty good sell.
Yeah, so sounds like we have the versus information ready for our match, so we should have a graphic popping up here just shortly. And we are going to have Jason and Artie. So we are going to see the Bambi's player, actually. At 2-0, this is very, very exciting to see. And then, of course, the start of Purple Ava there on the right. So, Div, how do you feel about this matchup?
I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup because Bambi works around with her zombies, right? You know, you kill your pieces to play out more pieces. Your Giselle is the key piece of this deck, similar to how in Purple Eva, the Spear of Gaius is the key piece. So whoever sees the key pieces first can really dominate. The only thing is, I think Yellow Bambi might have a slight advantage because it plays out cards so fast just by killing your own pieces. So I'm really excited to kind of see, and I've never actually seen this matchup before. So it's going to be really, really interesting. But we are getting into the gameplay right now. We are setting up live. But overall, I think the Spear might have this game for my prediction. But I'm really hoping the Bambi player can take it away.
Yeah, this is definitely a matchup that I think we're not a lot of us were expecting, you know, coming into the event or just in general, because Bambi is just kind of taken a little bit of a backseat, maybe just in terms of what was, again, it's been a while since that set has been out, but it is still a surprisingly very explosive deck that can really come out of nowhere. And if you get the setup and if you get the revival effects off of Giselle and just get the attacks before the Eva deck can set up, I mean, that could be a very quick game that we're going to see from their side.
Yeah, we do see him start off with a little bit of a Giselle in the back just to get things started. We do play the Shinji draw one, trash one to start getting that milling going on. We do see him trash the Misato and just setting up the key pieces in the start. We are going to be playing another potential Shinji draw one, trash one, just trying to see your pieces because I don't think that there's a lot of double energies in his hand right now. So just starting to get those pieces. We do see him trash a final trigger.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, like getting the double energy online is so important. So for those at home who are maybe not as familiar with Union Arena, in your backline or the energy line, you are trying to produce enough energy to make sure you have somewhat the permission to play those cards. So in the top left of Giselle, on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll notice a 4, where on the Eva type 1, on the right-hand side, you'll see a 7. So you need to produce that many blips of energy in your energy line. So the early cards are going to have here in the bottom right that purple symbol. On the double energy cost, you'll see it produce 2, but that is what's going to allow you to play enough. So we do see an early promotion here from Jason's side, realizing that he is the aggressor. And, you know, the Bambi deck is a much lower energy cost style of deck, so you can have these early aggressive plays while still building up your backline quite easily. So we are going to see just the Mari go to the trash here, or the sideline, and, you know, just a single play here from Jason's side.
Yeah. No, I also noted that the Giselle player actually AP drew because I don't think he might have the cards that he can play next turn, but just trying to get some caster vision in there to make our predictions. But definitely, I think it's a good play going aggressive against Spear because honestly, turn 3, and there you go. He's already at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy for next turn, ready to pop off. I do see a Spear of Gaze, or sorry, Eva type 1 in his hand to raid, so we could be seeing that coming up, but I don't know if I would raid that early just because I haven't seen a lot of cards on the Giselle player's side, so we're gonna see what the Bambi player, or Jason here, is gonna be playing out. Jason does play the 0 cost on the field. Basically, when sideline, choose one character with 2,000 or less BP on opponent's front line and switch it to resting. We do see him use the final.
Yep, get a restand here. Very important turn. I mean, we know that this is kind of the setup turn for Jason, but he's able to pressure his opponent because Artie did not really get, he's setting up his energy line, but completely defense down here if we look at his front line. So if we can line this up into maybe an early raid, try to get ourselves a couple extra points of damage, that could be really strong.
Yeah, and he does play the side card, which, when played, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, reveal 1 Stone Ritter Affinity and add it to your hand. So he does take the Asnod with that. It does have the Activate main, which he cannot. Oh,
second final, we're going!
Wow.
This is a big turn for Jason.
And does play out the Giselle, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the key piece of this deck. It lets you, if you have combined total of 3 or more Bambi cards, you draw 2 cards and then trash 2 cards. So the main effect here is to trash the zombie pieces into your trash so you can use them to bring back those cards again to give certain effects on those cards. But we do see a swing here to get a Misato, trigger, draw, and we do see another swing here. And let's see, we do get another draw trigger.
So hey, draw cards is always nice, but very quickly we can see, as we talked about, Jason setting up that board and just having a good amount of attackers. So Artie on this next turn is really going to need to find a wall that he can set up, a quick promote, raid after that. Hopefully he has a spear in his hand. We can't see just yet, and, getting that extra removal. Looks like he does have the Wonder for a raid, but no target just yet. So couple line options here, but we're going to push something up because, again, we want 1 more double energy, if possible, on the back line so we can kind of go into our key raid with a type 1 to give us the impact, set up some removal, and then hopefully have the spear in our hand for the removal and draw a card and cycle things from there. So we'll see what he's able to establish for his board and how he wants to line up this turn. So we do see the raid combinations. We do see the 7 cost in his hand as well, but does he have another double energy to get there for the cost that he needs?
I also do see a Misato and Wonder combo. So could we possibly be seeing that as well? Gets you the force block, forces your opponent. It's basically a way of force removal, right? So
yeah, it's just good removal into this board would be really nice, getting a 4K attacker. So, and then of course, when sideline, going to give you some extra card advantage, which is really nice. But again, we want that double energy at the same time. So this is where it becomes interesting. I don't think he has a final in his hand. So we're still stuck with the, if we had the final, do double raid, all this stuff, great. It'd be wonderful. But we have to choose here, do we want the removal to try to dig another card deeper? So we are going to use the spear here. We do have the Shinji on board to give us the draw. We are going to cycle a card out of our hand. And again, just allowing us to find hopefully another double energy so we can smooth out our energy line. This is kind of the sequencing that we were talking about earlier that can be really difficult for these high cost decks, that if you don't have the perfect energy line, you really have to take a moment and take a step back and say, how do I want to streamline this to have the best chance on our next turn to go into our big payoff? So we are going to get the Evangelion Test Type 01 Sphere of Geist. That's the only time I'm going to say the full name here. And then it says, when played, draw a card, then play up to 1 purple character card with 1 AP cost and without raid from your hand set to active on your field. So this is really important because it does give us the options to kind of restore our energy line or just help set up into removal for our next turn. So it looks like we are just going to be aggressive here with a start.
What he also did was activate main, remove his smaller Shinji to play out the 5 cost Shinji to get almost bigger swings onto the board, which was pretty smart as well.
Yeah, and especially with the Bambi side, this is where it's like, hey, I need to, I got maybe 1 free block here if I really want to, but I need to make sure I have characters that can push damage on the following turn. And even if some of your smaller characters are getting blocked, sometimes just forcing a block and saying, hey, you have to block this and respect the attack, can line up the bigger attacks for following other characters that you want to be swinging with. So again, getting a final here out of life would be huge, or a special out of life would be huge. Final for the last one, of course, the only where that matters. And we've already seen 2 finals go down on Jason's side. So we can kind of bet on not seeing another final out of his life. So we are really just going to see, is there an active trigger from Jason's side? Is there going to be a special? Those are kind of the 2 big pieces that we might be looking for to kind of swing the favor back in Jason's side from this attack.
An active trigger here would really help, but this is, again, the last swing, so I think he is going to choose to take it. He does see a no trigger, so now Jason has used 2 finals last turn. This is going to be his turn. He needs to take care of that 7 cost Eva raid somehow, but already has shown him 2 nullify impacts on board. So the impact, if Jason can generate it, will not be as effective. But we see a very aggressive push forward with 4 cards into Jason's front line. We do see him fill up his back with the Asnod, and he does use his special to, or yes, he does use his special.
Yeah, should be the rest.
Yes,
in
the
this
fear.
mode and draw.
The fear, yes. It's the rest and draw, so it does kind of push the Eva type spare into a resting mode. We go into the swing. We do see another final.
Oh, jeez. All right, well, no finals for other players at this point, going down on a number of them. So we are, of course, going to see a couple blocks. As I mentioned, the BP is higher. However, thanks to that rest from the special from Jason's side, he's going to be able to put himself into a very strong position. But we do see a spear coming out of Artie's side, giving us that special. But now it's like, well, man, do I really want to kind of remove a key threat? Do I just remove the last attacker? So getting the free removal here will definitely be nice from his side, and just giving us, one less blocker from Jason's side to shove the life back and say, hey, now I'm going to come out swinging and push your life total down on the following turn.
Yeah. If he does remove the 0 cost in front, she does have a when sideline effect, give another character 2k. So it's really crucial who he uses the special on. Yes,
Yep.
that is a very good choice.
So good sequencing here from Jason. We do have a block from the last one, and just trying to set up, forcing some, bad blocks potentially on the next turn for Artie to see what he is going to streamline here. So again, we are back to 6 energy in Artie's back line. Of course, playing just anything in that last energy line spot is going to get us up to 7 to allow us to go back into another 7 cost raid if he has it. We still see the Wonder and Masato combo, and can't make out the last couple of cards in his hand. But look, even just a 4K force block is really good in this situation, right? Getting ourselves another attacker that we know our opponent's gonna have to block, it's as good as removal at that point. But we only have 3 attackers here, which is still gonna be, good enough in this situation. We still have the Shinji, which is going to have, if you have another card with 5 or more required energy on your field, goes up to 4K. So yes, the Spear of Gaia's Type 1 is kind of rested right now, but it does fulfill that requirement to make sure that we could line up this turn with 3 4K attackers if we really want to, but just going to be seeing the cycling here coming from Masato off the energy line. Just trying to look for more answers, right? If you have the opportunity, draw an extra card, see what you got. Of course, we can still use the 0-1's ability to sideline another card if we want to go into another higher up Shinji, or again, just play some other purple card out of your hand. So a great way to, keep the energy line the same in the back, or set up raid fodder for something else.
You do see him have a 3rd final in hand. I wouldn't think this would be the best point to use it, but if he does pull off the double raid here could be a critical point to probably use it. I do agree with you. I think using the force block here would be really, really crucial, but it's also on that point. If Jason does choose to force block with one of those 0 costs that bumps another one by 2k, is it really that impactful? But we do see the raid come off. And again, it is force block, so it's gonna make Jason decide, and it's probably gonna be a tough choice on who to sideline. And I honestly love Wonder. Search top 5, grab anything 5 cost or more, which means you can also grab your special.
Yep.
Right? We haven't seen most decks do that, right? So grabbing a special off of search, there's so many times when I've searched for cards and I can't grab the special after bottom deck them, but this way at least you get to grab your special, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, the consistency that Purple Ava offers is really just, showcasing its strength this weekend. And we haven't seen a lot of the tutoring kind of combos come together because, again, Wonder's going to have to get removed in this case first, but instead it's just going to be an attacker. So we're going to see, again, the interesting part about the Bambi deck is that you always have to be aware of what's in your opponent's sideline and what other options they have. So, it looks like we're just going to go for the search effect instead.
Wow, activate main to kill the force block to look for the cards. He does see an Asuka and the special, as we just talked about.
Right.
Really, really cool. He does get to play a 5 or more cost card for free, which I think he would play the Asuka to get the draw effect. But let's see what Artie does, because this is one of those pivotal points in the game where every move, every card played, every turn really matters.
Yeah, getting the opportunity, as you mentioned, just to see those cards, notably get the special, right?
Yes.
Draw another card off the Asuka. Just so much card draw consistency here from the purple deck. And again, I'm a little bit biased. This is why I love playing purple in Union Arena. There's just so many options for you to have the extra filtering, The color trigger can be really strong for setting up raid fodder on the next turn. There's just so much that you can be doing. It looks like another one of those 4K Shinjis going to the back line to put us back up to 7, or I guess 8 energy now in this case because it is a double energy. And let's just slam it. I mean, we got that 0-1 in our hand, man. Slam it down, give us the double impact for the turn.
Yep. We do have that. So I think the decision on Artie's side is whether I use the special or should I raid it. Because it really feels bad using the special on zero-cost cards. But oh, he does choose the special. Actually, that's very smart. You know, get that extra swing in.
Yep.
Right? Get that. It's wasted space. Now I have 4 swings, one of them having impact. Right? So I think it's a really good move from his part. A very strong showing from Artie with the Purple Eva deck. My feelings aside of how I feel about Purple Eva, this game clearly proving me wrong here. But come on, Jason, let's see what the yellow Bambi can do.
Well, I really like this too, right? Because we already showed our opponent the spear off the search, and we have the type 1 that says, hey, this is also impact. So no matter what, on the next turn, we are guaranteed a point of damage that our opponent is going to have to respect one way or another. So we are going to see the coming right out of life, and I believe it's
the color trigger.
Color trigger, yeah, that coming here. The alt arts always throw me off a little bit when it's not my main title. So we do see the Asuka getting rested, so that is going to save him effectively a life here, which honestly could be a big deal, getting to remain rested here for a turn. And an active trigger.
Wow. That is really, really good life.
All right, huge turn for Jason here.
Yep. We do see Artie at 2 life. We do see Jason have a lot of cards in his hand, but does he have a way to get impacts over? But again, will the impact really save him? Because we do see 2 nullify impacts on Artie's side, plus a 5K beast in the front line, standing guard as shield and armory for the entire board.
Yeah, having that 5K, as we mentioned, just be a wall is so important. And, you know, we might have another special to rest something else, but we still have the nullify impact. We still have 3Ks, which can block, you know, something on board. There's still a bit of a wall to get over, but if Jason can find a line that gets him, you know, those last 2 lives, this turn could be big, because if not, I mean, Artie is really throwing back a threatening board with just the 4K attackers having the special in hand, which, again, big thing here is the special is going to draw an extra card on top of that. So, you know, even if we sacrifice the Shinji on the front line, we have Asuka in the back line that's going to come forward and still be a very very strong attacker for us, getting through, as well as having the Wonder in hand. That is, you know, back there and getting us the forced block to remove something else. So even if we can secure the 2 life from Jason's side, we're going to put ourselves in a position where our opponent's going to have to block out and then not be able to push back a lot of damage on that following turn.
We do see Jason play out his turn. We see him play the Uryu from Volume 2. Basically has an activate main that basically bumps one of your cards, and we do see him play out his second Giselle, searching for his cards, plays the zombie Toshi back in the back line, and he's using the activate main of the Uryu, which basically says, we're trying to see.
Oh, and using the stage just to get a little bit more cycling. Oh, very nice to find another Giselle for the next turn here, which is really big.
Yeah, she is, yeah.
Of course, we're gonna have to discard off the stage, I believe, so just seeing what else he has available to get rid of there.
Yeah, my apologies. Basically, the Uryu says place 1 card from hand into your sideline, and you can choose one of the abilities, which is you can swap your front and energy line, or a character gains 1000 BP until the end of the turn. So basically, boosting the cards or swapping would be critical here, but Jason really trying to figure out a way out of this, a way to climb that wall, to basically make sure he has a way to either stay alive for 1 more turn or trying to finish this game.
Well, the rest is huge, right?
Yes,
I mean, like, just showing what's on board at this point, already trying to realize, you know, what sequencing does he want to take here, you know, trying to find if maybe there's an active trigger. We'll have to see how he wants to navigate this. Again, we do still have Nullify Impact, which has a value in case the Jason is going to find something with Impact. But at this point, you know, it really is just about going wide, try to get the extra attacks in, and seeing where you're going to value your blocks coming across the board.
Can I also just point out, I am so happy that this is such a close game. You wouldn't think these 2 decks would have such a close matchup, right? Really shows how much these players have practiced and harnessed the ability to choose what decks to bring, played those lines to really understand how each matchup feels.
Yeah, and here's a quick 50-50. I mean, we are swinging through. We're going to choose what life we want to take here.
Oh,
See, there might have been a question at the table here. We'll see if there's anything in the that we're hearing from the table. But otherwise, we're gonna see what are, it's all gonna come down to life. 2-2, as you mentioned, no one really expected to have this close of a game from the Bambi player, just seeing what was going on for a deck that, to be fair, did get a little bit of love and support from the special binder promo. That was exciting to see, and getting, more support to Bleach Volume 2. But we are gonna see the life, and big moment of truth, what's it going to be?
oh, it's
And
inactive.
it is inactive,
Oh,
which is going to stop that last attack
I'm sorry.
coming across.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right,
Sorry.
Artie barely escaping that
I know,
turn and
wow.
having exactly the right instance coming out of his life here. And now we go back to that situation that I mentioned, right? We have the impact, we have the
Yes,
special, we
yes.
have the wonder to get rid of another card. And it is going to be really hard for Jason to survive this turn at the same time, having enough to come back and attack with
I know.
once we're able to stabilize here. So again, we don't even need to draw. We have the spear for removal. We have the wonder to give us another extra body off the board. So we're gonna wait and see how he wants to streamline this turn of, figuring out which one he's going to prioritize for lining up a very aggressive finish here, potential finish to this game. Of course, a special trigger
Of course.
from Jason's side might be able to help him close things out.
Yes, we do see him use the the Misato effect, which is trash a Willy affiliated card to draw one. He's looking at potentially playing another Shinji in the back or a special.
Yeah, it looks like he drew another Masato, so not finding another special there, but because double special would have just
Yes.
been sick here. But just 2 AP points left here to decide if he wants to go into another Shinji. Trying to decide if he needs the extra energy, but I don't think we saw a raid in his hand, so we're safe on 6 for this turn. And then just trying to figure out, do we value the block more? Do we value the Asuka going, being a 5K, the extra 1K BP? Doesn't matter too much in this setup, right? The Bambi deck really is going to be sitting at 4K or less. So just getting the extra removal, but at 2 life, right, you are kind of forced to block as well. Take the first life, maybe you help see a special or an active here, but special into impact is going to be very, very strong line here from Artie's side of the board.
Yes. Also, just to point out, Jason played it really smart by playing the Giselle in the back, because next turn, even if Jason doesn't have any cards in the front line, he can use the Giselle's effect to bring out the Toshiro to give it impact. And if he has a way of resting the Eva 5K, he does have game. Right?
Yep.
So it is a very nail biter. Honestly, I'm on the edge of this couch, edge of this seat right now, literally wiggling my toes, anticipating how this game is going to end.
Yeah, we saw the spear there getting a pocket in that front line, seeing the Shinji just really digging here, seeing what his last card's going to be. So draw, discard off the spear, draw, discard off the Shinji, getting rid of another Shinji here to the sideline, and 1 AP left. I'm not sure. So we have the wonder. Oh, he did find
A spear, yes.
He did actually find another raid here.
Yep.
So he does potentially have the double impact to close this one out. Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong board from Artie here. Just giving you, again, 5K BP, even if you don't close out the game here, right? Having the guaranteed double 5K BP that forces Jason to say, okay, have another rest mode, man. I got two big bodies in the board that are going to block the way, but
He's
we're
choosing to swing.
just attacking.
Okay, it is an add-to-hand Bambi. Oh, draw trigger, sorry.
draw Bambi, yep.
Draw trigger, yes. We swing with
All right, we're gonna see, maybe like, I think you just flip over the last life saying, hey, is it a final? Right, we've already burned 2. Maybe we get an extra life that way to save ourselves, but it's going to all come down to what this last life is to see if we can find that 3rd or 4th final, because again, we've already seen 2 from Jason's side. Not the best chances of it being there, but it's not 0, and that's the most important part, Trying to decide what can I streamline to give me the most amount of pressure going into the next turn, and trying to find a line that we can be aggressive. Or do we just say, hey, all right, I'm gonna flip over this last life, it is what it is. But looks like we're gonna take one more block here.
Yeah, he does bump up that when that cards get sidelined, he does bump something up by 2K. So he does use the other one as well. So now the Toshi is at potentially 6K. Yes.
Yeah, if he stacked it across, right,
Yep.
we are going to get the bigger body here for the block on the, but it is a 5K, right? So it would be able to
Yes.
double buff up to 6K, depending on how he sequenced that. I didn't see any points.
Yeah,
we don't have the mics, so we're not sure how he sequenced them. We'll be getting those BP counters eventually. Whenever we announce those, it'd be really nice to see. But it looks like we are going for a full block out here because, as Div mentioned, Giselle can be kind of tricky of getting us some extra attackers, extra effects. But on an empty front line, we'll have to see what Jason can kind of string together here to hopefully push him back and get that last life out of Artie's side.
Yep. Artie has set up double nullify and a spear, 7 cost. So even if he somehow gets an impact, there are those nullify impacts to block out those effects. So let's see if Jason can cook something up. It is looking like a very, very uphill battle from here. But for getting down to 1 life each, really, really crucial of a game, really interesting matchup we got to witness here, cause honestly, I did not expect this to go out like this, but
yeah, especially for you. I mean, this is a matchup that, not a lot of people, I mean, honestly, I didn't test for this. Probably a lot of people did not test for this matchup in particular.
Nope.
But again, showing that early disruption of resting cards, getting the aggressive start, can really punish some of these high-costed decks and really slow things down. So be very curious to see, what line Jason's going to take to climb back from this position. But again, very difficult once you lose your full front line to really come back and get all those extra attack ends, especially for a deck like Zombies, like Giselle, that wants to have multiple cards on the board to string together to finally push the extra attacks. So very difficult, especially if we have the extra finals to give us extra APs. There's a lot that we could be doing that way of just extending out our plays here, but ultimately Jason is going to be doing his best to find a line here that can get multiple attacks in while also dealing with that 5K on top of everything else with the Type 01.
Yep. We do see him have a final in his hand. We do see him have a Giselle, possibly a special in his hand. So there is maybe something he can do there. We just have to witness, try to see what Jason can do. I do not envy Jason right now because this is a very key moment. Each card being played, each movement happening, each AP being tapped can be either him winning the game or Artie taking it all again in this matchup. But this is the kind of gameplay we will get to witness this entire weekend. We have top-level players coming from all over the region, battling it out for the first ever North American champion, right? I'm really excited. Obviously, we have a lot more games to go today. We do have the North American finals, best of 3 tomorrow, which honestly has got me really pumped, really excited. And this being the first ever game we show, couldn't have asked for a better run right here.
Yeah, that's great to see, something else. Again, our predictions going in. We definitely talked about seeing a lot of Ava. It's going to be popping up this weekend as we were walking around. Definitely a lot of purple, a lot of yellow, which I'm sure is going to make it on camera at some point as well. But, it is really nice to get to see some of, again, what a throwback this was. This was truly a treat for those that have been playing Union Area for a while. Getting a chance to see a Bleach deck take the spotlight again. And, to be fair, we saw a lot of Squad Zero, over the season, and still a very good deck. But not only seeing Bleach once again, on camera at the event, and also now being the Zombies deck of all things, it's definitely an interesting one for us to get to showcase and talk here through our match for a wonderful weekend of Union Arena matches.
We do see Jason playing out his turn, plays the Urio in the front line, trying to see what play he can make here. But I honestly, as someone who's played this deck, I am really trying to rack my head on what he could do right now to actually win the game.
And again, I think in that pass position, you really just have to take the life and hope for the best. Because you really need that extra attacker. That's really what, this might, even if he combos up a board, even if he had the last final in hand, is able to refill everything, unless we have that one extra attack or we have that one extra rest effect, we're just not going to have enough on our board to guarantee that last attack that we need to take the last life from Artie's side. So we're going to have to wait and see, again, what Jason's able to pull together. Again, threatening a rest here off of Giselle's effect can be really strong. But we do need to, again, still get enough attacks, 4 in total to clear through and make sure we're still taking that last life.
And just for folks watching at home or around the venue, just the way Giselle was switched with Uryu was by activating Uryu's effect, which is trash a card, which we did see Jason trash the Uryu in his sideline to basically swap the Giselle and bring her to the front line. Really cool card. That's why I love swap decks, because you can play around without disrupting energy. We do see him play out a 2-cost, basically mill the top 3 cards of your deck, trying to see if you do see the Bambi. Basically, Zombie Bambi is the card you clearly want to see at this point, just so that she can come back and get impact. But there is a certain line. I do see at least 2 Bambis in his sideline. Jason also has a final in his disposal. It's all about sequencing now. The sequencing will really make or break the game.
And again, with those double energies in the back line for his side, like Jason has plenty of energy to work with, at least from his side of it. So able to play out just anything that his deck wants to be doing, and we'll just have to see, what other effects, again, we talked about a raidless deck earlier, right? So, sometimes you see like a 2 of Asnod or something from the Volume 1 Bleach, which could have made an appearance in this list, but not seeing that here played out. But otherwise, just waiting to see what type of sequencing is going to allow us to rest unit, get through. Again, the double nullify impact, I think, is what really makes this so difficult from Artie's side. He very correctly, put his opponent on like, hey, you have the ways to get impact, and as long as I can keep double nullify impact for myself, I'm feeling pretty safe from this board state. Double nullify impact plus a 5,000 BP is a big wall for the zombie deck to get across. And again, something to consider is that when we have these yellow aggressive decks, right, they can really surprise you with the rest effects, or just be able to surprise your opponent out of nowhere with those attacks. So we are going to see that swap here from earlier that we had mentioned going into the Toshi, which is going to give us the rest effects. But again, okay, so it looks like we are going to find a line here that's going to give us enough of the resting and swing this back in Jason's favor.
Wow, really well played, really well played. Playing out the zombie Toshis to rest.
And that's it. Jason is going to find the line with the double rest to get there. And of course, we couldn't see the stacked up sideline to see how many triggers that we had there. But Jason beautifully executed that and getting ourselves a double rest line to find exactly what he needed to close out and make it a very surprising finish here for the zombie deck. So I know it took a little while to sequence it, figure out what we had access to, but very exciting to see Jason take it down here with the zombie deck.
Yeah, I know. Like, this is one of those decks that you do not kind of see break the meta, like disrupt the meta, kind of like face off against big meta cards and big meta decks, but Jason actually takes it. He found the line. He found the pieces he needed to actually take that game. And not to downplay Artie's gameplay. Artie played it really well with the nullify impacts, set up an impenetrable wall. But Jason had everything that it took for him to pierce that wall and get that final thing. I'm gonna move back because I was on the edge of my seat throughout the entire game. Because I am shaking. That was a really, really fun game to watch.
Yeah, it was awesome to kind of see how the Bambi deck was able to snowball so many cards in the sideline that led to Jason having the tools he needed to go for that big sequence that nobody here saw. I was like, Jason is operating on a level that I could dream of being at.
Yeah, so going over some of the replays here, right? Seeing that spear for the extra draw into the Type 1, getting itself the impact here, getting yourself the extra draw, and having a lot of pressure from Artie's side. Just being able to say, hey, I'm setting up a wall, you have to deal with our impact, and, just swinging through for that early damage. But I really did love the early promote from Jason's side, because you just saw how that match came down to exactly that 1 life. So that literal turn 2 early promotion is what led to Jason winning that game.
Yeah, well spotted, Cosmic, because that early pressure is what it took Jason to take it all, right? Like, because he saw the opportunity. I'm going to take quick 3 lives here, put you down to 4 life, and then I'm going to slowly chip away at you until I can and take this game away. But we do see a lot of spears coming out on Artie's side, but Jason played it really well by playing his sideline cards, bumping up his cards, playing the Uryu effect so well to swap out the Giselles. Very smart play by him, playing the Giselle in the back, so Artie couldn't do much to block out or get rid of the Giselle. And this was the final play where he did play out the second Giselle and comboed off double Toshi to do a double rest on Artie's board to swing into that final life and take it all. What a game.
Yeah.
What a game.
And again, setting that Giselle in the back line early is just something that we didn't, expect. Like, we knew that was a key piece. We knew it was going to come back, and just having the ability to loop another one, get the double rest, and what felt like an unkillable board, unswingable board, it was able to get that last life. Again, all the credit to that turn 2 promotion that a lot of players might not promote that early, and was able to get that one last life that they need on the following turn.
It was really critical. I do think the Bambi color trigger also helped in a way in that spot, right? The Bambi color trigger rested the spear for one whole turn, so kind of got Jason a little bit of leg room. Also, initially when I was watching the game, I did think that doing the double final in that turn 3 play was a little aggressive, but I think to keep up with the EVA pressure, I think it definitely paid off, right? So I think Bambi is still a force to be reckoned with. Maybe we get more Bleach cards, maybe we don't know anything yet, but maybe that could be another powerhouse in the upcoming months, who knows, right?
Yeah, again, I think the biggest thing here is just a deck that not a lot of players probably tested or expected coming into this meta in this format that I kind of was talking to right before the match, right? Talking about Toto, talking about some of these other decks that might interact with the format in a favorable way. And then sometimes you just need the good old aggressive decks that can, get the life down early before they have the chance to set up and do exactly what we just saw with the zombie deck from Jason's side. So again, 3-0 then, if I'm not mistaken, which is putting them in a very good position going into, getting hopefully to day 2, which would be really cool to see Zombies make a day 2 appearance, because if I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've seen a top 8 from Zombies yet. So if there was a time to do it in the season, this is the stage to do it on out of all of them. So really excited to see what's going to be coming up next. And again, we're going to have another round of Union Arena in a little bit. But, talk us through some of the other, matches you might expect to see, Div, or some of the other things you're hoping to see from this weekend.
So, I honestly, if we did see a Bambi, I would love to see a Green Saitama at this point.
Yeah.
Right? One Punch Man is a fan favorite. We do see the way One Punch works is like an OTK deck. You mill your cards, you set up your board, you try to survive the longest time, and then go for that one whole finish, right? Most players will basically take all 7 life and hope for a final, right? So One Punch would be cool. I would also like to see a yellow Eva, maybe. Maybe we'll see them tomorrow, but I would like to see a yellow Eva. If you thought Bambi was a very sequence-heavy deck,
oh god,
Yellow Eva is even more sequence-heavy, right? When to play out those nullify impacts, when to use the Misato effect, because if you do the get trigger on play at the wrong life, your next life could have been the card you needed to play on the field to survive that game, right? So really cool to see all of those. Yes, it is purple Eva dominant. Yes, it is yellow Eva dominant. But do I want Eva to win? Not at all. Do I want another deck to win, the underdog to win? Yes, and that's what we saw on stream, and that's why I'm so happy, because we clearly got to see that a good player, a good pilot of the deck can really, really defeat the strongest of opponents.
Great, so I got word that it looks like we might be expecting some One Piece next. And also, I love the giant card displays they have out here. So if you want to see the oversized cards and play a match of One Piece for those that are here in the venue, definitely check it out. There is a lot to love about the setup that they have here this year. Lots of different photo spots, lots of things celebrating all the amazing Bandai titles and card games out here this weekend. So very excited to see where things are at. But I believe we might have a schedule really quick here just to showcase what is up next. But I know that we're excited for One Piece, so I guess we'll throw it back to you guys. Tell us a little bit of what we're expecting.
Oh, well, we're very excited. Earlier, we got to showcase one of the rounds between Rosionante as well as Sabo. But coming up, we're going to be having One Piece card game round 4, where we will be the main feature between Jake and I. And I know we're looking forward to it. Also, after that will be the first Gundam round that we're going to be showcasing y'all for Bandai Card Game Fest this weekend, the other Union Arena round for today, and then a whole bunch more along.
It's going to be a lot of fun, especially with these One Piece games. We saw a little bit of rogue matchups, right? Some of the decks that a lot of people weren't really expecting. But when do we start seeing, those top 5s, those more meta calls? You talk about Bambi Zombies being the rogue deck, but being able to push through one of the best decks in format in the Ava, purple Ava. So going to be curious to see how our matchups continue as the tournament goes. And what decks pilot in the top tables.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a lot of opportunity for all the games, but in particular, One Piece, I think, has just such a wide range of decks that I know players have available to them. It's just a matter of what they choose to bring, what they chose to bring today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things. If you look at our caster predictions right now, there's a bit of the more meta side, right? I choose Emu. I really like Emu, even though the play rate is definitely down from where it was in OP13 because we are in such a diverse format. I think that the Emu players that continue to play this deck, especially how strong it is, right? Not only just being able to do that 10 cost loop of the 5 Elders to bring out your entire board of the 5 Elders onto the field every single turn, but the beginning stages of the game, those players that are able to pilot the beginning stages of the game to really set that up are just so good, and then UP Luffy being good as well.
And if you saw earlier, I, alongside Universe X, who's one of our Gundam casters weekend, have Ace as our top pick. I'm just going to admit something right here. I have an addiction to value, and any deck that can draw 3 cards in a single action, I'm going to usually gravitate towards that. So I really do love where that deck is placed right now, and I think it has an amazing removal suite. I mean, there are some games that are won by going Atmos, Jozu, Red Rock, and that's it, and it's so beautiful to watch.
Definitely Dracula Mihawk as well, a strong contender as we see in Digipanda and Universe X's picks, right? Such a good meta call, especially when you talk about the Oceania finals that we saw a couple weeks ago. Dracula Mihawk and Emu were the 2 most dominant decks within that tournament, so it's really going to be interesting as we continue on in this format as they're both top decks, how it kind of evolves, and we even see more. Div, kind of talk about, you got Ace up there too.
Yes, I did have an opportunity to pilot this deck at one of the locals, so I do think it's a very powerful deck, right? Like, as someone who plays other Bandai card games too, like, obviously my love for Union Arena knows no bounds, but when it comes to One Piece, I honestly really enjoyed playing this deck, but I did put Zoro out there.
I was going to say, I was going to commentate. Tell me about Zoro up here.
It might not be as strong as it is right now in this meta, but it had a really strong showing in OP13. I ran with it during locals, you know, swinging more than 3-4 times, just attaching those dawns, I think can be really powerful and kind of can leave your opponent a little astray of, oh, is he going to swing? Is he not going to swing? Who's he going to swing with? So I think Zoro, also, he's a fan favorite character of mine. So, you know, that's why I think Zoro, that's why I put Zoro deck here. And obviously, I love the underdog. So if a Zoro can come off at top today, I've made my prediction correctly.
I mean, if anyone's going to usurp Mihawk, I think it's going to be Zoro, right? Big shout out to Aspire, who's one of your other Gundam casters, going for Emu and Ace. Like we said, those are kind of the big decks that people are most threatened by, and that's why they're going to choose to maybe be at the top of tables. But here's that Ace that we're talking about. It's one of the key, most powerful leaders I've ever read in my life. Base 6K. That 3 life is kind of not that biggest deal in the world because we have a really powerful defensive ability, harkening back to the original Ace we saw in OP03, and with that extra ability that says Dawn X1. If you lose a character with base 6,000 power or more, or take life damage, you get to draw an additional card. That combos so beautifully with the PRBO2 Marco that on KO says draw 2 cards. That was that draw 3 value I was talking about. I love that very, very much.
Especially when you talk about a blocker that says on KO draw 2 cards and then a third off of leader effect.
Just let him attack.
You can get so much value, and this deck has so much potential for drawing cards, searching for those pieces, especially if you find the pieces of I Am Whitebeard. We talked about earlier in the stream how boss monsters are relevant. Being able to cheat out your 10-cost Edward Newgate a turn earlier is going to be so good. And actually, for Swiss round 4, it looks like Chris and David are going to be on the stream. It's going to be Jinbei versus Boa. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup, right? Boa, much more one of our meta picks, but I talked about earlier in the stream, Jinbei, kind of the premier aggro deck in the format. So it's going to be curious to see how that interaction goes within this match.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in this matchup because Boa famously likes it when you attack her because that unlocks all the powerful trigger effects that are naturally in this deck and can turn on your ability to draw cards. Famously, yellow decks, a common way to kind of beat them is by starving them out, attacking their board, and never actually giving them the opportunity to trigger out of life. But that's a game plan maybe Jinbei can't afford to take because you do want to leverage your really powerful early turn aggression as much as possible. So this will be really interesting to see.
Especially with a ton of 1-cost 3,000 base power characters that Jinbei has access to, and a leader effect that says, well, get 2 Rested Dawn and put it on a leader or character, unlocks a lot of that aggression that you talk about. And Boa, even though does have that high potential to be able to play a lot of characters from trigger and then use your leader effect to draw 1 card when you play a character on your opponent's turn. If a Jinbei goes fast enough, It doesn't matter how many characters that you play on field. Jinbei is a 5-life leader as well, and so with being a 5-life leader, you're going to be able to survive a little bit on the burn potential of Boa with that 9-cost Boa, right, with that leader effect as well if you try to battle board on those characters. And showing the Boa deck, you talk about Boa, the great cards in there are Boa and Boa.
Yeah, she's on everything, and so are her sisters for the Gorgon sisters. That's going to be the most powerful trigger that this deck hopes to manipulate and use as much as possible with cards like Hiyori and, of course, Granny Nistro. But the big finisher of the deck is going to be the 9-drop Boa Hancock. It kind of harkens back to the original 10-drop Linen that we saw all the way back in OP03, being able to gain a life for you and take away a life from the opponent. But because Boa is a 7 Warlords of the Sea type leader, you also have access to the Perfume Femur and basically can make this giant 10k base card up to, I think, 22,000 is the highest I ever saw one, become unblockable with your opponent at 0 life. I can't think of any deck that can survive that.
Especially with Gorgon Sisters, a lot of times that we see on Boa, there's a lot of jokes within the community. If Gorgon Sisters can be the first trigger to be able to play for free on the field, your win percentage against Boa diminishes exponentially. This card is so good, being able on that activate main, if you fulfill that condition of 3 Amazon Lily or Kucha Pyra cards, to reutilize a Dawn on every single character means that you can play on curve, but then go in and attach a ton of Dawn for a ton of extra power. And especially with Bo's leader effect of being able to make it really hard to control the board, a lot of what Jinbei is going to have to do is a lot of removal potential, right? We see 2 different builds of Jinbei, a lot of aggressive builds, but a lot of control-y style builds where you can bounce back characters back into the opponent's hand or put them to the bottom of the deck. And it's going to be really curious to see, as this is what a lot of people think of as a 50-50 matchup.
Yep, here we go. Round 4 of the Bandai Card Game Fest One Piece Nationals. We've got apparently David going first here, piling Boa. It's now his second turn of the game, going to 3 Dawn, and now is where some of the fun can begin. We have 4 life to 5 as Jinbei.
Not a great start, I feel like, if you're Chris and Jinbei, right? You want to play those 1-drops like Hachan, like Arlong, like Chu as well, to get those extra effects, and not being able to see them on turn 1 just puts you in such a tough position. So he's going to go ahead and be aggressive against Boa and swing 5,000 power at lead. Boa being that 4-life leader is going to 1k out.
Yep, I like David kind of prioritizing me. My life is a resource that I can utilize later once I have more characters in play to get value out of all of my leader's abilities. So not taking the life tool really makes a lot of sense to me. It is worth noting too that Boa does have the ability to kind of deal extra damage to Chris if Chris chooses to not attack the life instead and go after characters. So it's really important to kind of see. I think David might prioritize going for an aggressive route himself to kind of get Chris down as low as possible, so that way he can have access to Perfume Femur as a way to win the game.
Especially playing Watatsumi on the field, right? Typically a character with that condition that says that it can attack. Once you go ahead and use your leader effect as Jinbei, that Watatsumi is going to be able to be online, so you can maybe expect 3 different 5,000 power swings coming at Boa in the next turn. Starting off with this 4-cost Boa, going to be great to set up your top 3 cards for potentially a Kuma trigger later on the field that you could play on your 7 Dawn turn. But right now, we just got to see what we want to order, and it looks like he's putting it to the bottom.
Yeah, this is a really nice blast from the past that we saw in the original Dofi starter deck that will allow us to kind of advance that Dawn, get full access to our leader's abilities, and well, set up the life, like you were saying, for any potential recovery shenanigans. But we're going to go 7 at leader. Chris is going to choose to take that. Already going down to 3, and now with David, we have access to trashing another life with this blocker being KO potentially later in the turns. It's kind of funny to see Boa being the aggressive deck compared to Jinbei in this matchup.
Well, the thing about Jinbei is, especially against blue decks, you really have to worry about Charlotte Pudding, right? But is going to go ahead and play Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law on that activate main, if you put a body, or on the on play, I'm sorry, if you put a body back into the hand, which was that Trafalgar Law, you do get to remove a 4-cost or less on the field. So putting back that Boa now means that he can go ahead, be super aggressive in these blocks, and force a card out of David's hand every single swing. So the 5k swing on the Hachan after using, or after attaching the Dawn for that is going to get the counter, and now using leader effect, pitching the Pudding to put 2 on is going to be a 7k swing, and this Watatsumi is going to be live to attack.
I like how both blue players are like, yeah, Pudding's not going to matter in this matchup. We can get rid of it for now.
It's really interesting, especially because Jinbei, right, if you're worried about Pudding, well, just use your leader effect, trash a ton of cards, and reattach a ton of Dawn.
Yep, so here we see Chris debating here how he wants to go. He's going to go ahead and go in for the life here, and we're going to reveal no trigger, go straight to hand as David, and now we're going to swing 7 to the life with our leader. And it's a Gorgon Sisters trigger that's going to get a draw here for David using the leader ability. And now, like Jake was saying, that's a pretty early trigger for Gorgon Sisters. It can maybe lead to some pressure coming towards Chris.
It wasn't the first life, but you're definitely okay with taking the second, especially because with multiple swings coming in at the life on that turn, you want the pressure on board, you want that extra card draw with Boa's leader effect. So now it's going to be curious on what David decides to do. And we even see the Silver's Rayleigh in the hand right now. Silver's Rayleigh might be nice for a little bit of removal to try to control this board. If you can stop the gigantic train that is Jinbei, right, coming at you full steam ahead, it's much easier to manage this game plan.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, unless David tries to... We know we have the Trafalgar Law in hand, and the only real blocker that the Boa decks play is that forward drop one, so there's really no safe way for David to protect his life besides actually countering out. So there's probably a line for Chris just to start attacking with his leader every single turn and not care about playing characters or the triggers and just ignore the characters that are in play.
So looking like he's going to be tapping a set of Dawn. Looks like he is going to play that Rayleigh down on the field. Right, removing a 7,000 base power character or less, and so is going to get rid of that Watatsumi, right? That is a 5,000 power base, so is viable to attack as soon as you use your leader effect. It's the biggest body on the field, and if you want to go ahead and board control a little bit and swing at this Hachan, it's only a 3,000 base power character, so you might be able to get it, but is going to use that Gorgon Sisters to be able to reutilize the Dawn, and we're going to see the strength of Boa here now. Just getting so much extra power.
And for everyone at home, that was a Boa that we saw earlier get bounced. We have the Gloriosa, and I believe we saw another Gorgon Sisters, which is a 2K in this deck. So now Chris has a bit more information about how much actual counter power David has access to. We're going to have that swing of the Gorgon. Is it going at life, or is it going at the one drop?
Could see it going either way at this point, but it looks like was going on lead. It's going to be a 2K Koala that's utilized, and now the 6,000 power swing just clearing the Hachan.
That's a really heads-up play from David. He already got one card out of Chris by protecting his life. Let's get another one out of him by actually attacking the character after the fact. When your resources are low, it's a bit harder to justify protecting that character from that point forward.
So now at 8, Dawn, Jinbei's going to have to fill the board back up. Looks like has a Red Rock in hand. He's got Chew as well. I think I saw a Fisher Tiger earlier. Fisher Tiger, just a great card, but when you've got that big hand size, forces you to only have at most 5 cards in your hand at the end of turn.
And now Chris is in a really tough position. He kind of can't afford to, he has to attack the leader, essentially. Going for the characters here by KOing them is not going to be the best. He needs non-KO forms of removal if he wants to try to protect his life, but he also needs to save enough Dawn to aggress David in his gigantic hand, which normally Boa is not used to having.
So Chew on that on play, drawing 1 card is perfect for a brick, right? A card with no counter in your deck, and it just costs 1.
Yep.
Right, and as I mentioned earlier, a 3,000 power body synergizes so well with Jinbei's leader effect. Looks like he's resting 3 Dawn right now for another Watatsumi on the field. Watatsumi, a great character to be able to utilize right now, and I think using leader effect to trash some cards.
And just get the Dawn. Basically, anything that doesn't have counter right now is not going to be the most valuable. I do see him eyeing, I think, that Law discard that he used earlier. He can't really get any value from it on this exact turn. But it's going to be hard to say what the best discards are going to be because depending on what comes out of David's life, if you attack him, his turn could change very drastically.
And I think one thing that we're seeing that is not often talked about in the one-piece trading card game is pitching this Law specifically. We see he has 2 different Laws within the hand, but revealing the art that he had earlier would mean there's less information in the hand that David would utilize, but goes with a Red Rock instead, not opting to utilize it for a potential 9-drop Boa in the coming turns. That's a very interesting one right there, but now goes in with the 7,000 power swing, is going to be 2K, 1K to get out of that.
Yep, and there we see a second pudding coming out of David here, just worth noting for anyone out there. That's important to keep in mind that puddings are always around the corner. And there we see the Law coming down.
Not going to really use its effect, though. You can't remove anything on David's side of the field. Just have a body, right? Especially with the aggression, that you're going to need. You're going to want to hit as many times as possible, force out a ton of cards in hand. So Boa now moving into the 9 Dawn turn. Could go ahead and play the 9-drop Boa if they've got it in hand. We'll see what they decide to do. I don't think he has it, though, peeking at this hand.
Yeah, but like we mentioned earlier, David has so much access to aggression right here that he could just put Chris on a big tempo game of over the next 2 turns, regardless of having the 9-drop, just being able to wipe out his entire life.
So Gloriosa going to be able to switch one of his life, right? Maybe gives him another card in hand to be able to try to play on this field, but goes ahead, puts a card on the top of the life, and we see that Red Rock, that's going to be a huge deal because especially because Red Rock bottom decks on the trigger a 4 cost or less. That's perfect against the Jinbei deck. A lot of these small characters cannot stay on the field with that.
Something important to note about this matchup so far is that David is not really seeing any of his recovery cards that may be important for stymieing some of the aggression that Chris is going to need to close out this game in the next couple of turns here, because the amount of resources that David is piling onto this board might become insurmountable for Chris to combat.
And so that Boa we saw earlier that got bounced back down onto the field, and after you put those 3 cards to the top or bottom, give Arrested Dawn to your leader, is going to make Boa a 6,000 power leader on this offensive phase. Still add 2 life, you still got a little bit to work with. You've got 3 Dawn as active as well, and one card that we see in the hand from David is You'll Frighten Me. So You'll Frighten Me, when you fulfill that 2 life or less condition, can stop an active character from attacking in the turn. So it could be a huge swing turn. It could make Chris think that he has all the momentum going in on the offensive side, but then you bottom deck one character with Red Rock, you stun another one with You'll Frighten Me, and that's halting the train.
David's going shields up, but he's doing so in a way that Chris is not aware of, and so you're going to have Chris in this false sense of security that if he just tries to go all in and just use all the attacks he currently has to win the game, it's not going to actually work. So here we see the reveal of the Femur, and I believe it was another Gloriosa?
Yeah, Gloriosa, Shakuyaku, and also the Gorgon Sisters. Going to be really nice. We did not have to reveal that You'll Frighten Me event, which is going to be very, very good. And so getting that Rested Dawn everywhere on these different characters is going to make Gorgon Sisters a 6, Rayleigh a 7, right? And so it starts out with the 7,000 power swing, is going to go ahead and take it.
Okay, this is going to be a rough call here for Chris. He might just choose to take all this life thinking he's safe to go for game on the following turn, but we know better watching at home.
I like the 7,000 power swings from both Rayleigh and Gorgon Sisters, right? Commands 2 cards at least from the Jinbei. And we see 2 immediate takes, and now the 8,000 power swing. Maybe just banking on Chris not having a lot of counter, it already goes to 0.
Here we go. Chris is now no longer afraid of attacking characters, but I don't think that's his game plan at all. I think he thinks he is perfectly safe to start going in, but that 1 Dawn up for David has to be on Chris's radar. He needs to take it into account, otherwise he might make a grave error, especially given that we have a stacked stacked life for David.
Now, just because he has 1 Dawn open doesn't mean that it's the You'll Frighten Me, right? A lot of Boa players playing Slave Arrow back from OP07, a 1 Dawn event, counter event that brings back a card onto from the field into your hand, most often a card with counter to be able to utilize on the defensive side. So that's got to be another line as well. If you're Chris right now thinking about it, looks like he's spreading out 5 and 5. He's got 2 over there. Might just try to hope that he doesn't have counter in hand. He's got to hit 3 times.
I mean, Chris knows 75% of David's hand has counter power, essentially. The only one that he knows for sure does not is the Perfume Femur.
So definitely a tricky spot, especially once we reveal that Red Rock on the top of the life, right? That's already a problem, but now we get a bigger problem with You'll Frighten Me.
And there is a world where if Chris does get David down to 0 at any point during this turn and maybe answers the blocker Boa, we can just dump our entire hand with Jinbei and go all my down on my last character, swing for game. And here we see
Arlong. Yeah. So Arlong going to be going in that search, try to find a piece. We see that 8-cost Jinbei, that OP14 SR, just a little bit too late, but goes with the Koala instead. Koala is a great 2K to be able to utilize for extra power on the defensive side or on the offensive side.
Right.
If you trash that character, and especially because it costs 2, it's perfect for your leader effect to be able to use that leader effect, pitch a card from hand, and reuse that 2 Dawn, attach it anywhere.
So right now, Chris is doing something that a lot of one-place players does, which is he's sequencing the cards he's playing versus the cards that he's trying to attack with. Here we see the Law coming down, bouncing back his Arlong to bounce back that Boa, but Hancock some more non-KO removal. We love to see it, and it's setting Chris up to have the attacks he needs. We have 4 attacks, 2 life, 3 attacks need to go through in order to win this game here. We see this card here for Jinbei's effect of the Perfume Femur to give to our 1-drop here to make it a 5K hittable attack, but we might need a bit more here to actually threaten David to be forced to take it, but as we know, David might just take it anyway.
It's one of those things, too, that I think Chris is trying to go for no free blocks at this point, right? putting the pressure on constantly removing that boa makes it so if he tries to go low with 5K swings or of the sort, it's if he gets rid of those bodies, he now can't free block or maybe block and counter out 1K, right? Especially on this 6,000 power swing.
It frees him up to make more impactful decisions without needing to worry about that blocker. But here we go. David might just be choosing to take this because he knows he has that red rock, but if it's an easy enough attack that one card can stop it, we may as well. But there we see the You'll Frighten Me saying that 3-drop, what was it called again?
Wadatsumi.
Wadatsumi. I was going to say Wadabashi. That's not correct at all. Wadatsumi is now not able to attack. So now we only have 2 attacks left, and if we can just counter out of this, there's no need to really trigger Red Rock anymore.
And especially off the Gorgon Sisters, we revealed the Shakuyaku 2K, so just getting out of that turn, now Chris maybe is going to have to take a more defensive position, plays back down that Arlong to try to find maybe a little bit more counter or anything of the sort. See a couple different options. I think there's a Aladine, I believe is how you say his name. We're going to put that into hand, a nice card to be able to cheat out other characters in the game, but not going to be able to use it on this turn because we only have 3 Dawn left. Is going to go for another 1-drop, it looks like.
No worries, just a little shaky there. Those beautiful Fishman sleeves have been known to be slippery when wet, so hopefully...
Especially if you just got them at the store here, the retail store here. You know, those beautiful, beautiful sleeves. I know every time I start out with brand new sleeves, they're always super slick on the field.
All right, so Chris is making sure that everything is copacetic after that little stumble right there. We're going to go ahead and play out another 1-drop here.
It's like Chu just trying to get all the non-counter in the hand with that on-play effect of drawing 1, right? Just good to get out. Looks like there's another Arlong in the hand off that draw, so we may just see another search, right? You get another brick out of the hand. You can find maybe a little bit of counter.
Just keep digging, just keep digging. It might be there.
The cool thing about this situation, though, for Chris, is that there's no gigantic threats. Right? Everything is going to be either 6,000 power base or 5,000 power base on David's side if he tries to go like an all-in. He doesn't have any big boss monsters on the field to really just big in a 19,000 power swing or anything like that. So is going to go ahead and use that Trafalgar Law to swing at the Gorgon Sisters. Even though Boa has a Dawn attached to her, right? There's no life on Chris's side, so if he KOs a Akuja Pirates character like the Gorgon Sisters, not going to have to take a life or anything of the sort, so board control going to be big. Is going to go with the Arlong playing over the Trafalgar Law, right? Especially because Jinbei's leader effect only works for Fishman-type characters and leaders.
That's right. And here we see another Wadatsumi being added to the hand here, and we're going to start using some Jinbei, start discarding some cards. It's going to be at least 1 here to give 2 to the leader, and we're going to swing 7 into that Rayleigh here. It's going to be gone. I think David's just going to go full commit on the leader and say, can you counter out of it?
Exactly, especially with only a Gloriosa on the field, a 0 power character. If Chris can survive this turn and get out of the lethal swing, he's got a lot of bodies to be able to utilize and a lot of cards in hand potentially that he can pitch. So definitely going to be an interesting one. We'll see if he tries to go all in. Draws 1, the Kuma that we knew was at the top of the deck. If you decide to utilize the Kuma, right, to heal 1 life, you do have to pitch 1. And can you still survive? You do know the order of the next 2 cards, so you would be aware of what goes into the life. And especially if it's a trigger body, you'll be able to put a body on the field, you'll draw 1 card, and then maybe get an additional effect, maybe like a Shakuyaku, draw 2, trash 2 to filter out the hand, to find even more counter, things like that. But this is definitely a tricky spot right now.
I guess David's debating, okay, you're probably making this play assuming you have enough counter to stop a gigantic leader swing. If that's the case, can I afford to just maybe replay that 4-drop Boa that we saw earlier? We did top deck a Kuma as David, so there is a line here to recover even deeper. We know we have that Red Rock eventually that Chris is still unaware of, that could still stymie another turn that Chris has for going for game. So does David necessarily have to go for the big leader swing? I'm not sure. I don't think he necessarily has to, but how much counter could Chris realistically have in a 7-card hand?
It's definitely scary, especially when we saw so many Arlongs played, right, to get those searches. Arlongs and things. And there's the 15,000 power, so there's 2 for 7. We got 9.
11.
Oh, my
13,
goodness.
14, 15? Is that 15 exact? Oh, and there it is. David wins. That was 15 exactly.
I believe it was 15 on the math there, especially because Aladine is a bunch of 1Ks, right, only having a couple 2Ks in the hand, kind of showing the Red Rock there. Definitely a crazy, crazy game, back and forth. And we talked about how the removal is so big, right, for the Jinbei deck to be able to get those characters off the field like the 4-cost Boa to buy him a little bit of time, no free blocks and stuff like that. But especially with Boa being able to consistently play out characters, and it wasn't always Trigger, right? There was only the one Gorgon Sisters.
That's right.
But that Gorgon Sister just made it super impactful in the game.
And we saw David very early on prioritize, I'm going face. Face is the place. I don't care about your little guys. I'm going to get you down to 0 as quick as possible, so my themers and my ways for going for game are live. And there's probably an argument that on that turn, when Chris was choosing to take all of his life very aggressively, he was probably digging for that OP14 Jinbei to help him going for game on the previous turn. But it ended up biting him that he took that much life that quickly.
Especially with that OP14 Jinbei that we saw, that 8-cost has the ability to get rush as well as draw some cards. So that's an extra swing for in case they had that You'll Frighten Me that we saw in there. Maybe like a Red Rock trigger or something like that from the Gloriosa, manipulation of the life there. So definitely a really cool game. Not one that we see too often and very exciting.
Yeah, but it was really nice to see kind of the main selling point of Boa here on deck is if you're attacked, you can get a lot of value out of that. If you're not attacked, that means you're not being attacked. Cool, I have time to attack you. It's a really powerful deck that is really tough to play against, and I think it's one of the shining decks that came out of OP14 as a big challenger to the big ones that we experienced in OP13 in Emu and Ace. But yeah, it was nice to see Jinbei, a deck that we were talking about earlier as the premier aggressive deck of the format. It kind of reminds me a lot of the Silver's Rayleigh deck we experienced a few formats ago at being very low to the ground, but those cards being low to the ground become more powerful thanks to your leader's ability.
Definitely very fun, and we see the board clear from Boa as well, minimizing the amount of attacks. And one thing that I think was very key for David in this game is that Chris had to play 2 Watatsumis, right? That's 2 valuable 2Ks on the field. It wasn't that we were playing other bodies, Fisher Tiger never made an appearance.
Right.
Things of that nature, so.
One counter off from surviving at the very end there. Really incredible to see. And here's that aggressive take of the life that we saw Chris do that I don't think he necessarily had to do and could have maybe helped out given how controlly he was on the following turn. As we're seeing here, getting rid of all those pesky bodies that could have swung in. David's like, I don't need these, I have my leader. They can go away.
I think especially with the searching and things like that, you have to make a call as David, right? There's a chance that you could go in for game and be able to get it, but with all the filtering and all the card draw that we saw with the Arlongs and things of that nature, the Chews drawing an extra card, does he actually have a ton of counter? He's been setting up his hand the entire game. It kind of makes a confidence, and you put it on your opponent essentially to make the mistake.
Yeah, I've always heard a lot of players like talking about how they're playing against Boa. They always say, oh, Boa better have it. So it's really kind of poetic that in this case scenario, he was like, 7 cards, you better have it, 15, and he didn't.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that, we asked for it, Ben and I, and we saw it, the more aggressive deck that you see in One Piece right now, and still that it took a bit of a grind fest to go up against a more control-y strategy like Boa, where you get to really build up a wall, and that's your game plan, is I want to not get hit.
Yep, and by the way, for everyone watching at home, just like Boa, we got some trigger checks, and Ryan and Ben showed up back us to join us here on the couch. It's good to have them. How was the tournament been going for you guys? Have you heard any fun happenings about the Digimon events?
It's definitely been wild. Like we would talk about before, only the best of the best players are currently playing right now. It's the national event, and a lot of killers, I'm telling you, are at the 1-1 stage, or 2-1 stage. So it's you lose one round and it's horrifying. And if you don't lose any rounds, then you're playing against other people who are doing pretty hot that day too. So there's no safe place to be.
A lot of players that we typically know as those undefeateds or really well-known players are already 1-1.
Wow, that run back bracket, as I like to call it, the X1 bracket, sounds like a pretty tough place to be in. But that's expected in a tournament of this high caliber.
Oh yeah, and of course, right now, we're about to head into round 4. That's where dreams are really make or break, because a lot of the time when you're going into that top 16 cut, that X2 record of maximum 2 losses is sometimes enough to get you all the way across. That said, if you're going into round 3, or going into round 4 rather, you have 2 losses behind you. This is where dreams are made or broken.
Right.
Every round from this point onward, there's going to be dreams that are made and broken, and it's just going to get more exponentially
harder.
Difficult as a player, as well as just for it to weigh on your mind as you keep going through the bracket. Because, if you end up, taking a couple losses early, every single round being make or break, that weighs you down in a way that makes it much more difficult to play than if you find yourself, 4-0 after the 4th round, and you say, okay, well, I could lose 2, but I would prefer not to. It becomes a little more difficult.
I've always described going to big events like this as not difficult but exhausting, like, playing one game, playing one round, doing this one action, not the biggest deal. It's doing it over and over and over again, over maybe 24, 36 hours for some people playing in the LCQs yesterday that are not playing today. That will be a drain on you, and the people that rise to the top are usually people that can handle it and thrive despite it.
Oh yeah, I love the way that you described it as it's an exhausting experience. It's not a sprint, it is a marathon for these players, and I know after a long day of card games, it does get a little bit tiring. I think we might even need a break after all this. I know y'all have been here up at the stage for quite a while, so we might be cutting to a break here pretty soon so that we can get prepped for following games.
Hey everyone, it's UniX, and I am here live at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Las Vegas, over here at the Gundam Assemble booth. And we are here with a gentleman who has just gone through the demo for this soon-to-be released game. And I actually just like to get his opinion on how fun it was, how interactive it was, and whatnot. So why don't you introduce yourself for us?
Hi, I'm Eric Swinson. I'm a professional miniature painter. I've worked in the miniature games and hobby space for about 10 years now.
Excellent, excellent. And how did you like this demo? Your first impressions, really?
First impressions were honestly really good. I like the rules are simple, but seem like there's some strategic depth to them, especially with the way the cards and possible future team building will work. So the gameplay's really quick, but it seems like a great game that could go from your kitchen table, tabletop kind of game to like an actual, tournament style strategic game.
All right, so that's excellent. So we love a game that can be easy to pick up, but has a lot of depth so that people can really enjoy the game from all ranges of competitive casual play. That is excellent, excellent, excellent. So you excited for this release though?
Yeah, I'm super excited both for the miniatures and the game.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Guys, there's going to be a lot more information coming about this game soon, so stay tuned for panels, stay tuned for posts on social media, and we will get back to you. Make sure you're enjoying all the coverage we have of the Bandai Card Games Fest 25 through 26 in Las Vegas. See you later. So, later just happens to be now. Welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest 25 through 26 in Las Vegas. And we are back with another stunning round of the Digimon card game. Now, I just had to skedaddle all the way back over here, so we're going to pass it off to the host. Because, yeah.
Hey, so I am Neighbor again, joined by Ben Digipanda.
Yeah, we're here.
We're here. We're going to talk about Digimon. We're very excited. And, of course, Aspira is here with us as well. It's never lonely here at the caster table where we get to talk about card games. We all love card games. We are specialized into different ones, but we're here to enjoy some Bandai card games. And as you mentioned, Digimon is the next one up on the block.
You'll notice that we've been rotating with magical chairs for like the last couple of rounds here. Seeing us, some of us in, some of us out. Digimon's got an exciting matchup coming up, actually. Dave, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, just a little bit of a spoiler before we get into it, but I've heard whispers that it might be some less anticipated matchups. Jessmon, who's kind of a sleeper pick, up against a fan favorite of Diaboromon. Now, if you're not a big guy in the card game space, but you remember, I was growing up, I watched Digimon, I remember the first movie, you know Diaboromon, and he's the cool big bad villain. He's doing exactly what you think he's doing.
And before we came back, actually, we were talking to Uniax and Aspira about it as well, and they were also kind of hyped about it because they both started playing like in the first couple of sets. It was really exciting to see Omnimon and Diaboromon and BT1 and BT2 make their appearances, have very flavorful effects.
Well, that's the thing, is that flavor, and it's nice to see how, even with the evolution of the game so far forward, that even if you've ever dabbled into the game or you know about the lore of the characters, that kind of sells itself and goes through. Diaboromon duplicated itself in the movie, like you were saying. So the fact that even later into, in the 20s and soon we're going to be in the 30s of the different sets, we're still seeing those type of effects. Or if I was an earlier player, some of that is still reflected in the way that it is played in the future. So here with the Diaboromon, you got the tokens and everything around that. And even against any opposing decks that we'll be seeing as well. Very reflective of the different types of decks we've seen before. I think something that's really nice about the range of Bandai games is I think everyone explores a little bit, which is nice. At some point I think I could talk to any Digimon player and they've played a different breadth of games, whereas even when we focus on different games right now, we're still, we have played Digimon, we still kind of keep tone with what's happening there. So the fact that at any point in time I can jump back in and be like, oh, this is familiar, is always a great spot to be.
And I think when it comes to the games, I have to reiterate, flavor is everything, and no company does it like Bandai. You always have the ability to look at these characters that you've fallen in love with and see them operate in these card games the same way you expect them to operate, whether it be, like you said, Diaboromon making all of his clones and duplicates, or even Jessmon with his lore-accurate relation with, Sistermon and the way, Savior Huckmon and whatnot digivolves up to that Royal Knight status. It's peak, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready to see it play out.
Yeah, and like you said, flavorfully, it's the same thing. Jessmon, the modern deck, is very reliant on Sistermons to make the combos happen, as well as the fact that, Jessmon and Gankumon were best friends Royal Knights, master and disciple situation. Gankumon is also in the deck represented with Jessamon. So it's not just a situation, back in the day we had, oh, I've got my red deck, it's got Jessamon in it.
Yeah.
Genkumon is typically a black Digimon. They don't really mix too well, but now we get, 24 sets down the line, and they get to play together, and it doesn't break anything. So it's really cool to see them finally in the same deck together, really pushing towards the same goal.
For older players who started in BT6 who were using Jessamon for the first time, that's where they had the experience of, dealing with, we have all these red cards, but now we're also splashing in all the sister mons. And now we've kind of seen the progression of it now to the point where it's very more tribalized and archetype themed, that it all works and meshes together.
Yeah, the Master to Disciple card is one that was very ahead of its time. We got that one before we even had trainings, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
So that was one that ran by really quick. But I think there may be a little bit of a switcheroo that I've heard. We've got Gundam coming up, actually, a little bit before the Digimon. So Digimon fans might have to hold their horses. We haven't seen any Gundam all day, if I'm not mistaken. We need to get some. We need to get some pilots in those mechs.
Engage.
To get some game going.
We do love our mobile suits over here, especially as we go into this tournament, which will be the first official tournament of the GDO3 format. So to break down the rules in the format, this will be a best of one 30-minute match with an extra time of 5 minutes or 3 extra turns. And then, of course, there's the amazing pricing of the playmats, the sleeves, the event packs. All participants of this tournament got to walk away with an Amuro, which looked absolutely fantastic.
Oh
And, of course, what we're all here for, this is a finals, and that'll give the top players at the end of day 2 tomorrow the opportunity to participate and represent North America in the World Championship. And here we see the top 16 prizes, and I gotta say, these top cut prizes are absolutely gorgeous.
They are amazing. And I have to say that just in terms of the feel, I remember like it was yesterday, the announcement trailer for this game, and them announcing there would be a world stage on the, off the rip, just off the bat. And we are here right before that. We're seeing these prizes. We're here at the competition, and we're about to see who gets to, like you said, represent North America moving into the next year, and that's great. Now, this prize right here is the original, RX-78-2, and I can't imagine a better flex in one's deck. It's not only just one of the best pilot unit combinations in the game, but this is some of the best artwork, bar none, in the game. In my humble opinion.
Yeah.
I am a 0079 stan, but that look, this is a gorgeous trophy card.
Yep, it's absolutely gorgeous. And then we do love the little touches of the bronze, silver, and the golds. We see that across all the different games, and here represented with the trimmings of the card. And, that's just what we're seeing in digital. We all know at this point in time that Bandai cards just magnitudes prettier and in their luxury when you see them in person. So those plays are going to be fantastic. And of course, for everyone who's walking away with these trophy cards going to be able to qualify themselves into the World Championship will be absolutely fantastic. Especially as we jump into, I was saying previously, this new format, right? A lot of opportunity here to be able to see and flex. Can you evaluate the new cards? Can you try and make a judgment call on what support is being brought in, what new stuff is being brought in? And I'd actually be interested to hear you guys' takes on, as you jump into the new format, how do you try to tackle it? Do you just take what worked in the previous format, which naturally has its own way to just still be good and add the additional support? Or do we try to break the format and try to see the edges on, I can test better than other players, I can try to see the edges in the new stuff and see if I can break the old stuff?
Yeah, it's always hard to make that decision as a player, because I feel like in some formats it really leans one way or the other what the correct thing ends up being. I love to pet deck certain ones, so every time a new set comes out, I like to add my support and see how it takes me. Sometimes the newest stuff is the cool, shiny new toy syndrome. I want to play with the new cards anyway. And with that said, we've got the new toys. I know brand new format. What were your predictions on who you think is going to end up winning this event? Because that was a pretty solid trophy. I want to see who wins that Grandpa Gundam.
Yeah, I am a big believer of kind of the old guard here, which is represented in my picks. In the first slot here, we have the O, which represents the new boss monster for what generally are the blue-white control decks, which is a deck that we've seen all the way since beta. And typically, you're running the same white blocker core with a new Jupiter's top end that allows you to be able to board control and close out the game even better. Whereas alternatively, on the other side, Green-White Wing, I think, is no surprise to anyone at this point. I think it's still an incredibly powerful deck, some of the strongest boss monsters in the game. So on my side of the predictions, I think I'm leaning very much into what was good before, is still incredibly strong now, and I think is going to do an amazing showing here. Whereas I think, Uni, you're kind of going on some of the new stuff.
Look. I have a solid pick, and I have a rogue pick. I had to split it down the middle. When it comes to Iron-Blooded Orphans, blue has always been the solid color to splash between your Show of Resolves for extra draw power to replenish your hand, between Amuro and Gundam, which is still a driving force in the competitive landscape. But even though purple came out in set 2 and had a pretty solid base, it is reaching a critical mass in this set with cards like Gundam Barbatos Adept, which allows you to enable your ping on your own cards, as well as putting damage on your opponent's cards. Barbatos Lupus Rex offering a equalizing top deck or top end to your gameplay, and it's all just reached a peak of what this deck can do. It's archetypal, but it's also very good generic cards. There's ping in both blue and purple, and I think it's just a solid deck that can be aggressive, that can play a more mid-range game, that can even have a pretty good late game as well. And then the other one, the rogue pick, is indeed Clam. That is my little pet deck, but at the same time, it's got an amazing amount of synergy between checking the top card of your deck, between being able to pick up those cards with effects and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the mixture of. It's kind of funny that with like the blue-purple deck, you know, Adept is just, I believe it's a rare, right? But it's great to see that it just sometimes a couple of those glue cards are all you really need to bring it together. Here as we see Steven and Div's predictions here. So Wing Gundam here to represent Green-White Wing, no surprise there. Freedom Gundam has been central to a lot of blue-white control decks. There's a lot of different ways to be able to build out these control decks. Oftentimes you're using the same white core. Some people like to go more into that seed kind of position, whereas others like to go more into your blue top ends, which I think what we're seeing here with Div as well.
Exactly, and when it comes to Div, he does have the O there. It is a very, very, very powerful, just like game state that can just accumulate when enough bodies get on board to trigger the O's kind of general-like effect. And then he also had Char's Gelgoog, which is pretty strong. One Year War has been a staple for this. But diving into the Jupiter's Titans deck, it is an offshoot of Titans. Jupiter's is like a cell within it, but you really do have a deck that likes to control the board via having its general, the O, come down, enabling any body with repair to be able to rest different units on your opponent's board. So you play a little defensively until you amass the Jupiter's Titan cards on your board. The O comes down and you take control, resting blockers, resting units that you want to attack over, having repair to replenish your HP, and really just making an indomitable push into the mid to late game. So
we were seeing for the longest time how there's a lot of different ways to be able to build out these control decks. We've seen people stick to the white and kind of go into seed by building freedoms and justices and stuff like that. But there's a lot of different variations on the blue top end. We saw Unicorn be very popular in the first set. We've seen people go with Epion in set 2. And what would you say, like, for set 3, we're seeing Theo, we're seeing a lot of this Jupiter stuff. Kind of what is the selling point for this Jupiter's top end that makes it more appealing than other top ends?
So a lot of these other top ends required you to run quite the big core. As much as a Unicorn fan as I am, you do need to run 2 to 3 of the Unicorn Destroy mode. You need to run a couple of the medium, like the just the Unicorn mode, Unicorn bodies, or you just sacrifice the speed of getting out that combo by only playing the top end, of course. So you're looking at anywhere between 7 and 9 cards out of your already 50 card slot. But when it comes to a deck like the O, you just need to run the O and the pilot, Paptimus, and then you get to run over and just build your deck around that. So anytime you can condense your core, you have more room for tech, you have more room for flexibility, you have more room for good staples. And so I do think that that is a shining part of having a card like the O come out. You can just build the deck with just the good cards, no filler, no pieces that you can draw out of sequence, and that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Here as we see the players start to get lined up here. So we have the confirmation here of the Barbados and the Justice on one side. So we'll see here how the players, and you know, there's multiple ways to start to think about it. You know, what is the mentality here for the blue-purple player as the aggressive player to try to break through if the white player ends up getting too many defenses, right? Like, what is going to be the way to be able to break through that?
So this is potentially going to be hard because there's a lot of ping-based decks, blue-red and white-red, but white-red has the ability to lead with blockers until it gets stabilized. And just showing the graphic for Justice gives us an insight to what the other color is, being that Atherin is a red pilot. So it's like Chris is going to have their work cut out for them because they need to be aggressive, but a lot of these cards are going to be coming out with 3 to 4 HP stat lines, which can be a little frustrating to ping down to 0. And then if the game goes on too long, you're going to have these massive cards like Justice Gundam come down and really gum up the board. On top of that, being red, you have a slew of good cards to remove these low HP bodies, such as close combat, such as improved technique, such as battle of aces. Even all range attacks can be teched in if that's the speed you want to play at. So it's going to be rough for Chris to navigate his own HP damaging effects to get his effects off, while not just making all of his stuff within range for Justin's command card. So.
Yeah, and here we do see that we're going into our second turn here. And the decision between going first and second is always interesting. You know, I see aggro decks sometimes saying that they want to go first, but naturally having the EX resource gives you the ability to be able to do things like play your Elfrith out a turn earlier, being able to play your Rick Diaz's here. We see the Elfrith 2-4, massive stat line, something that can be a little bit chonky and tough for this deck to be able to deal with. So right now, the question on the BP side will just be how much of the board can we establish, and then where can we position ourselves to break through? So here we do see that beefy 4-3 stat line being something that will be very useful in as far as making the block a little uncomfortable. If Justin here can't line up a 3 AP, but does look like we just pass here. So not establishing anything else additional on board. So the additional swing here can actually make it very uncomfortable. You know, there might be something in the lens of like an unforeseen here that could maybe not make it a trade, but it's not a phenomenal position to be in. See how defensive we are here. And we do see the Fatal Strike opening through here. So swing to crack the EX base potentially, but no, it does look like we've got the 3 damage. That's what we held for here. So it looks like we're on white-red. And then we're going to get the 2 damage here. So open board, but here looks like on Justin's side, we are going to be playing a control build, which makes a lot of sense. You are going to see, unlike what we were seeing on the Jupiter side of things, when we were talking about before, here that the red is going to be very useful against this deck and keeping the board clear. And we're going to see a lot of open resources much more often.
Yep, and that's actually the point I was going to touch on. When he passed with the Ilfrith on board, I was already sure he was on red, but that just confirmed it because there's a lot of responsive plays that you have from red right now that's going to make it very hard to navigate as Chris. So yes, that Elfrith was removed out of the way before it can block, but now we are just moving forward into this point where he's going to start trying to tear through this field.
What did we put under the swords?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. He might have just given Sword more HP because it didn't like there was a link, and that was an excellent chance to put back either one of those cards due to their HP thresholds. So it's a little hard to see what's under there.
Yeah, and we have 1 resource up, so that keeps us out of close combat, improvise. So here we're really just trying to establish a body that we hope will stick for the next turn so that we can start chipping away at the body. Unfortunately, if it's not a link, we won't be able to get Sword's ability, which is kind of a big bummer. Here we do see the RX-78 come down.
And this could be a massive break in momentum if he has the pilot too. Oh, okay.
All right.
Mizuki.
So that's fine. So we got the Mika, which here we really want the draw, which is fine with us here.
But this is going to enable him to go in and remove the EX base and then go in while getting a draw off of Barbatos' first form. Seeing that there isn't, an Atherin coming to hand from Burst, seeing that there isn't any open resources, this is an excellent opportunity to amass board control. Now, he is playing a gun tank out with no target, but he's just trying to go for a mass volume of bodies in hopes that there are not enough responsive cards to clear his board.
At what point do you opt to go for the tempo gun tank as opposed to just holding it for potentially helping clear out anything at this point?
I think at this very moment, seeing him not get the link for Sword Strike really put the shields as down. But this is a huge play right here.
All right, so link play here with the Atherin. We will be able to chip away, going to get the gun tank out of there, and then we're going to go ahead and swing with the sword. Swords will be a trade there, but we've cleaned up the board some, and those are some annoying stat lines here to deal with for Chris, but he does still have the Gundam on board, and of course, Gundam does have his ability where on pair everything gets AP +1, so does make for some great board breaking here. We do see things like the Adept and stuff like that. So we'll see if we're deciding board control. No, does look like we're just going to go to the base. And are we going to pay the 1? We do see the Unforeseen in hand.
Yes, and this is a huge point. That was a Raul Crusette that we didn't get to see earlier, but he's opting to go for the 6 HP base because there's no telling how long this Gundam's going to stay on the board, and you need to be able to hit that 6 AP threshold while you can. Aegis is still a threat, but the Barbados, like the IBO deck kind of plays a little lower curve than Aegis is able to touch with its burn effect, so it's kind of a little hard to work around that. But we are seeing an Adept come down, pinging the Aegis, softening it up, and now we got to decide where the GM is going. Right into the Aegis, putting another 3 damage on it.
Yep. So just making sure that the damage count is correct. Looks like he's about to play an Anksha. So we're just making, yeah, okay. So we're just clarifying on the pump here. So of course, it does need to be a link. The RX-78 will just give a pump across the board. But, and you know, there's always the cute play that like, the purple ping synergizes really well with Gramps because you get the repair. So you can just consistently keep Gramps healthy while doing the self-ping if you're not going to utilize it on things like a Barbados First Form on your side. And now we have a very annoying board to deal with. Looks like we're going to kick it off here on Justin's side with the Overflowing Affection. Draw 2, see what the pitch is. Card is huge in this matchup, just be able to clean up what are considered clunky hands. And the big thing here is just, now that we're in a position where we've got like a Gramps on board and we've got healthy bodies, you know, we got 4 HPs kind of all over the place, it does make it a little bit tougher for these red removal cards that deal 2, deal 3, and you just got to find the 1 somewhere. But here we kick it off with the Providence.
Yep. And this is going to be a very interesting place. He does have the Raul Crusette, and that's going to make a link getting back his base for later. That's an excellent interaction. Now here we're going to try to take command of the game, being able to get that that continuous effect of boosting all of his Zaft units AP, and then we're going to be able to attack into one and put some severe damage on the other. And now the ball is being passed back to Chris, but this is in good position for Justin to be, because if he ignores this Providence Gundam, his entire board could go next turn, especially if there's a superior follow-up. However, he does have the Angsha that was kind of shown last turn, but he had to make the play to make the play. Like, that is what he had to do.
Interesting decision on the Providence ping here to be on the repair Gundam, maybe hoping for a burst to be able to clear it out of the way here. We did see card in hand with the swings here, down to 2 shields for Justin as Chris decides now it's time to flood the board here. So 5 units on board, fully healthy, 6 shields, EX base still there. Onus is on Justin to bring this back. We do see a couple of blockers in hand. We do start with the Ale, so that's pretty solid. Just got to make sure we get the repair there. We do have the Kira for the link, gonna get the bounce. So that's going to be able to deal with the Hyakurin there. And then we're able to board clear on something as well. But we're still not out of danger territory, though we do have the base that we picked up with the Raul Crusoe. So we'll see if that's able to be enough to stave off as we do play it. 6 HP base on board, and we have a 1 Unforeseen going to be able to do some work here. But we'll see if that's enough to actually be able to stabilize.
Yes, and this is the scary part. We've all seen it. We've been there with 1 Year War. When you stabilize with 1 shield or less, you are just asking for a link off the top. Now, this is the point where we are starting to see the hand of Chris dwindle. But yeah, this is a very scary point to be in for Justin, whereas Chris is just literally looking for a card or 2 to make it worth his while. Yep. Now, we are going to see more options. The Mikazuki getting additional damage on L Strike. We're going to be able to at least put 5 damage and get a draw. Chris is in a commanding position right now, and flooding the board when he smelled the shields were down was just, it was a huge momentum play.
Yep, here we do see the offensive shield play from the turn prior just to draw that additional card. We do see the 1 for the Unforeseen that is going to protect the base for 1 more turn, but the Angsha swing here to clear it, and then here we are probably going to see the hand come back down. So here comes the Jim, here comes the Hyakurin, and then we just got the Amuro left in hand. Potential link play. I do know that these blue-purple decks don't run a ton of Amuro links. You just kind of mostly run them for the pilot. And we did see already a pair of Gramps, but nevertheless, it could help break through if another base shows up. That additional damage will be welcome. But again, huge onus here. Going to pay the 1 for the overflowing. See if Justin can draw. I mean, what is Justin looking for here, you know?
The main issue right now is that there was a point in the game where there were multiple bodies with 4 HP, which is a very weird stat line for this deck to deal with. 2s and 3s are very welcome. You don't really get over 4s unless you have like corresponding links. But now we're just in this position where there are too many bodies for him to take care of, and even if he's able to neutralize this board and kind of just put up a little bit of a wall, we are still at a point where a singular Link could make this.
I do like this Atherin though. The 6 HP on the AL means it won't be armorable. So technically not done on board yet. As we are sitting with beefy blockers, the armor will be able to deal with the Rick. Then you get the block. Maybe something happens in shields here. Not playing the Amro here, so we do actually just get the block. What was the card draw?
I don't know. So now he,
that should not be wrestle. Yeah,
that was
too
a
big.
great.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's too big. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, had to get the Amro the turn before to get rid of the blocky here. Unfortunate misplay. Will have to just commit to the play now. Goes for the swinger. We're going to see the block with the Ale. We will see the block with the Ale here. Will take damage. Oh, and this could be a huge mistake. We'll see if Justin will be able to come back off of it. The Angsha still here with the swing, and looks like we will just go for the trade board control here, and we'll flood the board and see if that's enough, but massive turnaround here on that misplay.
That was a, Amuro is divine, but he still does have his limits, and that limit is 5 HP. That was a very masterful play by Justin, knowing the numbers, knowing what to expect, and it really did hurt. And we are seeing a massive bit of comeback right now. Now, we still are in the position where a singular Link could be bad, but we are drawing with overflowing, we are trying to stabilize, and we do have to pass. So this is in a very precarious situation because a singular Link means game. However, he only has one card in hand, it seems like, and this could very well be a turning point. He's in danger of turning that Graze sideways because he can't afford to have his board just completely taken out. But he did just also give an Atherin.
Because the big thing you want to do here is like, okay, I'll just play bodies. They can't interact with it unless he has direct removal, and then I can attack and win next game. But Atherin gives the opportunity to be able to attack octaves. Corsica, though, here is huge. I believe this is the first one, so we should be getting a Tall Geese here.
Yep, and if he gets a body, another unit off of the Corsica, he's just going to play that on the board. But it looks like with Iron and Blood, or is that the, I saw an Orga.
Yep, so we'll see. So we got the base, that's huge, massive here. We'll see if we're able to go even further. Naturally, we could just attack into the Graze with the G Quicks here.
Oh, is that a freedom?
All right. We have the Atherin.
Oh, no, Justice. Sorry, that's Justice.
That's
there
fine.
we go, there we go.
And we have the Atherin.
And Justice provides a different blocker. He has Atherin in hand. And at this point, you just kind of allow this to, chill as it is. You don't want to give them too many cards when you're not ready. So attacking into the base with G-Quux and then getting it out of the way and then just clearing out the Graze, leaving the blocker to go in. That was very bold.
I mean, but recognizing he has to try to close out the game, but...
I mean, he's on the clock right now. At this point, Chris has to close out game this turn or he is in danger of being hit with one card, then a suppression for the other 2 shields out of there, and then one more card can go in. And the 3 resources up against a red deck is very scary. That Tall Geese token is not safe whatsoever.
So it looks like we are going to swing. Are we going? I mean, anything you swing into here is a trade. The G-Quirks here is huge because it is going to have the suppression. So this is representing lethal technically next turn. Does look like we're going to go for the Iron and Blood.
But we are getting the response improved technique. So with Iron and Blood to ping, to send Tall Geese up to a 7 AP to break the base, responded by improved technique. As I said, 3 resources up in a deck built like this represents lethal to that Tall Geese.
See the
so
Mikazuki
now,
and
okay,
so we do have the Link, so we are going to be able to clear on board. And technically we can break base and hope for the best, but maybe... All right, looks like we're just going to leave it as is and hope for the top decks here.
Because it's 4 AP.
Yeah, but we do have 2 massive bodies. We don't have blockers, so this could be scary. Do you set up for next turn and hope for the best? Do you give him a chance of... Because you don't want to give him a pilot here, right?
So right now it's hard. Without that card being known, this at minimum, Barbatos Adept is, it pinged itself, right? So it really only has... And the Mikazuki pinged him too. Does that put him at... Ooh... If he's at 4 HP, that is a little scary. Okay, and then you have to just pass from there.
Yeah, that's...
You have to pass from there.
Top deck?
Well, as it is, unless he top decks Lupus, he can't break the base and attack directly.
Yeah.
So he is just a 4. He's still, Justin is still representing lethal here. He just has to wait. And unless there's a base in those last 2 shields, it's game next turn. Right now, Barbatos Adept doesn't have the AP to go against Justice, and we don't know what he drew, but with only 2 cards in hand, I'd have to say it'd be a snap play if he had something to link with that Mikazuki he just got.
Yep, it looks like not too thrilled. Looks like we are just going to pass here. So we'll see what Justin draws. Get the suppression swing clear too. Last swing. Game over. Justin on red-white control. Taking it on blue-purple. Unfortunate here. But look, things happen. We have talked about it throughout the cast, how these are marathons and player exhaustion, long games, and these are just these things where one unfortunate Amuro pair that was missequenced gave Justin the little breath that he needed to be able to open up the way, take control of the board, and close out the game.
Yes, yes, yes. That specific play turned the entire course of that game, and that is a powerful, you gotta feel good if you're Justin, and if you're Chris, this is going to be the thing you think about for the rest of the event. However, though, it is what it happens. You always need to be aware of your numbers, of your stat totals, of your effects, because sometimes it can come down to one play. And just with that tiny bit of breathing room, Justin was able to turn it around. Now, the thing that I was looking at when it came to this, a lot of people have been asking, why aren't there as many blue-red, control decks there? And we're getting a replay of this right here. Hold up. We're getting a replay.
Yeah,
what is exactly they're focusing on?
Yeah, so here is just the Atherin board control, the way that Justin was able to get back control of the board, chip away at it, but not in a very comfortable position, but then start to turn it around. Lots of fortunate links here for Justin. It's the type of thing that you do need to see if you're in behind. Those links allow you to press board, allow you to consistently apply pressure and do the cleanup you need to be able to stave away. So, a lot of things went fortunate for Justin here, and it's not just about being lucky, but it's about having the ability to capitalize on that luck that is presented. Of course, though, Chris has a long tournament still ahead of him. Both of these players being at top tables mean they're both in well positions to be able to represent themselves in the top cut for tomorrow. So we hope the best, but I mean, Justin, masterful play here in terms of just recognizing what his outs are. You always played your outs, no matter how it feels like, oh, it's just over, because it's two players playing this game. And here we saw the pivotal play just now, and in between the removal cards, Justin doing a wonderful job of being able to scratch that back in, apply the necessary pressure, and close out the game.
Yes, sir. And this is just a pretty cool testament to the differences between blue-red and white-red. Just the ability to have these hard blockers, the ability to use cards like Justice to just be able to attack the active mode cards, being able to use cards like Ale Strike to bounce and really kind of reset that tempo. But most importantly, the ability to have real bodies getting between you and the aggro. I think that was one of the other differences that allows this red-white deck to make it this far in this sea of purple. Because a lot of people have been rightfully stating that purple having to damage themselves makes the red cards more effective. However, getting to the point where you have enough resources to just handle the board can also be a little rough. But I think the blocker side of white really helps you get that far. And we saw him stabilize, weather the storm, and actually get that gameplay. So that was good. That was good.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, the red decks also have the ability of extra bursts. I think, Digimon side of players, you guys understand very well how impactful the shields can be, and red just utilizes that to the best in terms of just having a bunch of removal, especially like Chris was saying here against the blue-purple, where they self-damage. Set 1, Set 2 had a lot of, this close combat's great, but it's only 2 damage. This improvised that we got now is 3 damage, a lot of things that's 4 health, but because we're playing against decks that do a bit of that self-damage, everything starts being in range, and that card economy really starts to pay the dividends. So I think it's a huge up here, and the capitalization, that's what makes champions, right? And that's what we're going to see when we pivot to the top cut match we're going to see tomorrow, is not only the pressure of playing in those top cut positions, but making those tight 1% to 2% plays that can be your outs to actually be winning the match.
Yeah, I feel like in Gundam, that's got to be huge, because after turn 3 or turn 4, y'all are on no cards in hand.
Yeah.
It is very rare. I mean, coming from Digimon, I've never seen that before in my life. We draw 20 whenever we feel like it, but going into Gundam, very quickly, y'all are down to pretty much no cards, unless, of course, they hit a piloted life, and then you're kind of back in it. But it was really impressive to see all the way down to 1 shield, or 1 life. You set up the shield, eventually clawing everything back with very limited resources, but using them exactly in the right way.
Yeah.
To keep going.
You can get into these end game positions where it's like, because you know you're in low card hand economy like you're talking about, you're like, okay, well, we need at least 2 cards to be able to make link plays. So if he's got no cards in hand, he's drawing 1 card, I know I'm not going to lose to a link play crackback. Okay, how can I sequence my turns and set up for lethal, deal just enough damage to know my next turn can get there, but not so much damage that I'm giving them a free pilot that now they have their link. And it's that game. Those are the inches that you're really going to be able to make, especially like you're saying, when you're dealing with so few cards. Every card needs to be valuable because you're just not drawing a ton of them at the moment.
Yeah.
So knowing when to use them, knowing which edge you're able to use is going to make that break or break.
It really makes you think more about not just you know, setting up your board for a proper swing, but when am I allowed to swing in? Might have to hold back to make sure I'm not giving them a pilot. And at some point, there's like, when do I get to take a break here and stop making big decisions? But you know, luckily for us, we get to take a break coming up pretty soon here. I know with the players, it's got to be a marathon, but we're going to be cutting to a quick break so that we can recoup after that intense game.
Cosmic here, welcome back to Bandai Card Games Fest here in the beautiful Las Vegas. Joined again with this wonderful cast, and I want to give a quick couple updates because the schedule is shifting yet again. So, for those that might have missed it, not here in the venue, Union Arena did end a round early because the pair down didn't end up winning in that case, so the undefeated happened, and Jane is going to be our undefeated player from day one. Again, the top 16 will be going to day 2 with yellow Evangelion, and Div and I were talking about that, and very excited to see it as an undefeated deck. And then Gundam also ended super early. It's a very fast tournament they had as well. So Union Arena and Gundam will be joining us back again tomorrow. So there's still more One Piece and more Digimon action to join us today, but we're all kind of holding on to these red cards a little bit. So our Game Master, Steven, do you want to tell us what's going on today?
Oh, it must be destiny that all 4 of us here are here to play a game of My Evil Design. So the idea here is we have a bunch of cards here that we, like, I don't know this, Jake does not know his, Kaz does not know his, Div does not know his, and we're going to put them on our forehead, and we're all going to take turns asking questions to try to deduce what this card is. We don't necessarily know what game it is, but because One Piece is coming up soon, I think it's safe to assume it's a One Piece card. So that'll be interesting. Basically, we're going to ask questions to the entire group. The group can answer. Most of the time, they're going to be yes or no questions, but if you want to give a more helpful hint, feel free to do so, but it'll be at your own risk because whoever guesses their card correctly first is the winner.
We're playing heads up, right?
Yes. Exactly. Yes. Well, with One Piece cards.
Yes,
Exactly.
fair.
So, on the count of 3, everyone's going to take their cards that they don't know and put them on their forehead. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I see some cool ones. I see some cool ones.
Am I a blue card?
Oh, we're starting. No.
Oh, are we not? Are we not supposed to start? I'm ready to win. I'm trying to win.
Oh, I get it. So I'll go next. Am I a red card?
No.
No.
Okay. Am I one of the Straw Hat Pirates?
No.
No, you are not.
Okay.
Am I a leader card?
No.
No, you are not.
Oh.
Am I a 7 cost?
No, you are not. Am I green or blue?
Oh, we can ask like multiple questions?
That
No,
was
by
one
the
question.
way.
That was one
No.
question.
Well,
okay.
you just... Yeah. So you say yes or no based on the combination of
That was
those.
a compound question.
Got
Wait,
it,
so
got
what?
it.
Maybe I
No,
cannot
he's
read
not green or blue. He's not green or blue.
Am I colorblind? Is that what's going on?
I think I'm an alternate art.
I know which one it is. It's not green or blue.
Okay.
So
Am I a character card?
Yes.
No, yes.
Okay.
Am I a red card?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I an event card?
No, you are not.
Okay.
Am I a black card?
Yes.
Yes.
Whee!
Yeah. Am I a yellow card?
No.
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 Okay, so... Am I a 1 cost? I guess I'm just going to go on
Nope.
the...
No.
Okay.
Oh, boy. My leader card?
No. Am I a Sabo?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, but do you have to guess which Sabo?
I
you have
think
to
because
guess
there's so
which
many.
Sabo.
Okay, can I get the play cost and that's it? Is that cool? Like, do I have to guess?
No,
like,
I
the
think
set
it would give
number?
it away for me.
I have to guess the set number?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I do that now or have to wait another turn?
You know what? I'll give you a
No,
bonus.
go ahead, give me your guess.
You got the name.
Because you're
it's
going to know
gotta
better than I am.
It's got to be 6 cost Sabo.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 Sabo.
Ooh,
Unfortunately, we showed it
boy.
for the feature match
We
earlier.
saw him at the feature match.
Yeah.
He was at the front of my mind.
Ah,
it was
dang.
black. I kind of got the hint from Stussy right here as well
Oh,
on
wow.
Div.
Damn.
Look at that. You were Garb. You were saying 7 gods. I'm like, no, you're saying blue. I'm like, nope. You should have been like, am I old? I'd be like, oh, yeah. kinda.
But he's young in this.
But he's old now.
But he's young in
It
this.
doesn't matter.
You gotta guess the
He's
card,
old
though.
now. Yeah, this, yeah. So,
Unfortunate.
look at me.
stacked against me.
Oh,
Oh,
so
be
good.
careful.
Yeah,
it's
that
an
just
altar.
slams the altar
No,
on
that's,
the
that's the
table.
regular. That's the regular secret rare. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, forgive me, Sabo. I'm so sorry.
All right,
The Flame Emperor himself.
So with that, yes, we are going to be going into One Piece. So I think we have some predictions coming back up. So I'm going to throw it back over to both Steven and Jake. Like, let us know your thoughts on where things are going and where the predictions are at.
Yeah.
The meta's been really interesting right now. I've been looking at the top table since I was last here at the chairs, I guess you could say. I was going to say desk, but there's not really a desk. A lot of purple, yellow Rosinante running around right now, a handful of them. We saw that in our first feature match here on the stream and how strong it could be, especially when it gets going. I've also been seeing a couple geckos running around, black, yellow geckos, something that really took strong and got a lot of attention in the Oceania finals. Couple people playing it here today, and there's even a carrot within the top 30 tables last time I saw.
I'm a huge green fan, especially Julie Bonnie's been one of my favorite decks of all time, and Carrot is like a nice, I think, evolution of what that style of like, stun-based green decks can do. Really love it.
But yeah, typically the rest of the meta has been there. You're seeing a lot of emus. I've seen a lot of emus at the top tables, a good amount of aces. Boas up there as well. A couple purple Doflamingos, I think, in those top 15, 20 tables. So the meta is, for the most part, I think, kind of what everybody expects. It's a mix of everything in the field right now.
And I think like the biggest thing is going to be for all the people that were prepared to fight against Emu and Ace. I think we're seeing them pay dividends for all the work they've been doing. That's why things like Rosinante, I think, are kind of sneaking up there because once an Ace player, I'm like, oh, I'm not used to fighting against this, but he's so used to fighting against Ace all the time that he knows what his game plans are going to be. So that's really important to kind of have that confidence going into every individual game you play.
Yeah, especially in matchups. You talk about the top meta decks. Your top ones of like Mihawk, Boa, Ace, and Emu. They're practicing against those top ones, but you don't have room to practice against the Foxies,
That's right.
the Geckos, some of those more rogue matchups.
It is impossible to prepare for everything that you could possibly play against.
Even if a matchup is favored for Ace in comparison to like Rosinante, right? That matchup is very Ace favored. I even have a friend that was playing Rosinante earlier today that said he beat an Ace round 1.
Oh, wow.
And it's just because of that skill difference, right? Especially if you're not prepared for a deck like that. And that's why we see these top players, are able to be flexible on the game plans for these rogue matchups, these things they're not expecting and things like that. But looking at Ace, as we're talking about it here, has those key component cards, especially with the leader effect that allows you to draw a card when you either take damage or a 6,000 base power character or higher is KO'd. Marco is an extremely good fit for the deck, right? Essentially with that on-KO effect as a blocker is draw 3, and being able to cheat out a 10-cost 12,000 power blocker that, by the way, on play draws 2 and trashes 1 a turn early with that I Am Whitebeard event is just so good. If the deck can play on curve and the deck can find all the pieces with the Ezos, the Garps, all those different searches and all that raw draw potential that it can use, it's such a strong deck. And that's not even talking about the leader effect where you can trash any card in your hand for minus 2,000 power on any attack.
Like all those cards here that are featured for Ace don't have counter, but whenever you want to, they can, essentially, which is very powerful.
It's essentially making anything in your deck a pseudo 2K counter. It's not technically a 2K,
Yes.
but that minus 2,000 power for the battle can be the difference between winning and losing in certain matchups.
Yep, and decks like Ace are so attractive to really competitive players because it essentially solves the consistency problem on the tin. Oh, this one card, the Ace leader, allows me to put all these powerful cards in my deck and trust that I will see them when I need to. So many games in the One Piece card game are lost when you miss the time to play the impactful card for the given scenario you're in. Decks like Ace, decks like Emu do not have that problem. They're just so consistent.
And the thing about Ace, too, is it has so much flexibility. But talking about flexibility, you've got Emu in here. Now, Emu, also heralded as one of the top decks of the format, was one of my picks heading into this tournament. The 10 cost 5 Elders is just an insane card, right? Being able to play from your trash a full set of 5 characters, the max amount of characters that you can have in the One Piece trading card game on the field at one time, utilizing that empty throne to be able to cheat out that 10 cost for only 3 Dawn, right? You get that 10 Dawn value for 3 Dawn, which is actually insane, and then a 4th Dawn for that activate main. And then, especially in OP14, getting that addition of Ground Death, just another 4K counter event that, by the way, can negate blockers on the field or different characters. So protection effects can go away now with Marcus Mars when you use Ground Death, or can just be used as counter.
And it's not like these cards that are played off of 5 Elders are blank. There's 2 of them are blockers, one of them is a rush card, one of them is a removal piece, and one of them makes all the other ones 7k base power when they attack. It is just insane the amount of pressure that's also represented with this late game bomb that is the 5 Elders.
Yeah, so especially for Emu players, you see the top players really maneuver around the beginning stages of the game. If you can set up your early game as best as possible and you can make those decisions, you'll be able to get those pieces back onto the field every single time and be able to recur resources and really just damage your opponent.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun to see throughout this weekend and tomorrow that the decks that rise to the top, I think, can really find those opportunities in the late game to capitalize on, answering those big problems that Emu and Ace represent.
And it sounds like we're ready to start this next match. So we're going to go up to our versus, see who's joining us, and then Steven and Jake are going to take it away and give us another exciting one-piece card game match.
Thank you so much, Kaz. We are here for a one-piece card game feature match. We've got our 2 players set up on the main stage. It's super exciting to see. We've got a matchup of Monkey D. Luffy from OP11, one of the Scourge, one of the most powerful decks of all time, versus Emu, the big boogeyman that everyone's been afraid of since OP13.
Now, a lot of people, when they talk about this matchup, they're going to say it's Emu favored, and it definitely is Emu favored. There's a couple things that just need to go right for Blue Purple Luffy, but what we, I think, talked about early in the stream is Blue Purple Luffy having access to 9-cost Sanji and 8-cost Roger, the new promo that came out in that Roger. If you or your opponent's at 10 Dawn, you'll be able to be a plus 2,000 power leader through your opponent's next turn. So one of Emu's weaknesses is battling against 8,000 power leaders. The more times that UP Luffy can do it, the better off he'll be.
If I'm not mistaken, Jake, if you weren't here at the casting desk this weekend, you would have been playing Blue Purple Luffy in this event, wouldn't you?
I would have, yes. I was training a lot with Austin Yost heading into this, but going first is not the greatest thing, I think, especially heading into this, but there's still a lot of One Piece to be played, especially now Emu going on a second turn, using leader effect to start out and draw a card. Doesn't have any searchers. You love that if you're UP Luffy, right? Because that's less pieces to try to find your key components.
If I'm not mistaken, Ewan going first here as Blue Purple Luffy is really bad because he essentially needs 3 turns in a row of these ramped on abilities to be able to get that extra ability of his leader to actually start plussing 1 every single turn and rearrange the top cards of his deck.
He's going to need to utilize the triple ramp, and Zorojuro is a great start, especially on a 4-down turn. Zorojuro is not going to be able to get KO'd, and so now using the empty throne to get the Saturn now is the searching. I like to say that Saturn is the most important piece
1000%
for Emu, right? To constantly be able to recur those resources. So ends up finding a Marcus Mars in there. Marcus Mars is going to be nice removal if he decides to play. It still has 1 Dawn to be able to utilize. We'll see if he decides to swing 6 or maybe leave up 1 Dawn for an event on this one before. Or before that, though, using leader effect is going to pitch a Warcury, I think that is, and drawing 1 card.
These alternate arts are beautiful, but they can be a little distracting as to what they are. We're going to go ahead and get that Dawn on the Emu and swing at the leader. We do have a 6k base 3-life leader from the Monkey D. Luffy, so a little bit of extra resources are needed from Andrew if he wants to actually deal some damage, but being aggressive in this matchup is really important. You don't want to give Ewan the most time possible because the late game of Monkey D. Luffy is probably the only one that can realistically rival Emu's.
And so now going into his 5-down turn is going to be able to ramp with Zorojuro on the attack because of Zorojuro's effective if you have 3 or less life.
That's right.
Ramp 1 as active. So we'll see if he's got the triple ramp. Is going to go ahead with an Otama. That Otama, since UP Luffy starts out at 3 life, is going to get that draw 2 and trash 1. Did not find any sort of like it's to die for or any Bon Clay, I think, at that point. So ends up pitching the Dracula Mihawk, which is not relevant in this matchup when the Emu just has protection effects.
Yeah, missing out on this ramp turn is going to be pretty big once we get to the later turns of this game because we're essentially losing an entire turn of value that Ewan could be doing, / an entire turn of setup for his 9-drop Sanji potential.
And so is going to go ahead with the 6,000 power swing. It's going to be a 2K to get out of that one. Now the 7,000 power swing is going to get that first life to put the Emu down to 3 and passing off the turn. Just going to take a little bit slower of a game plan for Ewan on UP Luffy.
And just keeping track of some of the names that Andrew's gone through, we have Saturn in play, we've got Warcury in the trash, and we have Mars in hand. That's 3 of the 5 that we need, but once they all hit the trash, it is, as they say, go time.
It's going to be interesting. He's going to need a little bit of movement, still has leader effect on this turn. to be able to utilize, and he's going to start out with that first 5th card, and trash is going to go for the Marcus Mars. He can go ahead and probably swing at this Zoro to be able to get rid of it. Don't have to worry about utilizing Marcus Mars. But now with the 5 Elders, yeah, the 5 Elders are at your service, is going to go ahead on that search to look for a 5 Elders card. Could go ahead and grab that 10 cost Elders if he doesn't have one in hand. Looks like he is going to do that for now. 8 cards in the trash.
Okay, that's the other 6 piece of the puzzle that we need to get this powerful late game combo established. We still have plenty of time to get there, and Ewan is not representing really much of anything that Andrew needs to really worry about, so we could see an opportunity here to maybe attack the Zoro and deny another ramp tool for Ewan.
The one thing that Andrew does have to worry about, though, with 2 Dawn is active is Thunder Bagua, right? Thunder Bagua, if you're at 2 or less life, you'll be able to re-ramp a card, right, onto your field. So that's going to be something that Andrew might think about. We might not even see him swing at all on this turn. It would be interesting leaving the Zoro open, but going ahead and swinging 6 at lead has not gone to the Zoro. Is just kind of calling his bluff at this point. Some players playing Thunder Bagua and some people not going with it. Usohachi on the counter there as a 2K. Now another 6,000 power swing is going at lead. Is going to leave the Zoro alone, put him down to 1, maybe utilize, and does he have another Marcus Mars in hand?
Yeah, I think the attitude that Andrew's going for here is he's recognized that Ewan is essentially a turn behind, so he can kind of put the pedal to the metal and force some pressure. So that way when he goes for his 5 Elders turn, it might be a way for him to go for game. But we do have the second Marcus Mars coming down, using the effect to get rid of the Zoro anyway. He's like, why can't I have both, guys?
And so that's a great play right now. Andrew in the driver's seat of this game as UP Luffy now going into his next turn. We'll see what he decides to do. Finds a 5-drop Nami, which could be nice, right? Because you know, you've seen Marcus Mars get pitched in the trash. You see another one on the field. Your Nami may be protected, right, to be able to block and help filter out the hand a little bit, stack it on top of the deck for potentially a Sanji Roger play in the coming turn. So we'll see what he decides to do here.
Yeah, the earliest that Roger can come down is the next turn. But here we see the Nami coming down. I'm going to go ahead and get that cycle here, just get extra resources in the hand and establish a blocker because we are getting punched as Ewan. I don't think he's super happy about that because Monkey D. Luffy definitely wants to have as many turns as possible in the late game because that's where his leader effect and the power of going Sanji, Roger, Sanji, Mihawk turn after turn is so powerful.
Yeah, once he starts out his turn in that phase, before he draws a card, before he ramps up the Dawn, if he's at 8, he's going to be able to look at the top 5 cards of the deck, grab a Straw Hat Crew type of card, and then put the rest at the top or bottom of the deck. Is so good to essentially be able to draw 2 cards in 1 turn and restack that stack in any order for cards like 9-cost Sanji. So I think he just put 2 Rogers on the top, so things that you definitely want to play off Sanji. And it looks like we're attaching some Dawn and going 8,000 power now at the Saturn. I like the board control on UP Luffy's side. As that card gets KO'd, that's 10 cards now in the trash for Emu.
Yeah, what Emu wants to do is try to buy as much time as possible to get the powerful effects of the cards that he already has established in hand, and getting rid of the characters is a good way to do that, kind of stymie some of the potential pressure that Andrew can throw at him during this turn, because we know no 5 Elders are being played until we have 10 Dawn. So the scariest that can happen here is maybe a couple more Elders coming down, or maybe some 1-drop Searchers, or maybe Andrew keeping up some defensive options or event cards for the following turn.
So I think drawing into a Zoro for turn. We'll see if he tries to double play a character as that Nuzjuro hits the trash and draws 1.
All right, so that's 4 names. The only one we're missing now is the Jupiter. And so there we see Saturn coming down. That could be the dig for it that he needs.
Definitely like seeing another search. And is going to find that Jupiter.
All right, this is everything. Andrew is completely set up on the next turn. I don't believe... Oh, no, we've already used leader ability, haven't we?
We did use leader ability at the beginning of the turn. Yeah,
we can just do it next turn and
yes,
then go for a 5 Elders.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, plus we're not at 10 Dawn, so
it doesn't matter
utilize
right
Empty Throne to cheat him out on the field, but is now going to use the Empty Throne to get a character out onto the field, and it is going to be that Jupiter, right? If he wants to be aggressive and swing with this Marcus Mars, now this Marcus Mars is going to be 7,000 base power to be able to force the UP Luffy over on Ewan's side to either give him a 2K or give him that 1-cost event that he's got in the hand.
Yeah, and if you're Andrew, do you think you can afford to, after this attack resolves, put 1 more Dawn on your leader and swing again? I don't really think so.
I think you could, because there's no real attacking threats besides the leader right now. So Gear 2 being utilized, and now we move into Luffy's leader effect again. if you start your turn with 8 Dawn before going into your Dawn phase or your draw phase, you're able to look at this top 5, find a card to utilize, a Straw Hat Crew kind of card, and put the rest at the top or bottom of the deck. I think Red Rock, there were 2 copies of Red Rock in that top 5, and I think, you know, Red Rock being a Straw Hat Crew was the only Straw Hat Crew kind of card that he could have got, so might as well thin out for your deck. Could be good fodder for Gum Gum Giant later in the game because we have a fat hand right now.
Yeah.
I think we have a lot of cards in hand, and could just be a Sanji play out the Goldie Roger, and then swing 8.
Yep, and here we go, revealing the top card of our deck. It is that Goldie Roger that we were able to stack with our leader ability. Sanji playing it out for free. Because we have 8 or more Dawn, Goldie Roger is going to make our leader plus 2,000 until the end of our opponent's turn. It's now an 8K base leader swinging in. We're probably just going to go at the Mars here to kind of reduce the number of attacks that Andrew can do before he plays the 5 Elders. I respect that.
So he's going to let that go for the 12th card in trash right now. Probably don't want to get aggressive and swing. Well, actually, you may want to swing with the Nami just simply because if they do have Marcus Mars, right, it is going to get KO'd and you won't get any value of it, and it could just be another card in hand. So I think is going to go for it on this swing. I do think you need to be aggressive as UP Luffy right now.
Yeah, good job recognizing that as you, and that this card will only get value if it attacks. It won't really get value otherwise, because you have to assume that 5 Elders is getting played down now that everything is set up.
So now going down to 2 life, did not want to use one of his your precious counter events, right? We saw in that hand there's a couple different Losing My Edge Garp events. There's the Never Existed event as well in there. Didn't want to utilize it for just a 6K swing, and now going into his 10 Dawn turn, starts out with an 8,000 power Saturn.
Yep, thanks to that Jupiter increasing the power of all the 5 Elders cards by 2,000, and now we're going to go in for another 8,000 swing. This is the real power of the Emu deck because you're able to begin the game with that empty throne already in play. Essentially, you can use all of your Dawn to pump up your guys, and then still have enough to play a 10 cost afterwards because it's really being played for a discount is crazy strong.
So now using leader effect to get rid of his own Saturn to draw 1 card before he goes in and plays the 10 cost 5 Elders, is going to go ahead, tap that empty throne to get it out on the field, just kind of organizing his 5 Elders right now because, well, you're going to be getting them out every single turn.
That's right. Have them ready to go, and they'll be very beautiful when they come out there. Andrew flexing this beautiful, almost Fracture Ready deck, I think. Or, I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I think, if anything, it's pretty much there. So going in with that Activate main effect, going to pitch 1 card in hand after tapping 1 Dawn to get that 5 Elders on the field, and now bring out all of the 5 Elders spawning onto the field.
Yep, we discarded a card, got rid of the rest of our characters, but the Jupiter's going to come back anyway, so we just let it stay in play.
So because all of the effects on the 5 Elders are happening simultaneously, choosing the Saturn first to just get a card, maybe a card that you want to pitch off the Marcus Mars, maybe something you just want to find. We'll see if he uses this Marcus Mars effect to KO the Nami. It would be a card out of hand, but it is a body that you wouldn't have to worry about anymore.
I think it depends on maybe how many events he wants to keep back, but he will go ahead and discard. I believe that's another Saturn he's getting rid of to get rid of
War Curie.
War Curie,
yes.
Thank you very much. It was the other blocker one. And so yeah, the board right now for everyone that's wondering is we have the Venus Juro who can have rush and swing here for 8K while also reducing the power of something when it swings. We're gonna have the Giant here from Ewin to stop this attack and getting rid of that useless Red Rock. Normally really good removal tool, but against all these 5 Elder cards that cannot be removed from the board in any way possible, it's not gonna do that much for him.
Is going to go ahead and pass off the turn. The great thing about being an 8K leader is now you kind of nullified the leader swing, right? You talk about the counter events of Emu. You got to leave some up, and right now, especially with Emu only having about 11 cards, 12 cards in trash, doesn't get that extra plus 1,000 power boost from the empty throne, so it would have to be all 3 Dawn to be able to hit leader at this point. So ends up grabbing a 5-cost blocker Nami yet again. We do see Thunder Bagua in that stack, so he is running that in combination with It's to Die For in this deck. But how do you stack your deck now at this point? We saw him off the Gum Gum Giant on the defensive side when the Nuzjuro swing did find the Roger and ends up bottom decking it, didn't like any of the cards, and sometimes as UP Luffy, that's what you have to do to be able to find your 2Ks, to be able to find different counter events and things like that.
The big power of this deck are those really powerful Sanji plus Goldie Roger combos, but those are not always available no matter how consistent your deck is. They cannot really be chained back to back to back, but we do have a Roger that needs to be played this turn, which is super big because, again, it'll force way more resources out of Andrew if he wants to actually pressure Luffy's life this turn. And as we all know, for the past, I don't know, year and a half, purple is one of the most defensive colors in the game. So even though there's 6 attacks and only 1 life, it's not out of the question that Ewan can totally survive.
And so now it's just all depending on where you swing. You got an 8 with UP Luffy, the leader. You have a 9 with Sanji and a 10 with Roger. So looks like on this 8 swing is going to go ahead for a Never Existed to go up to 9,000 power, regardless if it's at Nuzjuro or the Emu leader. Looks like now this 10,000 power swing going at the Nuzjuro is going to get the War Curie block and draw 1 card for the on-KO effect. And now the Sanji swing just gets another block, right? You're going to be able to recycle these elders anyway, so especially while the board is somewhat limited for Ewan, might as well just go ahead, utilize your blockers, especially as an 8K leader. You're only going to be able to swing a couple times with your elders, so you know, if you're not going to swing with them anyway, might as well get value on block and not give anything up in hand.
Well, there's also the protection of the Venus Jura, which is so important here because on attack, we can reduce one of Ewan's characters by 2,000 and now start swinging into it without needing to commit our Dawn, because swinging at 7 is actually a lot easier than swinging at 8 right now, thanks to our Jupiter buffing up all of the 5 Elders.
It truly is. The board control is going to be interesting now here for Andrew on his side. Is going to swing once again after countering of the first one. Going at this, Sanji knows he's got some counter events probably in hand with 2 Dawn left open, whether that's Gear 2, Thunder Bagua, or Gum Gum Giant. So we'll see which one he decides to do. He's actually just going to let it go, does not want to give anything up for it.
I respect that from Ewan, because if you're Ewan, you have to think, okay, 5 others getting played again. That means a new Venus Juro. That means a new reduction of 2K could happen. So if I protect the Sanji now, it might just be weaker eventually. / now we can start going after my Goldie Roger or my life. I need to conserve these cards in hand because more attacks are on the way.
So now going in off of the Jupiter attack using Gum Gum Giant to draw 2 cards. Did find a 2K in Gear 2, which is always a nice draw, I feel like. Not necessarily bodies that you can play on the field, but a little bit of counter. So Emu using leader effect to draw 1 card.
This is what I was talking about of why guards, decks like Emu and Ace are just so consistent every single turn, getting additional draw subs essentially, filling up your trash, getting the cards you need in there so you can use these powerful effects like 5 Elders as many times as you draw them is so good. So here we see the Empty Throne. Same song and dance again. The 5 Elders are going to be at Emu's service once again by actually discarding it 2 for the cost. How funny is that? And now they're going to get replayed again. Obviously, part of the cost is all your characters get removed as well, so they're just going to go to the trash and come back anyway. We have all 5 of them back out, and their on-play effects will trigger in a sequence that Andrew chooses. Looks like we're reading with Saturn once again.
Typically, you want to start with Saturn first just to give you more options within your deck. Still has only 15 cards in trash, so is not the 19 requirement of Empty Throne. That's going to be influential right now. Is going to go for a Never Existed. Definitely love seeing those counter events. Maybe going with something else. Can't grab the Ground Death, but just reordering it, especially with Emu with so many different Saturn searches and things like that. Very often you'll cycle your deck.
That's right.
So if you've memorized what the order of the cards are that you're putting at the bottom, that can be so beneficial when your leader effect is draw 1.
Yep, and here we see the Nostro attacking. It's going to be going at the Goldie Roger. This will be 8 with a reduction of 2, 8 into 8, just demanding another card from Ewan, whose hand is getting lower and lower as his turn goes, and it's not being used to protect his life. But there we see the 2K with Usohashi protecting the Goldie Roger. And now, as Andrew, you got some options here. We are going to put 3 Dawn on our leader and swing at the Goldie Roger again, just demanding more and more cards out of Ewan because he knows that, hey, if you don't have any attackers against me, I'm just going to attack you again next turn, and as long as I buy myself time, I will inevitably win this game.
And this is a tricky spot right now. I don't think Luffy has any other counter in his hand besides Gum Gum Giant that can work for Goldie Roger. Remember, Gear 2 only gives counter to the leader.
That's right.
Right, so really depends. If he uses Gum Gum Giant right now, he will be out of his leader effect range, so would not be able to look at his top 5 and essentially draw 2, right? So he's just going to let it go. The board control just working so well for Andrew right now.
Right now, if you're thinking to yourself, my win condition is getting a Sanji off this top 5 search, and I don't think we got one. Oh, that's really rough to see here as Ewan, because he was definitely digging for it. That's why we saw him put those cards to the bottom last turn. He's like, these cards aren't what I need. Put them to the bottom, get a fresh set, and we'll go from there. But we're going to get a 2K in Usohashi add to the hand. And do you put him to the bottom again, trying to draw a Sanji and just hope your top deck is what it is? I mean, without another Roger being played down this turn, I do not know how you can survive. And there it is, going to the bottom. Ewan is searching. He is begging for this draw to give him anything he needs to get out of this situation.
Now, he does have a fair amount of counter in hand, right, with the Gear 2 and the Gum Gum Giant. There's the Sanji off the top of the deck.
Oh!
You see a blind flip.
I mean,
probably, I feel like it's really risky right now, but you are a little bit behind in this game.
Right, because then that'll cost you all the Dawn. You need to actually use those events that are in your hand to protect yourself. But how many events can survive 6 attacks that if you don't have Goldie Roger are all really big? And there it is,
And
the blind Sanji. What is it? It's a Douglas Bullet from the film starter deck that came out, I think, started 05. I believe it has double attack, so it can do 2 damage. And if I'm not mistaken, it has a Dawn -2 effect to either keep 2 things from being refreshed or not attack at all, something like that. Like it has something to do with interacting with characters, but it's big. It deals 2 damage when it swings, and that's one heck of a top Sanji if I had to guess.
It's definitely an interesting one. He does have to utilize that activate main Dawn -4 to be able to rest those 2 cost 6 or less and then get double attack.
Right.
Especially in this matchup, that's actually really, really good.
Those blockers are 6 or less.
Yeah, exactly. So
wow.
What a blind flip that we are seeing on the stream right now. Definitely lucky in Vegas.
He's got to go play some craps after this. But
still got to survive out of this turn.
Yeah, I'm not actually quite sure what's actually accomplished here because now we only have 1 Dawn to protect ourselves from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks, 4 of which are base 7,000, and we have 10 Dawn as Andrew. I don't even think the defense of Purple can survive this going for game shot that Andrew has available to him.
Well, when you have Gum Gum Giant, anything's possible,
That's
some
very
say.
True. That's very true.
Especially when you can draw into 2Ks and of the sorts. But it's just going to start out with potentially a 7,000 power swing. I do like swinging 7s, I feel like, right now from Andrew, because as you're saying, you know, there's only 1 Dawn open, and he's been kind of struggling. It's kind of been blind in a sense, you know, putting several stacks to the bottom and things like that. You know, you kind of want to 2K check this deck, as this deck doesn't run as many 2Ks as a lot of people would think. So starts out with the 7 and minuses the Goldie Roger, probably just going at face. You see on that 2K there. Now goes with another 7 on the Saturn. How long can Ewan hold on? And here comes the Gum Gum Giant getting rid of It's the Die For, just a brick card. We'll see if he's got 2Ks.
I've also been a big fan, too, against, like, event-heavy defensive decks, just swinging without committing any Dawn first, because it basically makes them, you know, use cards that are over-countering and thus waste the powerful event cards, and then later on you can go for those big Dawn commitments to win the game. But now Andrew, I think, has free reign to kind of attack however they see fit.
Yeah, definitely looking good for Andrew right here, as only 1Ks were drawn. Does use leader effect to draw 1 card, just give him a couple different options. Does he have another 10 cost in hand? I
mean, I will say this, like, if Andrew cannot win the game on this turn, Ewan is representing so much damage that Andrew can't really interact with. So there is an argument to being like, are you forced to go for game here, or do you have enough events to survive?
Andrew does have several counter events in the hand, though. So it's kind of a weird situation of whether or not you want to go aggressive and swing all the way in. You haven't committed any blockers yet. Now swinging with the Jupiter. I think this is really what's going to be telling, right? If it's an easy 2K out of it, it's going to be nice if it's taking a life. Or even just the 2 1Ks that we see in the Charlotte Pudding and the Nami. I think Andrew just goes in for game, right? He's got 2 more swings to be able to utilize.
This is a make or break counter here for Ewan, because it'll give Andrew all the information he needs to win this game. But Ewan might play it just right, though.
Players laughing about it on the table. Still 1 life left. The life could be anything.
It's a tough call here.
Point.
Both players have 8 minutes left in this best-of-1 game, so they totally have enough time to consider here. This is definitely a make or break moment for sure. It's understandable that they would want to take their time and do it right.
So is looking like he's going to commit 2 1Ks to get out of the 7,000 power swing and go to 8. If I was Andrew here, I'd be going all in.
Right? It just feels so easy. And we're going to swing. We're going to have that 10, basically, oh, maybe not, just an 8. Still pretty good. Demands pretty much the last cards in Ewan's hand.
I would have loved to see maybe a 9 here, just in case of a Gum Gum Jet Gatling or Divine Departure, but it looks like he's just going to go in. And the It's the Die For doesn't have any more Gum Gum Giants in the hand, just has that Gear 2.
That's right, but Andrew doesn't know that, you know? So
yeah,
Andrew might
true.
be considering now I have to play around Gum Gum Giant math, which, you know, Gum Gum Giant plus 2 random cards maxes out at 14K, which this Emu does not hit at all with the remaining Dawn left over. Actually, no, it hits exactly 14. So maybe Andrew feels safe enough to go for it. Because I don't think you can get any higher.
There could be a 0 cost event.
There could be a 0 cost event, like the Right Departure. I totally forgot. We don't know. Ooh.
So you got to make this gamble as Andrew. What are you going to do? I feel like he's about to take the safe route.
Do you think he has to go for it? Like, do you think if he doesn't win the game this turn, he loses next turn?
I feel like it's a little tough, especially if you don't have the 10 cost Elders.
Oh, there it is.
Catching everything and going for it. I think this is the best play. Is going to Gear 2, slow roll it, and
there it is.
Concede the match, giving it off to Andrew and Emu. Had so many counter events if he decided to play passive and defensive, still sitting at 2 life, by the way.
I know, and with how dominant we've been talking about Emu being, obviously it makes sense that we see it in this favored matchup win the game, but it's not like it was easy because Andrew kind of had a lot coming back against him with you and getting that free Douglas bullet off of the blind Sanji top deck. Definitely probably put him a bit more nervous going into that going for game because it wasn't as simple as he maybe would have liked it to be.
Yeah, definitely an interesting card that we saw out East before EBO4 came out to play against Emu in their OP13 format, and it's good to see it as well in this one.
Yep, so good, big congratulations there to Andrew for winning this round. It was not an easy game by far. I always say playing against Blue Purple Luffy is the most dramatic game ever because if they got it, and that's really scary if they do.
Yeah, but just not seeing the ramp pieces at the beginning of the game,
He
only the Zoro Juro was kind of like, it's weird to say like he was a turn behind.
But he really was.
He was trying to get a turn ahead.
That's right.
But essentially not finding that ramp just put him behind in that game too far, too fast. And especially with Sanji Roger, you know, that's typically a winning game plan, but we only saw one.
Yep, and meanwhile, Emu here, the king of consistency and the king of the Celestial Dragons, was just doing a textbook game, I think. The second we got to our 10-down turn, we could 5 Elders. We saw the Saturn early. We were able to get the names like Mars to control the board, get them in the trash, get them set up for the big play at the end of the game. That let us go 2 back-to-back turns of playing 5 cards for free, essentially.
And I think the Jupiter find, when he played Jupiter on that curve, I think that was actually a huge deal within this game because it allowed Andrew to be able to swing with these Elders without committing Dawn, right? Especially kind of in those early stages when UP Luffy was essentially like a turn behind and not an 8K leader.
Yep, and essentially being Emu, like essentially making every single removal card in your opponent's decks essentially, you know, bricks or cards that don't get him any value in this game. It can really make it hard on you, and who sees cards like the only Straw Hat Crew I can get is Gum Gum Red Rock, and I'm like, okay, I guess I have to take this, put the rest of the bottom. These are not good enough cards to win this matchup. It can just put him in a really desperate situation.
Yeah, Emu just getting those protection effects soon enough to nullify removal cards like Gum Gum Red Rock, like Dracula Mihawk, and then going in. The blind flip of the Douglas Bullet was awesome.
I was here for it. Okay, I do famously remember playing that card in, I think I played it in set 2 Kaido when the film deck first came out, and it was so powerful at going for a game because it just deals 2 damage, and it basically means that your leader burn effect can like win you the game a whole turn faster, which is really cool.
And then going the correct all in to claim the win. Andrew gonna continue on in this tournament.
I've been playing the One Piece card game ever since it came out, and that's still my favorite way to win. Just put it all in something, swing. Are we done? Yeah, well, we sure are.
Yeah, it's a great match that we got to see, and I know we have a couple panels coming up today. Still a lot more excitement to come at Bandai Card Games Fest here in Las Vegas, but that game was a beautiful one to watch, wrapped up a little faster than we expected. So we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because, as I mentioned, we have more panels, more gameplay, lots more of excitement, and we'll be right back here shortly for Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 here in Las Vegas. We'll see you soon.
everyone, it is time for the One Piece card game stage show.
Now, we've been broadcasting the matches over on YouTube, so I hope you've been enjoying that. And of course, we've got finals top cut tomorrow as well.
Oh, and by the way, for anyone just joining us for the first time,
my name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious, and over here,
I'm Steven, but some people call me the true champion Steven, and we are so excited to be with y'all here today. Like Jake said, we are some of the commentators for the One Piece card game. We've been over there watching these amazing matches. We just got done watching an amazing match between Emu and Blue Purple Luffy. How was that?
it was definitely exciting, right, especially in the end with the blind Sanji flip into Douglas Bullet, right, a nice tech card that UP Luffy plays. But we've had good matches throughout the day, especially with PY Rosinante earlier.
That's right, that's right. And we've had so many amazing matches happening throughout the entire weekend, like yesterday with the last chance qualifiers for people who were trying to participate today. With that in mind, can I get a quick show of hands from the crowd here? Who here participated in the LCQ yesterday? Raise your hand nice and high if that's you.
Okay, yeah, good amount of people.
Okay. How about this? Who here is in the main event for any of the games this weekend, but is here on the main stage now because you wanted to see this announcement? Okay,
yeah,
some people are here
right.
itching for some information. I think people are maybe starting to wonder what we're doing up here right now, huh?
We've got a lot of information here for you guys to be able to show you in this of what's coming up in the One Piece card game.
That's exactly right. We've got something special for you.
Something first world reveal.
Yes, exactly. Today we're going to be showing you some fresh, never-before-seen information from the One Piece card game.
Now, the English producer Shunagawa couldn't be here today, unfortunately.
But thankfully, he was able to team up with Gavin from the English Card Game YouTube channel to send us a special video message.
There's going to be new products, world first reveals, and so much more information on tournaments coming up in this March.
So for the people watching here, don't blink, and for the people watching at home, keep your eyes locked on that screen.
Enjoy the video.
Hey Pirates, I'm Gavin, and this is the producer of the One Piece card game, Shun Ogawa, and we're here to give you some updates on what to expect from the One Piece card game in the upcoming year. So Shun, first let's get started by taking a look at the next set scheduled for release, OP15 EBO4 Adventure on Kami's Island.
Of course, OP15 EBO4 is scheduled to be released on March 27th, so I brought some new information and cards to show everyone.
I'm sure everyone can't wait to look. So with OP14, we also got the green, blue, and purple card from EBO4. So I assume we're getting the remaining red, black, and yellow cards in OP15?
Of course. So the new red, yellow Bonnie leader that has unveiled in Japan, as well as new cards powering up Navy, Sword, and Egghead archetype, are going to be coming out alongside OP15.
Awesome.
So we have new trailer here.
The teaser only released last week, but we're already getting a new trailer?
Yeah, we are changing up the schedule of our promotional release as well to better line up to simultaneous release. So please take a look.
Let's take a look. Well, that's a lot for sure. So with the new Bonnie leader, we'll have a total of 7 leaders and 2 super parallels?
Yes.
I can't wait. I mean, I know a lot of people were worried about, how Bonnie and the Kopi Super Parallel were going to be released. So I'm sure everyone is super excited for this upcoming set.
Of course, there will be a super parallel, 2 super parallels in OP15. And now from OP15 and Kobe from EVO4. And did you see the treasury?
So the OP13 Zoro, right?
Yeah.
I loved how they had like Kobe in the background as well, just like the movie from Film Red.
Yeah.
So I've kind of noticed there always seems to be other characters featured, in the backgrounds of each TR artwork. But is there like a reason for that?
I just love those kind of illustrations. I mean, cool art is great, but I love it when there's a story that is being told within the art. So you can actually see the character emotions and where is the story artwork is being based on. So it's one of the things I like to focus on when designing the art.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure, every area when they get their treasure rare, it's always like, a really hype point for that area to see what they're going to get. So I'm sure everyone for the English region is going to be very excited with that new Zoro.
So next, take a look at each of the leader from OP15 EVO4.
Yeah, so first one I definitely want to take a look at is the NL.
NL.
Because completely changes the rules.
Yeah.
Under the rules of this game, your Dawn deck consists of 6 cards. And then, of course, as the effect, activate main once per turn. If it's your second turn or later, add up to 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck and set it as active, and then add up to 4 additional Dawn cards and rest them, and then give 4 rested Dawn cards to one of your characters.
Yeah.
So you're basically always going to be able to be at 6 Dawn for the entire game, no matter how much you minus, starting on turn 2.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's okay?
I'm sure. I'm pretty sure that it's okay. But definitely strong.
We saw some crazy support. Both of these 6-cost NLs.
Yeah.
If you have 6 or less Dawn, so you always will, this character cannot be removed from the field by your opponent's effects and gains plus 2,000 power.
Yeah.
So
originally the 6 cost and 8k power.
Yeah.
So that means 6 cost
6 cost 10k power. It's in this deck, for all intents and purposes, it's 6 cost 10k.
Yeah.
I'm worried. I'm having a little bit of a worry right now. And let's read the other text.
Yeah.
Activate main, Dawn -1. This character gains blocker until the end of your opponent's next end phase, then trash 1 card from your hand. Okay, that's trashing cards.
Can be a blocker.
Yeah, it can be a blocker.
And trashing.
We got an emergency blocker, that's fine. But 6 cost 10k, but that's the okay one. The insane one is the secret. So it has the same top text.
Yeah.
So 6 costs 10k.
10k. Yeah.
So your deck gets 8 copies of 6 cost 10k.
Yes.
That's already insane. But on play, Dawn -1, look at 5 cards from the top of your deck and add up to 1 card to your hand. Then place the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order and then trash 1 card from your hand. You don't have to show it.
Yeah.
That's any card.
You don't have to show
anything.
It. Yeah. Anything.
Anything.
Anything you can pick.
And then we also get search like Ohm, and then we also get the Marmar again. That's also insane. Let's look at that. Another new 0-cost event. So Dawn -2, draw 1 card, then rest up to one of your opponent's characters with 5,000 power or less. And when we're talking about this, I feel like we can't forget that all of the Dawn minus effects are for free basically in this deck. And up to one of your leader or character cards gains plus 1,000 power during the battle. Then if you have 6 or less Dawn cards on your field, draw a card. This is insane.
This is insane.
It's like Usohachi, but you can use it at any time.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
And counter as well.
Yeah, and of course it has
and
counter.
Draw.
Yeah. Are you sure this is okay?
I'm pretty sure that is okay.
Okay.
But definitely strong.
No, but I actually do think this is going to be a great deck in the field because I feel like we've slowly been getting into a slower and slower kind of meta, with things like M and Ace and even Mihawk.
Yeah.
It's all slowing the game down. So NL definitely feels like he's come to ruin everyone's control plans with some crazy aggro style. So definitely looking forward to this. But Luffy also looks very interesting.
Yes, the yellow Luffy, right?
Yeah. So the leader effect has been out for a bit, but if your Sky Island type character with base power of 6,000 or more would be removed from the field, you can add 1 from the top of your life cards to your hand instead.
Yes.
So, And that's from anything.
Anything.
Any effect. So normal battle damage, you can protect it. It's always gonna be able to protect it. And I was thinking, well, I mean, you don't have that much life, so it can't be that great. But then we got 4-cost Zoro. We get a life for 4 cost?
Yeah. And you can protect him.
And of course, you can protect him. That
We don't
seems
have ability.
absolutely crazy. And it doesn't care what your leader is.
Yeah.
That just goes in everything yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure a lot of people have opinions.
Oh, yeah?
People will either be huge fans or huge detractors, but definitely love the spice of the card. And then we also saw the Luffy, which seemed absolutely
Secret one, right?
insane. Yeah, the secret Luffy. So 5 costs 7k, and then if you have 6 or more Dawn cards on your field, this character gains Rush, and when your opponent activates an event or blocker, reveal up to 1 card from the top of your life cards. This character gains plus 1,000 power during this turn per 1 cost.
Per 1 cost.
So
yes. If the top of life was 10 cost, like 10 cost NL.
Not only can you always protect your 10 cost NL, sometimes you can just look at the top of your life, oh, I'm sorry, did I say 7k? I meant 17. That's crazy. I also like the flavor of it because, Enel and Luffy back in set 5, they were purple and yellow.
Yeah.
And now for this set, in set 15, 10 sets later, they flipped the...
Yeah.
I love that, flavor of how, the Sky Island is like flipping the script on it. So I'm definitely really excited to see how these decks interact with each other. But personally, I gotta say, the leader I'm looking forward to the most...
Other than Sky Islands?
Other than Sky Island.
Yeah,
Sky Island definitely is really cool. I'm really looking forward to Brook.
Brook, yeah. I knew you'd say that.
Brook,
I knew it.
Brook feels like my kind of leader.
Yeah.
So another change the rules leader. I mean, every time under the rules of this game is the starting text, I'm already like, okay, me and you, we're gonna be friends. But you do not lose the game when your deck has 0 cards. You lose at the end of the turn in which your deck becomes 0 cards. So you can do some crazy stuff. And also, of course, the activate main, once per turn, trash 4 cards from the top of your deck. Then if your deck has 0 cards, set up to one of your characters as active. And we already saw, there are going to be some crazy combos like the 6-cost Brook being able to restand, and the 7-cost Luffy, so 7 cost 7,000. Apply each of the following effects based on the number of cards in your trash. If there are 10 or more, this character becomes 9,000 and it gains plus 10 cost.
Plus 10 cost. And 9,000.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you have 10 or more.
Yeah, if you have 10 or more trash.
And
if you have 20 or more cards, during your opponent's turn, your leader's base power becomes 7,000. And then if you have 30 or more cards, this character gains another 1,000 power. So you end up being a base 7,000 leader with a base 10,000 character.
Yeah.
Which is insane, but one of the cool things I think about this leader is because you're going to be able to use your effects, right, to discard your entire deck immediately. And then you're going to use cards like Shirohoshi or like maybe the 7-cost Luffy or the 6-cost Luffy, the Dressrosa Luffys, to always be able to know what card you're drawing next turn. So it definitely feels like it's going to be a super strategic, very interesting deck. So I'm very excited for that. But what about you, Shun? Like, what are you most excited for from the new set?
Of course, I'm excited for all of the OP15 leaders, but I also be on a way to try out playing Red Black Kobe.
Red Black Kobe.
Red Black Kobe. Between a buff from EVO4 and EVO3, I feel like this might finally be his chance to shine. It's also kind of feeling like original manga in a way, where Kobe starts from the kind of weak.
Yeah.
And after a month of training, keeps getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe definitely is like, especially with the EVO4 cards, he just keeps getting more stuff, right? Like the Kujaku, absolutely insane. And who knows, maybe, some of the OP15 cards we haven't seen yet are also going to be a little bit of spice if you're talking about it here, who knows, right? And I also heard that there's going to be a dash pack for OP15?
Yes, we do have dash pack. We plan to reveal the included card at later day, so stay tuned.
We don't get to see it yet.
Yeah.
But
not yet.
So maybe there are cards that just haven't been revealed in general yet that are going to be in that dash pack, so can't reveal it yet, but definitely everyone should stay tuned to that.
Yeah. So today we also want to show you a little bit of what to expect after OP15, so take a look at this trailer.
I'm definitely sure that a lot of people are going to be very excited for this one. A Luffy and Ace leader, and based on the Marineford arc, this looks awesome. You know, also in those colors, right? So it's red and green, and Straw Hat and Whitebeard. So there's definitely a plethora of different cards to choose from that fit into those archetypes. I just want to know the text. Can you give me a hint?
I know it depends on the fact.
Yeah.
But today, this is all I can show you.
All, not even a little hint?
Nah. But later.
Okay.
So stay tuned.
Okay. We'll have to stay tuned for that one
stay
then.
tuned. So next, I have some new premium Bandai releases. I want to share it with you all. So after this presentation ends, official Playmats Limited Edition Volume 5, Premium Card Collection Best Selection 6 will be available to order.
Awesome.
The Playmats Limited Edition includes a new playmat featuring art from the original manga, and as well as the new old art version of the green-purple Luffy leader card.
And that art looks absolutely insane. Definitely want to get your hands on that one.
And Best Selection 6 includes a lot of cards that has heavy played in recent tournament, as well as the first old art version of some cards.
So you can order these right after the presentation ends. For the official start time, please check the official X account and make sure to go check out these awesome products on the Premium Bandai website.
So next up is some news I'm sure everyone has been waiting for. It's time to talk about the event for the next season.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure everyone here, especially, very excited to hear what we have in store.
So first up is Championship 26-27. First, here's our schedule for Championship. Season 1 will be from March to July, while Season 2 will be from August to December. We also plan to hold Store Championship in North America and Europe regions. Today, we will also be announcing the prizes for Regional Season 1.
Event applications have already begun, but there are some prizes that haven't been revealed yet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sorry to keep you waiting, but here's the first set of Regional Participation Pack 2026 Volume 1.
So I definitely am sure a lot of people are going to want to get their hands on these because especially Mihawk has been seeing a lot of play recently in those like Zoro decks, but personally, Pudding is definitely one of those cards that...
Because you like Sanji, right? Okay.
Once EV3 and EV04 come together, they create a force that is going to be something to reckon with for sure.
And we also have regional finalist card set and champion card set. The final card set has that, they have the same text, same cards, but the finalist card set is gonna be available from top 32, and champion gonna be the champion.
So with like different stamps and more foiling, right?
Yeah, more foiling.
Awesome.
And next, let's take a look at the top prizes. To help align with the simultaneous release, starting with Championship 26-27 regional season, champion prizes will be released at the same time in all areas, with some prizes released first in the West. So the top 64 gonna be the Boa Hancock.
Okay.
And top 16 gonna be this crocodile.
I mean, these arts are absolutely amazing, but we have seen them before.
Yeah.
But I feel like you're gonna show us something extra.
Yeah. We also have top 8, and this is the first reveal, this Mihawk.
I mean, that looks absolutely incredible. So of course it is gonna be that OP14 Dracul Mihawk, and you also get a serial card for top 8, right?
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane pricing. I'm sure everyone is going to be wanting to get their hands on these, and Mihawk definitely a very popular leader, so we might be seeing people that are playing, you know, a full set of these in their deck.
So we also have new first and second playmat for the championship season that we plan to reveal today. So here they are. The first playmat gonna be the Three Brothers.
I mean, who wouldn't love the Three Brothers playmat? That looks absolutely insane.
And the second one gonna be the Roger and Whitebeard.
That's very pretty. I don't know, man. I might end up wanting to take second place just to
the hockey.
Yeah. That aura is just insane with the hockey from both of them. Looks absolutely insane.
Good luck, everyone, and we hope to do your best to try to get some of these awesome cards and awesome playmats for next championship season. And one more big announcement. To celebrate the global Netflix release on live action One Piece Season 2 on March 10th, we are giving away the Chopper Dawn card to every player who participated in regional. held in March and April, and other events. Make sure to miss it, and we hope you're excited.
I mean, that chopper is absolutely adorable.
Yeah, absolutely adorable.
I was thinking, how are they gonna make like
Yeah.
chopper real and like still cute? But they hit that out of the park for sure.
So next up, we are excited to reveal the prize for Treasure Cup May, which will mainly be held as a side event at regionals. For top 16, we got Bonnie. For top 8, we got New Anna.
I mean, the Bonnie looks absolutely insane, and this NL is looks so cool.
Yeah.
And that's the SRNL,
Yeah,
right?
SR1.
Okay. Awesome. Definitely sure everyone's gonna be excited to get their hands on those.
Yeah. And of course, we will continue to give you the top 4 serial Zoro cards.
Amazing.
And plus, Anga Seed and exclusive playmat for the second place at the championship.
Okay, so treasure cups are definitely looking pretty good now.
So we'll be sharing more details soon, so stay tuned.
I mean, yeah, hopefully we get more information soon, but that definitely looks pretty great so far.
Yeah. All right, so moving on. Let's talk about the store event price starting from May and beyond. As announced in the recent producer letter, we are offering launching Extra Grand Battle as a store-level event starting in May. Using the extra regulation format. This means the card, like Block Icon 1, which won't be usable in standard format after April 1st, will be playable in these events. Now, about the price. We recently revealed the serial Yamato cards, and it got a lot of attention. And here's the more big news. This is actually the first ever initiative in Western region. The winner of each store-level Extra Grand Battle will receive this serial Yamato cards as a champion prize. And that's not all. We are also preparing Perona promotional cards for the top 4 players.
So we're getting store event serial cards in the West as well?
Yeah.
That's insanely generous. I'm sure everyone's gonna be extremely excited for that.
Right? So, and this serial Yamato cards will be distributed throughout the year, not only at the store level Extra Grand Battle, but also the large-scale Extra Grand Battle events planned for the later this summer.
Awesome, so there's definitely gonna be like lots of opportunities for players to try and get on.
Yeah, so those bigger events, we are planning even more additional prize. So keep an eye out. We'll share more details soon.
Looking forward to it.
So next up is some new news about the Pirates Party, which is undergoing the renewal and will be held at LGS from May 2026.
Let's hear about it.
Yeah. Right now, LGS currently holds store tournaments, but we wanted to create new type of event that was more casual and welcoming for the new players.
Okay.
Rather than rank-based pricing, everyone who participates will be able to receive a welcome pack and promotion cards. So we hope everyone will look forward to it.
Sounds fun.
The new Pirates Party will have 4 different formats that were chosen by your LGS. First one is limited deck battle format, constructed format, themed battle, 2-on-2 battle.
Okay, so I get most of these, but what is the limited deck battle?
So this is a new format that bans the current top 10 most played deck in any given format. We did test trial at a small amount of store and even went and saw some of the stores.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it really allowed everyone to play the deck they wanted to play rather than what they thought was the strongest.
Okay.
And we have found the English community really enjoyed playing with old leaders and unique type of deck. So we wanted to create an opportunity for those type of players to be able to have fun at LGS.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense because I definitely know like a lot of my friends too overseas really like just focusing on that one deck and just continue playing that for multiple sets in a row. I mean, Yamato especially is one of those decks that a lot of people just grab onto it and just never let it go, no matter whether it's good, bad, or otherwise.
So the Pirates Party promotion item will change once every 2 months. And the limited battle leaders and theme battle will also change on the same schedule.
Oh, that's awesome. So you're already going to be, every 2 months you're going to change the leaders that you can't use. So it's always constantly getting updated and seen. That sounds great.
And you got a new promotion items.
Yeah, so you always have a reason to go.
Yeah. So Gavin, which leader would you want to play in the limited format?
You know, I have a couple I'd like, but I definitely think the first one I would bring would have to be Vegapunk.
Yellow Vegapunk.
Yeah,
Two life Vegapunk.
I am a 2-life Vegapunk enjoyer. Yellow Vegapunk?
Yeah.
The way you said that made me think there might be a new Vegapunk, so I'm gonna look forward to that as well. But I've never had someone, oh yeah, Vegapunk. I've never had someone ask, oh, yellow Vegapunk. Oil?
Yellow Vegapunk. Yeah, yellow Vegapunk.
Yeah, yellow Vegapunk.
I said the color.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Heard it here first, folks. Anyways, what about you, Shin?
I want to use red blue Marco, I think.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, without
Marco's a lot
Emu,
of fun.
I think the deck can be shining in this limited tournament, and especially with a card with 9 Ghost Sanji and 7 Ghost Whitebeard and Ben Backman and 8 Ghost Rayleigh. Is going to make into this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely also think that Marco is one of those decks that there are a lot of different ways to build it, right?
Yeah.
The animal Marco build that popped up overseas as well definitely seems like it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And, just in general, the lack of meta decks, like, when there is no of the Mihawks or the Emus, there's a lot more, space to think and build with. So it can definitely be a lot of fun to try and, focus on your favorite pet deck rather than trying to defeat the entire meta.
So we plan on releasing details for the first round of Pilots Party beginning in May next week on our website, so make sure to take a look. So this concludes our announcement for everyone watching Bandai Card Games Las Vegas stream. For everyone watching, we have wonderful time, and our player is still battling it out. Good luck in the finals, and we can wait to see you at the Worlds. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
Wow, Steven. That was a lot of information to take in.
I know, seriously. OP15, the rest of EBO4, treasure cups, extra regulation, serial cards going to LGSs, it's all too much.
I am so excited for the extra regulation to try my hand at a serial Yamato, right? Especially at our local stores, and if I get top 4, well, I get a Perona.
Are there any decks in particular you're thinking about for the extra regulation format?
Well, especially with the unbanning that happened in some of the cards for the extra regulation, I don't know, like Sakazuki might be a sneaky pick.
Ooh, Ice Age coming back? Ooh, that feels pretty good. I think I'm definitely the most excited for the rest of OP15 being revealed. Oh my gosh, the Sky Island Arc is an iconic one. That set's going to be amazing. We know they're experiencing a lot of really fun stuff with it over in Japan. Can't wait for us to get the same.
Yeah, especially with the rest of EVO4 being in there, the red, black, and yellow cards. It's going to be really exciting to finally get all of those to be able to use in our decks.
Now, I know for everyone here and watching at home, we've given y'all so much information, but before we wrap up, we've got a little bit more ready for you. We have the key visual for the 2026-2027 Championship Series for the One Piece card game ready to go, and here it is. Whoo!
Absolutely love this. I love the color contrast of the dark colors and then the bright flash of the punch. Looks pretty good.
Now, I know, we're still in the middle of this current season, but believe me when I say as soon as we had this ready, we had to show it to you because it is just incredible.
The future of the game is looking bright, and I'm so excited to dive into it.
And hopefully y'all are as excited about it as we are.
Now, before we jump into matches yet again, the action's not starting just yet. We've got one more day of One Piece card game ahead of us.
Yep, I'm talking matches, I'm talking events, I'm talking side events, I'm talking more fun reveals up here on this stage. This weekend is going to have a lot to look forward to.
Take your time, meet players, hang around, see a lot of the great stuff that we have at the venue.
And most importantly, enjoy all the time you have here with us in Las Vegas this weekend.
We're just getting started.
All right, thank you all so much for joining us for the One Piece Card Game Stage Show. He's been Jake, I've been Steven. Have a great weekend, y'all.
づかせてやる。今楽にしてやる。今買っておきだ。
Welcome back, everybody, to more Bandai Card Games Fest Las Vegas 25 and 26. I'm excited to be here because that means we get to talk about card games.
Digimon!
Yeah.
Only thing I know how to do.
It's my favorite thing in the world. And I've heard some rumors that I might be able to talk about Digimon, which is also my favorite thing.
It's my favorite thing, too.
Only if you say please.
Please?
Okay.
All right.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Steven said we could do it. That means we can. So if everybody hasn't been tuned in throughout the day, hello, I am Neighbor, of course.
I'm Ben, also known as DigiPanda.
I'm Steven, but some people call me the true champion, Steven.
My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious.
And I won't do that.
No,
but
I mean, you can. I give you permission.
Well, you know, as long as you say it's okay.
Yeah, I chose this destiny.
But I just couldn't be more stoked to be here talking about the card games that are available at Bandai Card Fest, but all specifically, I love Digimon, so I'm excited to see a little bit of it.
We've seen a whole day so far of Gundam, One Piece, Union Arena, and now we're going back to the beginning, literally, to some Digimon. It's been a bit.
I wonder if I've heard that before. Go back
to the beginning.
And we're gonna kind of end it similar to how we started it. If you remember at the very start of the day, we got to see some of the high octane action that Digimon provided through the Time Stranger deck. It blew Jake's mind how fast we are allowed to take actions that swing straight at your life. So in Digimon, you know, we cut to the chase, straight to the point. But Time Stranger, I believe, will be back on the table in this next match with another deck that, you know, we kind of predicted would show up, but one that we haven't been able to see so far during the day. I think the more important thing right now, though, is what these players are going to be fighting for, because if they are able to qualify for tomorrow's event, they make that top 16, you get a beautiful trophy card. I mean, look at that. Digicode. Like we said, are very early in the stream. Digimon prize cards aren't printed in English. They're not necessarily printed in Japanese. They're printed in Digicode.
I'm pretty sure this is Federated Lugamon.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, and it's a classic fan favorite. Here we've got the third place trophy card in the beautiful bronze, top 3 playmat. And of course, the third place trophy goes along with that. Second place also going to get the top 3 playmat, being within that same range, but they get that silver. And of course, everybody here is going to be looking for the gold. I would love to have that in my collection.
The Season 2 Tamer packs and event packs are also going to be widely sought after. I think we've already seen a few previews of what those contents actually are, and I think a lot of us are excited for that as well.
Yeah, it's always nice when we get to see cards that we know have been good that just have been stuck in a non-foil variant in your deck next to all the other nice shiny ones, and now a little bit of upgrade, a little bit of, you know, snaz to add to the deck. I like to see it. And of course, the important thing here, the top 3 are also getting that World Championship invite, as well as their travel taken care of, which is, I mean, what more could you ask for? We've got Joe C on the left at 5-1 right now playing. It's just the Venusmon representing TS as a deck Time Stranger, and Ben on the other side with Magnetic Dramon.
Content creator Ben. That's really exciting to see too.
Yeah, and this is, like we mentioned, at 5-1 right now, these players are fighting to maintain their record to kind of guarantee that top cut, because if you end the day at X1, you are more than likely guaranteed to set up a top 16 placement. At X2, not always guaranteed, but a lot of the times it means you're in the clear. Anything after that, your dreams are living on a prayer. And it looks like we're going to be starting off with the Rocks, going to be playing that Sunnerizamon to the board to get a little bit of a search with a Sunnerizamon in the back.
The cost reducer, the Digivolution cost reducer.
Yeah, that's a big deal to have set up in the raising area, because that means you're going to go turbo through it. Now, the important thing that Joe C is happy to see is that Ben did not start off with an Ukomon, which is normally the death knell to anybody playing against the Rocks. Here we're seeing a pretty quick start from Joe, though, setting up the Garurumon in the back. Going for a little bit of a cheeky.
The Abyssal, which also basically adds the bottom security card to your hand, then inserts itself back to the bottom. It has specialized effects that are benefited once you get Neptunemon or Venusmon out in play.
That makes a lot of sense, because the deck is pretty geared toward that toolbox. We see the Venusmon being represented, but the Neptunemon, of course, we know is there as well.
The final part of that Abyssal option card actually also plays out a Digimon, which is where that Electmon came out from.
That Electron is going to be able to get that search, of course, adding a Time Stranger and an Iliad card, and having a pretty nifty inheritable effect if we're going to be able to get that running.
Joe is in a good position right now because on the next turn, if he digivolves into, say, Gatomon, we can see that Sylphimon play, even at 1 memory.
Absolutely, yeah, because Gato will allow you to digivolve when it, either when it's played or when digivolved straight into the Sylphimon, and then of course Sylphimon's ability when digivolving allows it to attack regardless of whether the turn is still yours. Here we're going into a Landramon, of course using that ability to search when digivolving, as well as when moving, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be able to, or start a main, is able to remove one of your sources in order to get a little bit of a search going. And it looks like the, is that a BT5 classic?
Yeah, Gogmamon from the olden times. We also see Gravel Hearts and sending all that away.
But of course, because we didn't get to build this stack from the raising, there's no Tumblemon to gain back memory, so we are sitting at 0. How do we pass it? It looks like it is just going to be a little bit of a training. We're grabbing a scramble off of the training, so we're setting up for a big combo turn in the future.
Yeah.
And that is usually how Rocks works, is they want one big combo. Usually they kill you off of 2 turns, not just 1, because they aren't usually able to get a full 5 checks plus an extra, but the Magnetic Dramon does usually, because it's able to restand and usually gain that sec plus.
We forgot to mention the Sunoriza, when it was detached from the Landramon, it deletes a play cost 4 or lower. That's why the Electmon is no longer on screen.
Yeah, really important to note. So Rocks as a whole, the deck really focuses around getting effects whenever your Digimon sources are trashed. So the entire line is built around trashing their own sources to gain a benefit, and then each source has an ability. Like, for example, the Sunoriza when sent to the trash, deleting that floor cost or less. There's also de-digivolve on the table for these types of effects.
There's the memory gain.
Like you saw right there, Tumblemon gains memory when it's trashed, and I think the important thing here is we can utilize that search effect by trashing from any of your Digimon, which is why we're able to pull it off of the Sunoriza here, who can now, like you mentioned before, digivolve for a reduced cost, maybe even to another Landramon. We could find every piece that we're looking for, and it is Landramon, but not the one that's searching here.
The reduced Evo cost of 1 here, that's why we went 1. Looks like we are playing Gravel Hearts.
I believe the close,
No,
full cost close, off of the effect of
Landramon.
the Landramon.
Yep.
And that closes are very important to get on the board as the Rocks player, because that will usually allow you to properly reload all of your inheritables.
Now, interestingly, don't you normally want to try to get a Tumblemon into your trash as quickly as possible, just so you can cycle through more of them?
Usually you do, and that's why I mentioned that getting that Uko early is a quick way to get 2 Tumblemon, and once you have the second Tumblemon in rotation, you are off to the races. Now, in this case, we just have the 1. It's going to take us 2 turns to get another Tumblemon unless we see some absolutely wild technology. But right now, looking like we're still pretty ahead on board. You know, there's not a huge threat looming from Joe.
Not what I wanted. Okay, that's fine.
Like you mentioned, regardless of the memory, of course, if Gatomon comes out, we can make a Sylphimon play.
Training here.
But just ending the turn with Sylphimon on board isn't the most threatening thing, especially when you can de-digivolve it as a form of removal instead of just getting it off the board so that it floats.
Utilizing the scrambles, we go into Praganomon. This is the EX8, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe usually they'll be more inclined to rock with that one. EX10. Yeah.
Oh, this one's the EX10? I thought Ben was going for max rarity, so the foil uncommon and uncommon was what I was looking for.
You know, everybody wants to have the max rarity deck, but sometimes it's hard to get all the pieces put together. Right now, though, the pieces on the table are looking pretty put together. And Ben is looking like he's in a pretty solid position, of course, having been able to utilize that close in order to reload these pieces.
I don't think you magnetic here yet, right?
If you don't keep turn, it doesn't seem that important. But here we are going to utilize the scramble, and we're going into a guy that I don't quite, is that Justimon?
I thought it was Justimon, but I can't tell.
I think that's a Justimon Blitzarm. That's BT23 Justimon. If I have the right card, I believe that when digivolving, they can trash an option card in the battle area. There's not anything to hit there, but that is a very rare effect to have on a Digimon, so it might be quite cool to see that kind of tech available in Rocks. But of course, all turns when option cards in the battle area are trashed, we can unsuspend, and then the opponent's Digimon effects are not able to affect Justimon. So there's a chance that we could benefit from that. Right now, I'm anticipating because where Garurumon came out, I don't believe that Justimon has any form of blocker. But we're not even going to be worried about a swing. We are just going to be, playing that Minervamon gives us an opportunity to de-Digivolve, and of course is able to play an Iliad, I believe, Time Stranger card with 5 cost or less, so we're able to get that Homeros on the field.
Now we trigger Dan and Yuki, play an option, end of turn attack.
Here we are, we're going for that search. It's always nice to see that in-between theater being played for free.
We got the Gato too.
Gatomon is absolutely a critical piece to the combo. It looks like Joe is deciding that that is the one that we want to see. And of course, we can kind of get a free swing here because Minervamon is giving all of our Digimon reboot and blocker. It looks like we are able to play out that Gatomon as well. So
we're using Homeros to trigger Minerva, I think, again.
Yes, Homeros triggers Minerva, gives the ability to play out another 5 cost or less Digimon, getting that Gatomon trigger. And now we could potentially go into the Sylphie here. I think if we had it in hand, we surely would. But it looks like we're just passing turn, and Ben is considering whether to utilize the scramble just to return a card to the top of the deck. At this point, you can't play a Digimon because you already have one on the board. But we are just going to stand the close, draw our card for turn, hatch, and then begin the plan.
Second Tumblemon now is coming into rotation soon.
Now, 5 memory is quite a bit to work with. And those 4s on board aren't really threatening anything in particular. There's not really any aces that we see playing. The big thing is, though, that they are additional blockers. And that's just a piece between you and the opponent.
Weighing the options right now of what to do next. I think you have a 3 set up. I think you have to Evo in the front.
Go to the Gogmamon. We do have the ability to Digiburst, a classic effect that has not seen play in quite a while, but we could get rid of this source just to get a little boost and then the effect of the Landramon.
Delete a play cost 4 or less, right?
Let's see. I believe that Landramon de-Digivolves, which wouldn't be too impactful here, so we'd be able to de-Digivolve the Weregaruru. But I blinked and I missed it. We triggered close first so that we could reload the sources that we actually want to see off of the Gogmamon, because he can Digiburst as many as he wants. So we are going to end up deleting, like you mentioned, that play cost 4 lore because we were able to reload the Sunarizamon from earlier. So we're able to get rid of that Garurumon. Now, one important thing that I think Joe smartly was able to pick up on, a lot of Rock's removal is de-Digivolution or 4 cost or lower. So hard playing that Minervamon, even though we gave 6 memory over to Ben, we saw there wasn't a whole lot that he could kind of build off of. He has to utilize the close to even get a first stack, so usually that makes it a much less lethal Magnetic Dramon. You like to have a large stack to go into the Magnetic Dramon and then reload with close to have a really big play. But you know, there wasn't a huge clapback for that, and also it's going to be now very difficult to remove this Minervamon given the board texture.
We now see a Pyramidimon come into play here. I believe this is the EX10 version.
Yes, this is the EX10 version. Yeah, typically this is utilized kind of as a stopgap in between the Magnetic Dramon, as a way, another way without close to reload your pieces from the trash, and then you can pitch them as well in the same when digivolving effect, or when attacking, in order to kind of reuse those sources.
Notice that Ben is actually reorganizing the sources in a method in which that the 3s, I think, are going to be, well, they were at the top, so you would never find the 2.
Right, that way you don't get to deal with the re-triggered de-Digivolution, which is certainly going to come at one point or another. That is another interesting thing that you can do as the Rocks player, is potentially set up a situation where you have sources that are just large. You could have a level 6 under your level 6. But here we are able to clear, get one check of the security. It is the Sylphimon that surely Joe is looking to have in hand, you know, couldn't find it.
Joe is a little bit behind now because he lost his stack, lost his secondary stack, and the third Olympian that was on the board as well.
Yeah, what I think is a really crazy thing to point out is, if I'm not mistaken, Minervamon's effect is also on deletion to play an Iliad from the hand. So that means that Joe is kind of out of gas. Doesn't have an Iliad to play off of the deletion of the Minervamon. Here we're going to hatch an egg, see if we can maybe find something here.
Going up memory with the Dan and Con and Yuki and the Homero, since we were set to, I believe.
Set to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so going up to 5. We have a memory boost if we really need it, but yeah, again, I'm thinking that there's a chance that Joe might be gassed out if we didn't play anything off of the Minerva.
If we gain the memory here and he hard slams, say, like Neptune, Neptune could spin back the card.
Yes, because Neptune only cares about the Digimon with the lowest sources. Now, it looks like we are going for another Minerva. We found the Tapir. I think the Tapir might have come off the top, and Joe is debating for a minute, do I put this rookie in the raising area, or do I just utilize it off of the Minerva? It's a really powerful search effect because you can often grab 2 cards. You know, you'll be able to grab one of those beasts, and you'll also be able to grab one of the Time Stranger traits.
Right.
So I think having the wherewithal to hold it for your search effect as opposed to just getting a draw that could be any one card is pretty important here. And we did find the Elecmon off the search, so we were still able to put a Digimon, a rookie, in the raising area. Now let's see if we're going to be able to make any big plays off of the Tapir. If we're able to Digivolve into a 4, then I think there's a chance we could trigger the Homeros at end of turn.
Are we missing a 4 is the question.
I mean, we would have had to find them off of the draw for the Elecmon, right? Because we didn't have anything to play off the Minerva. So we would have to daisy chain 4 off of the Wind Digivolving trigger, as well as another 4 off of that Wind Digivolving in order to really make something happen. But if we are a little bit lucky, there is a world where Sylphimon comes out at the end of the turn. There is a world where it happens.
It's possible. I don't see it happening right now.
Yeah, it seems a little bit far-fetched. Joe might just be playing more cards for development. It looks like we have a Weregarurumon in hand, so the 5s are ready to go.
I see 2 Weregarurumons.
And in a mirror, it might not have even been a big deal.
Oh, dang.
It only suspends when a rock is trashed from the source.
Is that Maruki? I think that is Marukimon. So it looks like Maruki, of course, it has the on-play and Wind Digivolving effect to suspend 2 Tamers, or Digimon, of course, and then boost by 5,000 and attack any one Digimon. So we are still able to clear over the Pyramidimon. Now, Tsunariza, with the piercing checks, of course, so we're hitting that close. Close on play effect. We have an opportunity here to set up more for the future.
This close is the one that can spin
I'm sorry,
a
yes,
tamer.
this is set up that Tsunariza, and then of course we get to restand off of the reboot.
Scramble can now trigger because there's no Digimon in play, so we're going to play back out the Surger Sunarizamon. We're going to spin back Pyramidimon to the top, I believe.
Yep, that way we can grab it, and I believe this is a double hit Searcher, so we could grab it as well as any Liberator.
Yep. We add all the rocks, then throw close to the bottom.
And we have plenty of close in the back already. I think we are certainly well fitted when it comes to, oh, it looks like we're going for a second scramble now.
We're going to add
to put the Justimon back.
Yep, and that's the draw.
Draw for turn. And of course, now we can promote the Sonorizamon if we want to, but we might still hold it in the back if we don't think we need a second body, because if we're not going to get the KO swing this turn, I would like to have a Digimon that is protected and able to promote the following turn, you know?
There's 7 memory, though, in rotation, so this is where I'm kind of like, you have 3 bodies, they have blocker,
yeah,
they have reboot.
You just have to know, is my magnetic really going to be able to get those 4 checks and still give me an opportunity with the Sunariza? Right now, it's looking good. We certainly have the memory to do what we need to do. We have still, I believe, a training in the back as well, or 2. Yeah, we do have 1 training with the Colossus.
Oh, this is the warp. Yeah, so we warp into Progonomon because there was a Landromon in the trash.
Trash a source.
Yeah, that Progonomon lets you tuck a Landromon from the trash to Evo over the Sunarizamon, so you're able to skip some steps. You don't have to have as many level 4s as long as you've seen them at least once.
It's also more cost efficient because normally when you go 3 to 4 to 5, it's 5 memory total, typically speaking.
Right, so this is saving 2 memory on the way up, maybe even more, depending on the situation here. usually we are able to trash some Tumblemon sources or load them up so that we can kind of gain a little bit extra. I've been thinking through the plays. How can we crack the board, or do we even need to bother with it? I mean, right now we do still have 3 blockers on Joe's side. And we are going for the Justimon Critical Arm. We are going with the inheritable to toss that Sonorizamon. Now, Justimon could trash. I believe we still have the Digital Theater, don't we?
No, that was already used last turn.
Digital Theater was gotten rid of. Okay.
Cool. 2 for ice.
Yeah, okay. We've got the double.
Ooh, Icemon.
That Icemon is a pretty big pickup for the Rocks deck as a whole.
Yes.
Being a recent promo card dropped gives you the ability to kind of ignore some of the main issues that you would deal with as a Rocks player. Digivolve being one of them, and that means that the threat from Minervamon's a little bit less prevalent.
All's good.
Joe taking a quick read. It is a relatively newer card, so you want to make sure that you fully understand. And it looks like we're paying 4 to go into that magnetic. Of course, blink and you'll miss it. We're going to gain some of this memory back.
I will delete this and then trash security.
We're going to delete
Haruki, which lets us trash the top security, of course.
pull the memory back,
Swing when attacking.
attack, place 3 back under, mainly the memory gainers.
Oh yeah, and look at that. It was a free magnetic and it's gonna get freer. We've got even more of these tumbles ready to go.
Remove 3, gain 2 more memory, delete.
See if we have any Digimon to play off the effect. We don't.
And then 17k, 1 shot. Swing.
It's gonna be a Sylphie in there. We're gonna swing one more check. We're gonna trash a couple to trash that security, and we are on to the next game. Ben clearing out the security all in one go.
I think Joe was just missing the Sylphie. That was the only piece he was missing.
We saw multiple times. I mean, if he had had the Sylphie a turn prior, we would have been melting through Ben's security.
Yep.
And then even after that, the fact that, you know, we had enough force to get to a stabilized position to start, but nothing to play off the Minervamon meant that we were really heavily set back.
I think one thing that's also kind of scary for Joe is that giving so much memory to your opponent, you can capitalize on it, is going to be an issue.
Yes. And I think, you know, we mentioned before, a lot of the ways that decks will be able to kind of stymie a little bit of the Iliad or Time Stranger plays is by giving your opponent 5 memory so they don't have these effects that say, oh, when I'm at 4 or less, I gain this, that, or the other thing. Now, there's not a lot of great ways to give your opponent 5 memory in Rocks other than hard playing a level 4 or 5. And in that case, you've got no sources. Everything the Rocks want to do is get some sources going. Even the 4s in this deck are all 4 cost, so you really are just looking at Icemon as a way to pay 5, or you're hard dropping the Proganamons or bigger, and that is certainly not a usual situation you want to be in.
Not at all. If you're Joe, do you go first or second for the second game?
A lot of these Time Stranger decks, I think, really do prefer to go second so that they can have a little bit more of that draw and setup here. And it looks like we are seeing Joe going second in this scenario.
Tumblemon into the Searcher Sonorizamon. We play a training? No. Is that a Memboost?
Yes, yeah. That is going to be the Memboost grabbing the Landramon. So we are going to get a little bit more search going. Still dodging the turn 1 Uko. I think that as long as your Rocks opponent doesn't see the turn 1 Uko, sending them first is a pretty reasonable play. And now we have Phenomenal Rookie in the back.
And a Searcher on the front.
Searcher in the front. We see that Dan. Dan and Yuki is quite nice to see early, but we also see the Minerva.
We also might be seeing less and less Ukos being used because even with the arrival of EX11, I think some Rock players are downgrading from 4 Ukos to 2.
I believe from what I've seen, there's 3 in Benman's list at the moment. So it's not one you expect to see in the opener every time, but it's quite nice when it does decide to show up.
We played the option card Abyss.
Abyss Sanctuary Throne Room.
Yeah. So now trying to figure out what card you want to play. I guess there was nothing.
It doesn't look like we had an abundance of options available here. Ben maybe debating if he wants now to be the time that he promotes the Tsunorizumon.
4 memory is a lot, though, for a Rocks player. Because right now you can just, put them to 1.
Yeah, and I think here we're just going to go for a setup for the future. If we don't know that off that 4 memory that we have a significant push, we might be missing a 5 or a 6 or a scenario here that we want to set up the close early before your opponent goes off.
If Demi Devi, so Demi Devi goes into Aegeomon, Aegeo has barrier.
Yes.
So we can kind of attack and not care.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the best situation scenario in which that if you play Tamer, in which case we play Asuna.
Yeah, sets up beautifully for the trash.
Shiroki, I believe.
She's going to trash that level, the Wergarurumon, which usually not, you want to trash the 4 so that you can play it off of her in the future, but in this case, we're just trying to find the pieces that we need. So we'll find the 4s in the trash later.
Because you can attack with AG over 1 check, Evo, Tapir, and a Guru attack 2nd check. Because there's no option cards other than Zoffer, Kabis.
Yeah, and I don't think many Rocks players are still rocking that one. I think typically it is going to be just development pieces. You might see a Congo for the Hootie defense squad.
Yeah.
You don't want Hootie to swing through your whole life. I'm shocked, by the way, at how little I've been able to see of the Hootie on the street.
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all, so I'm curious.
Time Stranger's showing up big. We don't even have to utilize that barrier because Aegeo is a bigger boy than a Tsunorizumon.
Yep.
And here, of course, from the inheritable off of the Demi Devi, we're able to get a little bit of a filter as well. Draw 1, pitch 1.
Which is really useful.
Yeah, we saw the Minerva hitting the trash. There's not really a good way to recurse that, so we might have an abundance of it here. Really just trying to find the 4s. I believe I saw Sylphie flashed in hand.
I was going to say, are we going to go into the Wergaroo to just restand and then have evade?
Yeah, you've got evade, you've passed your opponent to 1, you have barrier, so really your opponent's going to have to de-digivolve, which, not a tall ask for the Rocks, but you're forcing them to have specific outs.
The close could be used here to spin out a close from the hand to the field, and then we can play back a Sunraiser from trash. We're not going to do that, though.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to pitch the tumble to get our search. We do have to fully resolve the search, of course, before the tumble will trigger, and here we are going up to 2. One really cool thing about this Landramon, of course, is that you get to either return those cards to the top or bottom. So if you like everything you see, it might not be too long until you see the rest,
Yeah.
Really versatile searcher. It makes Magnetic feel like one of the more consistent stacks that you could possibly build. I've been working out the math here. How do we get the memory where we want it? Of course, it's going to take 3 to get over to a Proganamon, unless we have a scramble. And from there, we're going to have to find a way to deal with the Wergaruru. There is a way to delete it if we're able to go into a Pyramidimon. I believe Pyramidimon is able to delete based on play cost, so we're able to get that done. It all just depends on what is available.
So in that case, we're going to scramble.
We're going to play the scramble before we go into the Proganamon.
Yep.
So it is just going to cost that 2.
Yep.
Scramble will reduce that Digivolution cost by 3, and this Proganamon will have collision and piercing, so we are going to be able to get rid of the Tapir if we want to swing it out. But of course, I believe we should be able to pitch an ability to delete the Tapir. I'm not sure if we have one in rotation to delete by play cost. We're gaining back memory off the tumble. And here we're going to spend the training, or I'm sorry, pop the mem boost, so we go up to 4. Yeah, and then here we're going to see.
Oh, we can clear the Wergaroo stack too.
Yeah, Pyramid gives you the ability to clear the Wergaroo stack, and potentially, I think if we have a Magnetic from here, we're going to be able to keep turn off of the double proc of Tumble.
Yep.
So we should be able to get some checks in as well.
Yep.
Really reducing Joe's board. So here, we're going to attempt to delete twice, and that is going to fully clear it through the evade. and then reloading a couple of Sunarizamon in here. That way we're going to make sure that we're going to clear through the tape here as well. Leave absolutely no stone unturned.
How many rock puns are you going to make during this?
As many as I can, tumble along.
Ah, I see. We got to get the ball rolling.
Here we are going to get that swing in.
Collision.
Collision
Pierce,
forces the block.
Gato.
Now, we have loaded quite a few 4s in the trash for the Purple Tamer to bring back.
Asuna Shiroki can play out a level 4.
But just 1 4 is usually not enough to make a big difference. We would have loved to have seen a second one, but we are going to utilize that Tamer here, considering our options. I think Gato might be the pick here, just to hit that DP minus.
I don't know about that.
I don't really know what threshold we're going for.
I feel like Demi Devi would have been a better play here.
I guess it all depends on what's in hand, right? If
Yeah.
we have a proper piece. Maybe only had the Demi Devi as a rookie, so we want to hold that to Evo in the raising area, get some extra draw.
Well, plays from trash, right?
Yeah, you're right. But here we're going for the Minerva. Setting up home rows.
D2G-Evolve 1.
2, 1 for each of the time strangers here.
Triggered again.
As well as playing the Elecmon from hand. That whole stack going away because there's nothing left after the DP minus from the Gatomon. So we would D-Digivolve down to a rookie that would have not enough DP to maintain the board.
Yep. Now does Benman use the scramble is the question.
This is the one thing that Magnetic doesn't have that some of the other aggressive stack decks do. They have a lot of consistency. What Magnetic doesn't have is a way to give itself a rush off of this scramble. Like a red deck right now might be playing Guillemon off the scramble and being able to utilize that stack to full potential. It's basically just a second raising area. However, when you're with the rocks, you have to, if you use the scramble, pull the Digimon out, you do something with your stack, but you're not going to be able to get any win attacking effects, and that's really a large part of the combo. So you certainly have to do it to play the game. How much can you prevent Joe from, picking up steam here? We are going to get a little bit of a search off of the Sunariza. We stand, draw, Digitama hatch, back to the tumble, and what can we build up in response? We've got another Sunariza in the back, the Searcher, not the one that will reduce the Digivolution cost, so we're going to have to try our hardest to really build something up on the next turn.
You might be climbing up from the Sunarizamon in play right now into something to basically just keep trashing his sources, recycle memory, and search more.
Yeah, it looks like Landermon is going to hit. That way we're going to be able to trash the Sunarizamon, get rid of, I believe we could get rid of the Gatomon. I believe that's play cost 4. Or the Elecmon. As well as get a little bit of a search. So we're taking the Elecmon out. Gato might be play cost 5. No, it's play cost 4.
It looks like 4.
Yeah. But just deciding to target the Elecmon first here. Now again, we've got to wonder, we've talked through this same exact math before, just on the previous turn. 3 memory gets us to a level 5.
Close to reload right now is going to put us back to...
Yeah, we're going to have an extra memory to spend once we trash this tumble. If we have a Gogmamon, no, it's going to be that Proganamon from EX8. This is the one you were looking for with that Altar.
Yep.
It does have that Fragment 3, Collision Piercing, not going to be anything crazy going up the stack.
Blast on.
This is a piece of yesterday's tech kind of situation.
What's that? Was that one EX10?
EX10, yes. It was kind of an in-between. People were using this instead of one of the other Pyramidimons because it was another rock mineral option that gave Sec +1 to the stack, not just to itself, which means when you go into Volcanic, you're able to get the extra checks on the restands. So really powerful OTK tool. Of course, not much of an OTK tool when you are not able to attack because your Digimon just played this turn, and gave a lot of memory over to Joe.
Gain 1. Heal cost
We are going to strip these sources. Gain back a little bit here.
And then we delete the Gato.
Of course, that is all triggering off of the fragment.
Deliberating right now on what to do next. Elect one for the search. Reveal top 3. Elect, Minerva, and another Abyssal Sanctuary throne room. Once you have one in rotation, the other one doesn't really matter at that point.
Yeah. And we know we've got a Sunrise in the back, and we've got close set up front. We've got an ability to build back up. We see how much Ben's able to do off of such a short amount of memory. And Joe is consistently kind of giving Ben a good amount to work with. We're going to go into that Aegiamon.
Yeah. That's the SP rare.
It's a quite shiny version Joe's going to be able to see. Are we going to trash our security? Are we willing to get rid of it for another tamer? Because that, 2 security is a very small number to leave yourself with rocks.
I'm going to do it again.
Yep, add it to hand. We're going to be able to get that search.
Oh, that Garurumon would have been nice about 2 turns ago.
Yeah. Hiroko coming a little bit too late, but she does still add the Garurumon. It's never bad to see your boy. As my dog. I'm happy to see him. Speaking of my dog, Marukimon. Now that we only have 2 sources left, not going to have anything to fragment here. We're going to pierce through, hit the Volcanic, but I believe Maruki is too large because it gains 5k whenever it gets that on-player win digi effect, so not going to worry about hitting the 14k in security.
7 memory, though.
It's absolutely more than enough for Ben to go all the way to a Volcanic.
Or magnetic.
Or yeah, a magnetic, correct. They're big rocks. They're all big rocks.
Oh, I agree with you.
And magnetic is a terrifying thing to stare down when you've got 7 memory plays. Now here's the thing though, we have not only the Maruki as well as the Minerva, 2 very large blockers. And I believe triggering the Dan and Yuki to get some extra checks here before
Yep.
The fun card is gone.
the turn will pass. But this wide board, normally the small guys, the 4-cost or lowers, not a huge problem because you're going to be able to pop them. But these level 6 Digimon with no inheritables, no sources for you to de-digivolve them away, this is going to be 2 blocks that are going to be difficult to get through. And I believe the only source of piercing we have is through the Proganamon. But I don't believe it's inheritable.
It's not.
EX10 Proganamon should be able to give this Digimon.
The stack, yeah.
Give the stack piercing. So as long as we have that available, we'll be able to at least clear the security. But, you know, piercing doesn't check for game. It's going to be a tall order to get rid of both of these Time Stranger 6s. We do see the Proganamon come back.
We're warping.
When digivolving, I will trash the source.
We're at 2 memory. We're going to use the effect to trash the tumble, gain a memory.
Gain that collision piercing. Now, do we have a toolbox 6 to be the stopgap between the magnetic, or are we just going straight for it? Drop the training. We are going into Pyramidi.
We can delete probably
the Maruki. You don't want to trigger the undeletion of the Minerva, because that could potentially play out something like the Garurumon. Well, no, it plays still the 4s, but being able to play a Garurumon to say, okay, suspend your stack, now you can't OTK me. I think the question is Ben going to be able to get enough damage that we're able to pass through that Minerva?
Oh, we're going to see a scramble.
Okay, into the magnetic. We're going to get rid of 2 tumbles.
Gatomem and Landra.
Going to be that D-Digi? Or is that the pop? Surely that's the pop. Get rid of the elect. We're able to trash 1 security. Of course, that option laying in security at the end is still going to be a problem if we have to check it, but I believe we should be able to trash 1 more.
Correct. Because you can trash sources to unsuspend, and then that will trash.
Right. So we get both of these tumbles gone, 2 more memory, and then the Sunariza's just get an extra guy. So we're going to trash the security.
These ones are trigger first. Gain 2, and now you're on triggers. Sorry, 1 attack.
It's still his turn, though. So now we block.
I believe blocking with the Minerva here off the collision. And again, like I was saying, you get to play that Garurumon off of the Minerva in order to suspend the extra body with collision, but there's just too many sources that Ben had access to. Being able to constantly restand in that scenario, it didn't matter how many jump blockers there were through that collision.
Ben takes it 2-0, and it's kind of surprising in some ways because we've talked about Time Strangers so much today, and I don't think we necessarily picked Rocks as high up on our tier list, but it's still represented.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those decks that we expected to see. It's one of the stronger decks at finishing a game. It's one of those decks that I think is perfect for the man with a plan to beat the best deck. It's a deck that has inherent strengths on its own to finish the game. It has its own powerful game plan with the room for tech against some of the better decks. Like I mentioned with Congo, a very powerful tool to prevent Hoodie from just going off on.
Yep. I also think that in terms of deck style and choice, we've seen Time Stranger decks that are more lower to the ground, less memory, generous for your opponent. Which means in this situation, we saw, Cho being, here, have all this memory.
Yes.
And Ben's kind of like, cool, I'll take advantage of this.
Yeah, and typically it is pretty difficult, like we mentioned, to take advantage of it when these big Digimon have no sources. I can't de-digivolve them to get rid of them. What's going on? I have to find specifically the Pyramidimon in order to get rid of these bodies.
Or the Magnetic
Or
Dramon.
the Magnetic
Yeah, basically, once you get to your top end, or your super top end, that's what lets you get rid of those specific Digimon or higher level Digimon, such as the case of the Olympus 12.
Well, I could not be happier with seeing more Time Stranger, more less represented decks in Volcanic. I think that's one, of course, like I mentioned, we expected to see, but we don't expect to see a field of rocks, for example. But I personally might need to take a little bit of a break after that one because it was pretty hot. But I would stay tuned because after this, we have a Digimon panel with a lot more information coming up. So if you liked what you saw, you'd like to see more from Digimon, keep your eyes on the stream.
っている。あれは僕のせいだ。
何があったの？ギギとかいうこと。
俺には世直しのインパクトを世間に与えるという大義があるはずだ。どうかしてこの肉体と感情的な欲望から離脱しないと。
ね、ハサウェイノアの
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Next up, we're presenting the latest information for the Digimon card game. This time, we've packed in a wealth of content with exciting updates, so be sure to watch this presentation.
Hello everyone! My name is Kohei Murata. I am a Digimon card game global producer. Do you love Digimon? I can't. Woo! Thank you. I cannot speak English, so I will speak Japanese from now on. 本日はバンダイカードゲームズフェス2526 in ラスベガスにご参加いただきありがとうございます。皆様にお伝えしたいさまざまな新情報をご用意しておりますので、早速始めていきたいと思います。
Thank you so much for coming to the Bandai Fest Card Games of 2025-2026. We will now start, or thank you so much for coming to this panel. We will now start the session.
まずは3月に発売を予定しておりますアドバンスブースター第1弾デジモンジェネレーションからの、ご紹介となります。
First of all, this is an introduction to Advanced Booster Volume 1 Digimon Generation, scheduled for release on March 27, 2026.
本商品はこれまでに活躍してきたデッキを構築するのに必要な再録カードを多数収録しているだけではなく、それぞれのデッキも強化できる新規カードを多数収録しております。
This product not only includes many reprinted cards essential for building decks that have been active so far, but also contains a large number of new cards that further strengthen each deck. Today, we will introduce some of the reprinted cards as well as new cards.
まずは再録カードからご紹介させていただきます。
Let's start with the first card. First cards.
はい。
First card.
はい、オメカモンとオメガモン X 交代になります。
Yeah. So we have Omegamon and Omnimon X Antibody.
どちらのカードにもゴールドフレームをあしらったパラレルカードも収録しております。ロイヤルナイツデッキだけではなく、さまざまなデッキでも活躍できるオメガモン X 交代をぜひゲットしてみてください。
Both cards are also available as alt art versions featuring the gold frame. Omnimon X Antibody is not only powerful in the Royal Knights deck, but also performs well in a wide variety of decks. So be sure to get your hands on it.
そして続きまして新規カードをご紹介させていただきます。
Next, we'll introduce some more cards. Yeah!
はい。まずはデジモンフロンティアからアルダモンとベオウルフモンの新規カードとなっております。
We will introduce new cards from Digimon Frontier, Aldemon and Beowulfmon.
そしてこのカードには、パラレルデザインのカードもご用意しております。
And these cards also have alt art versions as well.
はい。カイゼルグレーモン、マグナガルルモン、それぞれのデッキの大幅のパワーアップさせるカードとなっております。
These cards significantly power up both the Emperor Greymon and Magna Garurumon decks.
続いてのカードはデジモンアドベンチャーより新規カードとなります。
And next, we move on to the following card from Digimon Adventure.
はい、オメガモンになります。
This is the new card, Omnimon.
アドベンチャーといえば忘れられないのが皆さんウォーゲームだと思います。ST2021 のアドベンチャーデッキの強化する新規カードとなっております。
Speaking of, we introduced the new Omnimon. Speaking of Digimon Adventure, we cannot forget the movie Digimon Adventure Our War Game. This new card, this is a new card that strengthens the ST20 and ST21 Adventure decks.
もちろんこのカードにはパッケージのデザインになっているパラレルカードをご用意しております。
And of course, alt art versions are also available, including one featuring the package design. Here it is.
本商品はすでにプレイしている皆さんやまだデジカをプレイしていない、皆様にはぴったりの商品となっておりますので、ぜひチェックしてみてください。
This product is perfect both for existing players and for those who have not yet played the Digimon card game, so please be sure to check it out.
はい、では続きまして続いての商品はこちらになります。
The next product is. Yeah!
はい、現在放送中の新作アニメデジモンビートブレイクのスタートデッキになっております。
This is the starter deck based on the currently airing new anime Digimon Beat Break.
デジパンダさん、ビートブレイクは見ておりますか？
Digipanda, have you been watching Digimon Beat Break?
I'm behind, unfortunately.
はい、ではこちらに収録する3枚の新規カードをご紹介させていただきます。
We will now introduce 3 new cards included in this product.
はい、こちらクーガモン、ムラサメモン、そして天馬とモロ&サワシロ今日になっております。
These are Cougarmon, Murasamemon, and Tomoro Tonna and Kyosawashiro.
こちらの商品でグローイングドーンデッキが組めるようになります。グローイングドーンデッキはテーマーが貯めた E パルスで、デジモンたちがパワーアップしていきます。アニメで大活躍中のデジモンたちの力をぜひですね、デジカでも体感してみてください。
With this product, you will be able to build the Glowing Dawn deck. In the Glowing Dawn deck, the Digimon power up using the E-Pulse accumulated by the Tamer. Experience the strength of the Digimon currently shining in the anime within the Digimon card game as well.
続いては放送20周年を迎えるものになっております。
Next, we move on to the series celebrating its 20th anniversary.
こちらデジモンセイバーズのスタートデッキとなっております。
This is the starter deck from Digimon Data Squad.
本日は同じく3枚の新規カードをご紹介させていただきます。
We will once again introduce 3 new cards included in this product.
こちらララモン、サンフラウモン、藤枝吉野&イクトとなっております。
These are Lalamon, Sunflowermon, and Yoshino Fujieda and Keenan Crier.
こちらではセイバーズデッキが組めるようになり、テーマーのデジソウルでデジモンたちがパワーアップしていきます。
With this product, you will be able to build the Data Squad deck, where Digimon power up using the Tamer's Digisoul, aka Digimon Natural Ability.
そしてこちらのスタートデッキ2商品より、新たなギミックデュアルカードが登場いたします。デジモンとオプションの効果を持ち合わせたカードとなっておりますので、こちらもぜひ体験してみていただければと思います。
In addition, from these 2 starter decks, a new mechanic called Dual Card will debut. Please experience the power of cards that combine both Digimon and option effects.
デジパンダさん、デュアルカードどうでしたか？
Digipanda, what do you think about the dual cards?
I love it. I love the Shine Greymon and the Geo Grey Sword.
続いてはスタートデッキと同じくして発売されるブースターパック第25弾の紹介とさせていただきます。
Next, we move on to Booster Pack Volume 25, which will be released alongside the starter decks.
デュアルレボリューションになります。デュアルレボリューションからも新カード2種ご紹介させていただきます。
This is Dual Revolution. From Dual Revolution, we will introduce 2 new cards as well.
まずは1枚目になります。
First, the initial card.
はい、タイムストレンジャーのブラックテイルモンになっております。
As you know, this is Digimon from Digimon Storytime Strangers Black Gatomon.
このカードは三重視をサポートするテーマを用意するだけではなく、条件を満たせば三重視に直接進化することができます。
This card not only allows you to prepare a tamer that supports the 3 Musketeers, but can also directly evolve into a 3 Musketeers Digimon when certain conditions are met.
そしてデジモンストーリーのタイムストレンジャーのブラックテイルモンといえば、
And speaking of Black Gatomon from Digimon Storytime Stranger, speaking of, there we go. Yeah!
はい、皆さんも大好きな大人気デジモンベルスターモンのデュアルカードが新レアリティであるアルティメットレアで収録されます。
The highly popular Digimon Beelstarmon appears as a dual card in the new rarity UR Ultimate Rare.
What is Ultimate Rare?
それは何ですか？
新レアリティのアルティメットレアは SR を超えた豪華仕様のカードとなります。
The new rarity Ultimate Rare features a premium specification that surpasses SR.
デュアルカードのベルスターモンはオプションカードを駆使して戦う三重視デッキと相性抜群のカードとなっております。
The dual card Beelstarmon has excellent synergy with the Three Musketeers deck, which fights using option cards.
スタートデッキ2種とブースターパック第25弾は同日の発売日となりますので、合わせてチェックしてみてください。
Both Starter Decks Volume 23 and 24 and Booster Pack Volume 25 will be released on the same day, so please be sure to check them out together.
続いての商品をではご紹介させていただきます。
Next, we move on to the introduction of the following product.
7月に発売予定の7月に発売予定のエクストラブースター第12弾デジタルワールドシャンバラになります。
This is the Extra Booster Volume 12 Digital World Shambhala, scheduled for release in July.
こちらは玩具より追加された新世界シャンバラをテーマにした弾となっております。シャンバラだけではなく他のデジモンペンデュラムに登場したデジモンたちを多数収録しております。
This set is themed around the new world Shambhala, introduced to the toys, and includes not only Digimon from Shambhala, but also many Digimon that appeared in other Digimon Pendulum series.
本日は新しいカードはご紹介できないんですが、3枚のイラストをご用意させていただきました。
Although we are unable to introduce the cards today, we have prepared 3 illustrations.
はい、こちらのデジモンたちがどのようなカードになるのか、ぜひご期待ください。
Please look forward to seeing how these Digimon will appear as cards.
そしてここからのご紹介になりますが、まだ世の中に出していない、本日のために持ってきた新情報となります。
And from here, we move on to brand new information brought exclusively for today that has not yet been revealed to the public.
まずは8月に発売予定のブースターパック第26弾。
First, Booster Pack Volume 26, scheduled for release in August.
タイムレスボンズとなります。
Timeless Bonds!
こちらも細かい内容はご紹介できないんですが、皆様もプレイしているであろうデジモンストーリータイムストレンジャーに関連するカードたちを、多数収録予定となっております。
While we are unable to share detailed information at this time, the set will include many cards related to Digimon Story Time Stranger, which many of you are likely playing.
イラストを見て分かる通り、すでに構築されたあのデッキを超強化させていただきます。またそれだけではなく、タイムストレンジャーに新たなデッキも加わっていきます。
As you can see from the illustrations, the already established deck will receive a major power boost. In addition, a brand new deck will be added to the Time Stranger lineup.
こちらの商品も3枚のイラストを公開させていただきます。
We will also reveal 3 illustrations for this product.
Thank you. デジモン図鑑に追加された黒の門など、多種多様なカードを収録予定となっております。それぞれどんなカードになるのか、こちらもぜひ、ご期待ください。
A wide variety of cards will be included, such as Chronomon, which was newly added to the Digimon Encyclopedia. Please look forward to seeing what kind of cards they will become.
最後の商品となります。10月に発売予定のエクストラブースター第13弾になります。
Now, this brings us to the final product, Extra Booster Volume 13, scheduled for release in October.
こちら、シバルラス13となっております。
This is Chivalrous 13.
エクストラブースター第13弾、13ということで、ロイヤルナイツをテーマにした、商品となっております。
As this is the Volume 13 of Extra Boosters, the product is themed around the Royal Knights.
こちらの商品はイグドラシルを活用したこれまでのロイヤルナイツデッキとは全く異なる新たな強化となっております。
This product introduces a completely new form of enhancement utilizing King Drasil 76, distinct from previous Royal Knight decks.
ご紹介できる、ものは本日はこちらが以上になります。ご期待いただければと思います。
That concludes what we can share for now, and we hope you look forward to it.
最後にこちらの発表となります。
Finally, we have one last announcement.
はい。現在の、環境の調整のため2026年3月15日に、禁止制限改定についての発表をさせていただきたいと思っております。新商品や全世界での大会日程の都合のため、この日に発表させていただく運びとなりました。
In order to adjust the current game environment, we plan to announce updates to the banned and restricted cards on March 15, 2026. Due to the schedule of upcoming products and global tournaments, the announcement will be made on this date.
こちらに関しては今後の公式ホームページ、公式 SNS の続報をお待ちください。
Please look forward to further updates on the official website and official social media channels.
以上ご清聴ありがとうございました。今後ともデジモンカードゲームをよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you very much for your attention. We appreciate your continued support for the Digimon card game. How much do you love Digimon?
All right, if you guys want to get Murata-san's autograph, he will be doing autograph sessions at 5:45 p.m. today in room S209, I believe. Yeah, programming room S209.
Come say hi to me!
That concludes the Digimon Dev panel. Thank you so much for attending. We still have more content that's coming up. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, for more Bandai Card Games Fest 25-26 in Las Vegas. I, of course, am Neighbor, still joined with you by Steven and Jake. Of course, Cosmic now.
You got to slide in here for a little bit.
We're mostly going to be hanging out as we get into some One Piece matches that, of course, Steven and Jake will be in the driver's seat for, letting us know everything we need to know about the next matches. Why would we be saying matches?
So it'll be nice. If you've been here at the tournament, you may know that rounds are already over. The tournament's already over, but we have rounds 9 and 10 ready for you guys. We got a little bit of time before the Gundam panel to showcase you some more great Bandai card game news. So we're going to give you some action. We're going to give you some matches that you can watch and enjoy before we get into that segment.
Yeah, that's right. Here at the Bandai Card Game Fest, we want to make sure that we are slinging cardboard on the camera as much as possible. So we're here to do that for you guys right now before we wrap everything up.
Yeah, personally, I'm very excited. I'm glad we have some stuff lined up and ready to go. And, without further ado, may as well get into some of that One Piece action.
All right, here we are. This is going to be the pre-recorded round 9 for the One Piece finals here. We have Steel on the right piloting Dracule Mihawk. First time seeing him on feature today, but this is definitely a understandable deck to be on the lookout for, being it is an Oceania Finals champion, and I believe also took second place at the Oceania Finals most recently. It's a deck on everyone's radar to take down the event. And then on the left here, we have QB piloting Emu. We saw him a little bit on stream when he was able to dominate that blue-purple Luffy matchup. This is definitely the deck to beat and watch out for.
Yeah, and Dracule Mihawk getting that first curve right is going to be a huge help for him, and on that Perona getting a search early in the game to find some pieces of the puzzle. Emu getting some searches as well, utilizing that Saint Shalria to be able to search and then having to trash one card. Now using leader effect, thinking about which card he wants to pitch for his 4th card in trash already. And it looks like he has access to several different elders. I saw Nuzjuro, Marcus Mars, Warcury already. I like to see the early game.
Yep, those names are getting lined up, and that's exactly what QB wants. And it's probably going to need to keep up with the powerful curve that Dracule Mihawk can have, like Jake was talking about. And there we see one of those powerful cards right there, the 7-drop Shanks. If these cards get chained together on turn 7 and 9 for Dracule Mihawk, that could be pretty devastating.
Especially Shanks, right, on opponent's turn, if that Shanks is rested, doing -1,000 to the opponent's entire board. That's going to be huge against an Emu deck, especially when Dracule Mihawk might be 7s late in the game. And so now, after taking that first life on that 5,000 power leader swing and leader effect on the Shalria, is going to use that empty throne to get the Saturn onto the field to just search for another piece of the puzzle. Now Jupiter, I think the only thing we're missing now is the 10 cost 5 elders.
Yeah, and we have plenty of time to get there too, being that we've been able to set up so early as the Emu player here. But Steel's going to go ahead and begin his turn. If this is your first time seeing the Dracule Mihawk deck, it's going to be really powerful at utilizing Green's best features, being the powerful curve, but also being able to get value out of resting your own cards to get more Dawn access. And I believe we see the Perona coming down.
Yeah, the Perona in OP14 is going to be a solid card, right? Negate different cards on the Emu side from attacking, and so that's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure into Dracule Mihawk's hand and life, using leader effect on that Perona now that we have a 5 cost on the field to restand 3 Dawn and end off the turn after getting Emu to take that second life with Coffin Bow. Coffin Bow restanding 1 Dawn at the end of turn. Such a good card in this deck.
Oh, it just lets you go all out, gives you a free cycle, and just allows you to reuse your Mihawk's free Dawn that you can have access to without feeling like you're denying your own defense.
And so using leader effect to pitch those 5 elders, maybe say to the Mihawk player, hey, I've already got one in hand, and I've got all these pieces of the puzzle that you're waiting for on the ticking time clock. Now swinging 5 at lead and going in and taking that life is going to use the Nuzjuro. Only 6 cards in trash as of right now, so I don't think gets that rush. So is just going to be a nice body to have on the field to eventually get that pressure going.
Yes, not everything in the Emu deck is free. It does need to be a trash consideration whenever you're trying to go for your cards. QB maybe got a little bit ahead of himself there, but Steel's going to be getting his 7 Dawn turn, and we have the setup we need to go into Shanks, use our little ability, rest the Shanks, get the full value out of it without actually needing to attack. But is that something Steel wants to go for? Let's find out together.
And I think that's especially what you want to do so early in the game. That Shanks, now using leader effect on it, is going to rest a 7,000 base power character or less. And this is huge, right? Because now this Dracula Mihawk might have an opportunity to swing in at this Nuzjuro a couple times. Even though there's a couple Dawn up for different counter events and things of the sort, you're going to be able to pressure the hand a ton as you're pressuring this board. So using Never Existed to be able to get plus 4,000 power, and now the 7,000 power swing. I know how to do basic math. Going in now at this Emu. We'll see how he reacts. Just still 2 Dawn up.
And this is what I was talking about. This Kappa mode is just unlocking Steel to be as aggressive as possible with the extra Dawn that Dracula Mihawk unlocks without worrying about sacrificing his defense, because there are a ton of event cards for counter in this deck. Because the one bummer about these powerful green decks is these powerful cards usually do not come with counter attached to them.
And so one thing now going into QB's turn as Emu is his body's right with no Jupiter on the field. They're just going to be 5,000 base power, and then minus 1,000 from the Shanks makes them 4. So if he wants to swing at leader, swing at this Perona, he's going to have to commit a fair amount of Dawn as we see another 10 drop into the trash right here. And so is going to go at this Nuzjuro. Now that we're at 10 cards in trash, I believe, is going to go ahead with that minus 2,000 power on the attack to the Perona. So it's a 4,000 power now attacking a 4,000 power character right now. Is going to command a counter card from Mihawk or potentially a counter event.
But still, I mean, this could be a very easy defend here from Steel to counter out of. And then can QB really threaten this Shanks? And if not, the amount of value that Steel's going to get by actually attacking with the Shank and triggering all its abilities during his turn and maybe playing a second one if potential is going to be pretty scary for QB to deal with. Oh, and there we see the Peronas on KO back to play the 5 cost from hand. That's going to be, I believe, the Jewelry Bonnie that lets you
stun an opponent's character or
That's
Dawn.
Right. Or Dawn, exactly. But because all the Dawn's currently active, it doesn't matter, but we can go ahead and stun one of the current characters.
So continuing now into the Emu's turn, obviously going to be using the empty throne to get a character on field. I think has another Nuzjuro in the hand right now, so could just double up on the Nuzjuro and try to get really aggressive on this Shanks, right? We saw a counter card committed on that Perona in the early stages, and then on top of that as well, you know, letting that KO happen on the Perona on the second swing. So could be something that we do, especially as you were talking about, double Shanks on the field is very bad for the Emu players.
Yeah, and I mean, but can QB afford to be that aggressive with fighting into this at 2 life and this many bodies still in play? Because even if you deal with the Shanks, it's totally possible that Steel can just play another big body, attack you with your leaders, put you to 0, and then your 5 Elders sure might not be the most important thing in the world, because there's tons of ways for this deck to deal with blockers.
So he is going to go in at life with the 5,000 power leader swing. Looks like could be a Spiderweb trigger, but ends up putting it in the hand. I like not triggering that. I think you want to keep Spiderweb in your hand. Can be so nice to be able to restand different blockers or anything of the sort, or different characters that the Emu might go for. So now uses the empty throne to get another Nuzjuro out onto the field.
This could be that play that Jake was talking about of committing into the 7-drop Shanks, because that -2 effect on the Nuzjuro is really huge. We're going to swing 7. It's really 6 into 5. All this demands is a 2K from Steel to protect, I believe.
No, the Shanks being a 7,000 power character, right, as a 9,000 power base. Yeah, that -2,000 putting it to 7 is just going to be an easy 2K counter with that PRBO2 Zoro.
So go ahead here for the 9 Dawn turn for Steel. There's a lot of really scary cards that can come out right now, but I don't think Steel necessarily needs to commit to any of them before he starts attacking. He could maybe be a bit more patient with it and deny some information from QB, but all are still available to him, I think.
There's a lot of different options for this Mihawk deck depending on what he has in the hand. Looks like he's tapping 7. Is it another Shanks to get on the field? And it is. So after this turn, it's going to be -2,000 on QB's entire board right? And he doesn't even have a Jupiter. These base characters are going to be 3,000 power.
And not to mention, resting this Shanks with the leader ability will give us 3 more Dawn that we can use to attach to our characters and our leader that can attack this turn and just deal so much damage to QB. He has, what, 4 or 5 cards in hand right now? I'm not sure how well he's going to be able to stop all of these attacks coming at his face.
Especially as it starts to build up, starting off with a 9,000 power swing with these Shanks that was played in the previous turn. Looks like it's going to be a ground death, right? Especially with 10 or more cards in the trash, you're going to get that plus 4,000 power. Now using the Losing My Edge Garp event to be able to grab a small cost character back into the hand. Looks like ops for Shalria.
Yep, we love free counters in this game, I'll tell you that much. A card that gets you another card while you're defending is definitely useful here.
Now Losing My Edge giving plus 1,000 power, puts it 10 overall on that attack. And we still got the leader and this Bonnie to swing with. So this Bonnie swinging 7 right here. I like 7,000 power swings into Emu, right? Because it oftentimes commands either 2 cards, a 2K, 1K, or a counter event, which you're okay with either of them. And now attaching 4 Dawn for a 9,000 power swing is already going to put this Emu to 0. And the pass off the turn, restanding 1 Dawn with the Coffin Boat end of turn effect.
Yeah, Steel is definitely confident with his 2 life and his 2 Shanks abilities here that he's going to be able to stop any actual potential going for game shots. And as long as he does a good enough job of protecting his own board in the process, he could have game lined up next turn.
So is going to start off with leader effect on the Nuzjuro to draw 1 card. Just trying to look for a piece. Now I have a full 10 Dawn. Can go ahead and use the 10 cost 5 Elders to be able to cycle through again. And with these Shanks, is just going to go ahead, swing the Nuzjuro to minus the Shanks. Can't really attack anywhere, but you do like that value on the minus 2,000 there. It could be easier for when you go ahead with your 10 cost cycle to be able to then get a lot of pressure on that Shank specifically.
Yep, speaking of, there is the 10 drop 5 Elders we saw. We're going to go ahead and pay the extra Dawn cost of the effect, trash your card from hand, get rid of all of our characters that are in play, but replay all the 5 Elders that are in our trash, and I think we have the full set.
I think all 4 of the 10 cost Elders are now in the trash using the 10 cost Elders on the pitch.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's not a lot of time left in this game if you're a QB, so you might as well go all in and keep as much counter in the hand as possible.
Right.
Ends up on that Saturn Search, finding the Never Existed, and now thinking about if he wants to pitch a card on the Marcus Mars to get rid of this Bonnie, and he is pitching that 5 Elders are at your service.
Yeah, that makes sense. And even though we do have access to 2 blockers, there are tons of ways that the Dracula Mihawk can kind of attack around those, essentially. So QB is definitely feeling the pressure here, but we are going to go ahead and swing with a second Nurse this turn that we brought back. Going to do a further reduction of the Shanks, bringing it down to, I believe, 5,000 power total because it has 2 reductions of 4K.
So this Nuzjuro also swinging 5,000 power, right? The Jupiter putting up to 7,000 power base, and then the minus 2,000 power from each of the Shanks, or I should say minus 1,000 power from each of the Shanks to equal 2,000.
Right.
It's going to make it an even 5-5. Going to have to commit a counter card here. And we still have the leader swing, but actually was going at lead, was not going at that Shanks right there, putting the Mihawk down to 1.
There could be an argument of maybe using our leader swing to attack into the Shanks. I'm not sure if we have the 19 cards yet for the Empty Throne to make it a bit bigger, so I'm assuming it's just a 5 into the 5 here. Could we add a leader? We don't actually know.
So we'll see what he decides to do. Interesting, keeping the Shanks not really attacking into it, right? Because Shanks, with that, your turn, when it is rested, you can rest a 7,000 base power character or less.
That's right.
Allows both of these Shanks to rest the blockers if the Draco Mihawk doesn't have something like Dead Man's Game right now.
That's right. I mean, technically, all he really needs right now is one way to deal with one of the blockers, and then one of the Shanks will deal with the other one, and we can attack freely for the rest of the turn. And thanks to Draco Mihawk giving back our Dawn, it's not going to be a big deal. And there's the Law and Beppo coming down from the Bonding Starter deck, one of the powerful endgame pieces for this Draco Mihawk deck. It's going to go ahead and rest the Workery and keep it from standing during the refresh phase. We're going to rest our own Coffin Boat here to get 3 Dawn back, and we're going to swing with 9 on the Shanks, getting rid of the last blocker Mars as we go in for face, I'm imagining. Here we have I've Lost My Edge plus Ground Death once again to go ahead and stop that 9K attack, and then we're going to get back another Celestial Dragon.
Should have been 2 Dawn, I think that was tapped there.
Was it not? I thought I saw. Did we have 6 up or 5? Because we only played 4 last turn, right?
Yes, I think it was actually, yeah, I think it just looked like 1 to me. Oh, no. I think they just did it there.
Oh, yep, there's 1 Dawn hiding behind that top 3 right there. All the gold shiny cards blend together. It makes sense.
So Dracula Mihawk, now that there was 2 rested characters because the Nudge Juro swung after being brought back on by the 10-cost Elders, is going to give plus 2,000 power for Dracula Mihawk through the Emu's next turn over on QB's side. So leaving 3 Dawn as active. Here's one of the things, though. You do have those 2 Shanks right here, but you've got to survive at this point.
That's right.
Right? You are at 1 life, and with Dracula Mihawk sometimes being a little bit of a bricky deck, you know, having a lot of non-counter cards.
Right.
If you get caught with no counter in hand, that could spell disaster, even if you do have minus 2,000 power across the board. But definitely sitting in a good spot. I think we do know that Spiderweb is in the hand because he almost triggered it there earlier in the game. So could be interesting to see how he progresses forward.
I guess Steel is maybe contemplating, like, okay, if I go for the defensive route this turn, do I just attack this Mihawk into one of the characters then? But are the characters really what is most threatening on the next turn? Because I'm a base 7k leader now, I believe. And then for the next turn, they're all going to be base 5k thanks to our double reduction from the Shanks. And only 4 of them stand back up during the refresh phase, not the Warcurry. So we're not going to give it the Dawn. We're just going to go for that 7k swing at the face. And it's going to demand 3 1ks here. But there we see the,
it's the I know you're strong, so I'll go out from the very start from OP13, freezing 2 of the 7 costs or less on the field for QB. And so with that 1 Dawn restood for the Coffin Boat is going to minimize the amount of tax, especially because, like I said earlier, I think all the 10 costs are in the trash right now. It's only going to have a couple swings that he's going to be able to work with, and if he wants to swing with Saturn or Marcus Mars, he's going to have to commit at least 2 Dawn because of the Shanks minusing power and Dracula Mihawk being a 7,000 power leader.
Yeah, there is a world where we can go like 7-9-9, I think, because we have the boost from the Empty Throne on our leader.
But does that feel good?
I don't think, to be fair, if I'm QB, nothing feels great right now.
Because especially with the 7, like, you know, you just counter 1K, you get 1 swing that you can just take for free because you're still at 1 life. It's definitely an uphill battle for QB. We'll see if he's got a line to be able to try to maximize at this position.
But in One Piece, when you're doing your going for game at, it's really rough to commit a lot on your first swing. You kind of want to just bait out as many cards as possible before you go for that. So here we see 7-7 stop perfectly. We have another 7 coming down, and there it is. QB is conceding because he knows he cannot finish it. And there it is, the powerful Curve King that is Dracula Mihawk shows us why he is one of the coolest decks right now in the OP14 format. When he goes first, goes Shanks, Beppo. I fail to see a deck that can beat that.
It's pretty hard to stop, especially once he gets the ball rolling within his curve. And that's what I was talking about like earlier in the stream, how Dracula Mihawk, not really a deck that draws cards, is very dependent on its searchers. And so you see the double Peronas that he played earlier in the game to find a couple different pieces. Worked out well for him.
I always think of it as like Dracula Mihawk is the deck that demands answers. He forces the opponents in really uncomfortable situations with such powerful cards that who cares if it's just like one of the 4 cards that I have in my hand. This card will demand so much out of you to answer that it's worth me putting it out there.
Definitely a good spot, and kind of showcased why a lot of players, especially after the Oceania finals that we talked about earlier, mirror match in there in the finals, are piloting here at Bandai Card Fest at North American Nationals.
Yeah, some of the most devastating decks to go up against in this event are Emu and Ace, and Mihawk does just fine into those, and that's what really is the big selling point for that deck. So maybe we can see it some more throughout the rest of this weekend if it continues to do this well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting that maybe we're going to see more of it in round 10.
Oh, potentially, yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't surprise me.
You know, more just more of the top decks that we're expecting to see. Like you mentioned,
that's right.
You know, we're going to see Mihawk trying to counter the 2 big dogs. We're going to see some of the big dogs.
Yeah, we've still yet to see Ace, which was on everybody's radar here at the casting couch as one of the decks to beat, but I'm sure I've seen plenty of people piloting out there and doing really well. I'm sure some are locked in for day 2 already. Whether or not we actually see them compete is up to time.
And I was looking over at round 10 while it was going on and one of the panels was going on, and there was a good amount of variety like in the top tables. You know, I saw some Rosinantes. I saw a blue promo Nami on table 3. Very, very exciting as a deck that is definitely not on a lot of people's radars.
It's always in my heart, though.
Oh, it's definitely in my heart, too. And plenty of other great decks around to try to make in that top cut for tomorrow's session.
Yeah, very awesome to see. How you guys feeling? Has the day been good for y'all and all the games you guys got to hand to talk about or commentate?
Oh, yeah, so far, I mean, I've been excited to talk anytime there's Digimon on the screen, but definitely seen a lot of what we've expected. Time Stranger has been a big representative. Haven't seen any hide nor hair of Hootie but I would be shocked if there wasn't any that qualified and made it through the next day, because when I was walking over and talking with everybody, we heard a couple of bad beats about how Hootie high rolled me and did this and that and the other. But, right now I think maybe sticking to the One Piece, we should be looking at the next match that's coming back through. Like you mentioned earlier, we had round 9 and 10 ready to go. So let's go ahead and get some more gameplay going and see that round 10 now.
Yep, so we just saw round 9 where Mihawk was able to claim victory, and here it is, Steel once again. Can he continue the Mihawk luck against the ace that we were talking about? Finally time to see it. We see Shane starting off, denying Mihawk that one-cost curve that we saw, that odd curve that we saw him dominate with in the previous round. Beginning with that Izo, gonna go ahead and get that search for the Whitebeard Pirate, and there we see Atmos, a really powerful new inclusion, I think, for the ace decks in sort of a reaction to the popularity of Boa Hancock, I think.
Yeah, definitely Atmos, a good card to be able to utilize. There's a lot of good forecasts in the game right now. Dracula Mihawk, though, primarily playing around 5, so may just be a nice counter card to be able to grab. Steel, though, grabbing a Law and Beppo on the Perona. Law and Beppo is going to be huge, right? With Ace playing these gigantic 10-drop blockers on the field that are very hard to get past without free value on the blocking. Law and Beppo is going to be an easy way to get around those, and so Ace now on the 3-Dawn turn is just going to swing 9,000 power lead, try to get this Dracula Mihawk down to 4, and he'll do exactly that going into Mihawk's 4-Dawn turn.
Yep, and this Ace deck loves having Dawn the leader whenever possible just to get those extra draws. I've seen some Ace decks draw plus 12 cards throughout a single game just by leader effect and the various cards they have in play alone, and it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, you would have liked to see maybe some searches on there, but at least getting a life, you cannot complain. Dracula Mihawk now swinging 6,000 power over at lead. We'll see if Ace tries to get rid of a card here or maybe takes a life to draw one card. It's kind of curious in the game of how early you try to take that first life, and is going to go for it. Going down to 2, finds Jozu and Otama, double 2Ks.
Is that the Tashigi coming down?
Yeah, Tashigi from OP10, I believe it was, Punk Hazard Tashigi, is going to be able to get that protection effect on the different green characters on Dracula Mihawk's side, especially with Ace having a bit of removal potential with Atmos that we saw earlier, like Jozu, right? The 6-cost rare from OP08. Going to be curious to see as well how it's played out if he's going to play Atmos on this turn. So swing 7,000 power, is going to go for a 2K, 1K, right, on there on the Perona and also the Zoro, and with that Atmos coming in, does have to reveal 2 Whitebeard Pirates there, so is going to reveal Jozu and Jozu to get that Tashigi back into the hand, but I think Steel pretty much expecting that because we searched for that Atmos earlier.
Also, with the reveal of that Ronoa Zoro in Steel's deck and the 5-drop that we saw him play in round 9, I believe it's safe to assume that he's on the Supernova version of the Mihawk deck. There are definitely a bunch of different variants going out around right now, but he's lost one to Tashigi and played another one from his hand there.
And so this Tashigi from OP14 is going to be so nice, right? Because has that built-in protection effect in case of any removal. So is going to use leader effect on the Perona to now swing 8,000 power with lead. 8,000 power generally is a good number to swing against Ace, right? Kind of commands 2 cards, either leader effect and a card or like a 2K, 1K in most situations. So is going to use leader effect on the Gold D Roger to minus 2,000 power on the Mihawk, make him a 6,000 power swing, and just 1Ks out of it with Yamato.
Yeah, the Mihawk deck is not known for playing that many blockers, so having cards like the Gold D Roger in your hand just aren't seem worth it. Use it to stop an attack that would have brought you down to 1 life. Makes a lot of sense to me.
So now at 7, Jozu here wouldn't really be too impactful because Tashigi could protect itself, tapping that 1 Dawn that has been left open. We'll see, maybe he has some searches that he wants to do, but first, start out with maybe a 5,000 power Atmos swing.
If I'm not mistaken, Izu's base power is 2K, correct?
Izo's base power is 0.
Is 0?
Yeah, there
okay,
is one with more power, but this
the
one
OG
specifically,
Whitebeard Pirates
yes.
one, yeah. So I was like, okay, so we're not going to attack into the Perona. Obviously, the Perona is pretty safe to be around and could be fodder for Mihawk's effects in the future.
And especially for Shane here, right, with no Coffin Boat on the field for a free leader effect, maybe getting rid of the Searcher on a swing could be valuable, but does not opt for it. Ends up playing Vista. Vista is a nice little card that we see every so often in these Ace decks.
Yes, it's definitely interesting to see how this deck has evolved from the original set of OP13, where it was clearly one of the most dominating decks, but now it's got so many different strategies it has to come up against that we're seeing the removal suite change, we're seeing the end game plan change, so on and so forth. I've seen decks cut 9-drop Whitebeard from OP02 because it's just not good enough anymore besides the 10-drop blocker.
And that Vista is going to be so dangerous, right? A 6 cost 8,000 power that has double attack.
Yeah.
So if Dracula Mihawk ends up taking a life, especially now that he's down to 3, it could go down pretty fast.
That's right. Remember, this is the final round for both those players. We don't quite know what their records are individually, but we do know that they're probably at least X and 1, meaning this could be a win and in, or this could be a way for them to guarantee their spot in day 2.
So finding that Shanks on curve is going to use leader effect on the Shanks, is just going to go ahead and rest the Izo right, because Shanks only deals with base power of 7,000 power or less, cannot touch that Vista, but is going to go ahead and use Tashigi to tap 2 more cards to be able to plus 2,000 power. Now the Tashigi is going to be 8,000 power through Shane's next turn.
Also, just for clarification, both of these players are undefeated as of round 10, meaning right now it could be one of their first losses.
So now really you're playing for seeding. You're
That's
playing
right.
for knowing in a best of 3 whether you want to start first or second right through the bracket. So
And in this format, that's so important.
Yeah, a lot on the line, even when you're pretty much secured for top cut at this point. And so going with the swing, counters out of that one. And now the Tashigi going in with an 8,000 power swing.
Once again, we're just seeing the real power of the Mihawk deck, and honestly green decks in general. When they hit their curve, they feel so unstoppable, but the biggest weakness that maybe something like Ace or Emu doesn't have to worry about is your consistency. How often can you do this every single game?
And so now at 9, Don could go ahead and play the 10 cost Newgate if he's got the I Am Whitebeard event. Does have a Red Rock in hand that he's maybe looking to bottom deck Shanks, right? No Tashigi on the field. Shanks would be able to allow this Vista to swing even higher, and he does. He goes in with that to be able to bottom deck the Shanks. A lot of people say that, especially for Mihawk, is once that Shanks leaves the field, it's really tough.
Yeah, because as we saw in the first game, it can easily snowball into an amazing amount of advantage and pressure, but if you stop that snowball from rolling, it's not going to get any bigger. And now we have the Vista coming in for 9,000, double attack, getting rid of 2 cards in the life, and we're going to be able to swing 8 with our leader once again. Like we said, the biggest weakness of Mihawk is going to be its lack of counter in spots like this, where you kind of have to stop it, otherwise you're in a really tough spot.
And even though there's 1 Dawn open left for the Dracula Mihawk, I think swinging 9,000 power with Vista to try to get that double attack is a huge deal right now. So is on this 8,000 power swing, gonna use Dead Man's Game for +3 and over counter a little bit with the 2K Tashigi.
Okay, yeah, so you can totally feel the pressure from Steel of being like, I have to stop this, and now I kind of have to deal with this Vista because it's really the only body that's threatening to go for game on the following turn. We have many of ways to deal with it. We can attack into it. We can play something like Beppo to stop it from standing up during the refresh phase. Looks like we're paying 9 here for this. Is that the secret rare Mihawk?
That is the secret rare Dracula Mihawk, and now using leader effect is going to be able to say that that Vista cannot attack in the next turn because of it's your turn when it is tapped. Now using leader effect, or I'm sorry, the Tashigi effect on the Perona and a Dawn to be able to make it an 8,000 power character. Now is going to swing 8,000 power over at lead, is once again going to have to command 2 cards from this ace.
This Tashigi card from OP14 is another really huge selling point for Mihawk because it matches up so well into specifically Ace and Emu, being a natural AK body that you can just swing with every single turn and dodge all the pesky removal that normally would get rid of powerful cards like this. You love to see it.
So 2K, 1K is going to be the counter to go to 9. Now just swing 6 with Dracula Mihawk is trying to say, okay, give me another card out of this hand, and it is going to be a 1K Jozu.
Yep, so the one thing that the Ace deck is not the best at doing is sort of, you know, steamrolling a lot of pressure out of nowhere. Basically, what's in play is what you're going to be dealing with.
One thing I will say, though, is with that 9-cost Secret Rare Dracula Mihawk, a beautiful alternate art by Hiragawa, by the way. Love that card. It is going to nullify this Vista the entire time it's on the field, and I think we see Round Table in the Ace's hand. That's been a while since you heard that card, you know?
Yeah, OP1 that card came out, and it's an amazing way to deal with pesky bodies like this Mihawk or like this Tashigi, where as long as you can attack over it, it's gone.
Yeah, minus 10,000 power if he wants to, would be able to pretty much get rid of anything with just a leader swing at it, I would assume, especially because everything would go down to 0, and Izo would be able to at least swing at it.
That's right. Now, something to be worth noting here is that we will be giving up the potential of an Iron Whitebeard if that's in our hand, but I think it's worth it to deal with the pressure that Steel is representing with these powerful cards.
It's definitely scary. Maybe if he has like a Marco or something to be able to play down the field on top of that, that could be a nice play, right? You would get that blocker. You would have that potential draw 3. You could try to stabilize, kind of controlling this board a little bit, even though You know, we know that there's a lot in Beppo in the hand, so that's got to be a threat that you've got on your mind. But if the Mihawk was gone, then Law and Beppo would have to tap the either the Vista or the Marco, has to choose, and is going to go for that round table play, minus 10,000 power to the Mihawk, and we'll see how he decides to swing at it.
I don't think it's wrong to maybe put like a Dawn on the leader because you're going to want one on there anyway, depending on what the rest of your hand is.
Yeah, definitely want to get that extra draw a lot of times on the leader effect, right? As Ace, if a 6,000 power or more character would get KO'd or you take a life, you get to draw an extra card once per turn. It's such huge value for this deck and one of the reasons why it is so good in this format.
Yeah, surely Shane has to be thinking, okay, I have a couple options here. If I commit to getting rid of this Mihawk, which you're kind of priced into doing because you use the round table, how much of my resources do I have to sacrifice to do so? I've already paid for Dawn to try to get rid of it and a card out of my hand. What else can I realistically sacrifice that doesn't put me in a bad position on the following turn?
One thing that he has to think about too is with the Law and Beppo in hand, if he decides to use the Izo to swing at this Dracul Mihawk, that exposes him to having another rested character on the field. And so with that Vista still there, if he used Law and Beppo to tap that Vista, that would fulfill the condition of having 2 or more rested characters for plus 2,000 power on Mihawk, making him that 7.
That's probably what he's thinking about because, as you know, that's a known card in both players' hands. And playing around that while also dealing with the answer of Mihawk just basically sacrifices all of Shane's tempo here and still gets another turn of being at 1 life while probably pushing Shane to 0. And once again, Ace is not the best deck at closing out games in situations like this where our characters are not already in play.
So how much do you commit? Do you try to think of Spiderweb as well? A nice counter event that can restand the Dracul Mihawk?
That would be
looks
like
maybe he's committing with the Izo.
Yeah, that would be a killer swing. If you don't do enough that demands at least more than 4K and we get it back in the active position, so that way it doesn't matter if it's at 0 power or not, that's pretty rough.
Definitely have to decide if that's a risk you're willing to take within this game.
There we see the Dawn commitment. Never mind. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. And this is where these undefeated players may be showing why they deserve to be up here. Is they're thinking through every single scenario that they could possibly have. They have 18 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to make these decisions that are make or break. And there we go. We're swinging 1K into, I believe, 1 or 0, if I remember correctly.
So it is going to go with that Dracul Mihawk effect to trash 1 card from your hand to minus 2,000 power somewhere to get out of the attack. Now we're going to swing leader at the Dracul Mihawk. Not too much that you can do about it, but you did force that Izo to come onto the field, and there's that Marco that I was talking about. You do have a Dawn on leader, but now you're exposed to Law and Beppo.
That's right. But which we did use as our discard there, so Steel's probably showing that I have another one, but the one that was known from Shane is now essentially in the trash.
Exactly, and so going to be curious. I think I saw it in his hand right there and a flash, so we'll see how fast he slams that down.
And normally when this Marco comes down, you know, oh, it's about to go crazy for Ace. But if there's any deck that can kind of dodge the Marco giving you infinite value when you draw 3 cards, it's going to be the Mihawk deck.
One of the things that he has to worry about, though, is maybe the Vista, right? Do you stun the Vista? Do you stun the Marco? Which one do you really go for, right? The Marco, as you're talking about, a huge card with the on-KO to draw a ton of cards. But this Vista's an 8,000 power character.
Yeah.
So it is going to be very dangerous in its own right, and definitely something you got to consider. Again, as you mentioned, still plenty of time on the clock in this best of 1, about 16 and a half minutes.
Because we get the potential plus 2K, because the Izo is rested from the Lon Bevo, if we were to play it this turn, I could see Steel being, you know, reasonably happy with just trying to get as much damage through as possible on the 4-card hand that Ace is representing here. That Tashigi's going to demand a lot of it. Your leader's going to demand a lot of it, especially if it becomes a base 7, attach 1, swing another 8. It looks like it lines up pretty well to be able to go for game within these next 2 turns here, while also stopping Shane from being able to do so. Because when you have 1 life, double attack may as well just be regular attack anyway.
Yeah, especially when you will probably use leader effect to restand 3 Dawn right after you play the Law and Beppo. And it looks like with that all 10 is going with the Law and Beppo. Opts for the Vista.
Which I can also respect, because you're totally right. That is the biggest threat in play, and cards like Beppo and Law get rid of the biggest threats.
And so using leader effect on Law and Beppo to restand 3 Dawn still has the Tashigi effect that he has to utilize, and it looks like maybe is using the Coffin Bow right now to draw 1 card, kind of cycle the deck a little bit, and now using Tashigi to tap the Perona and the Coffin Boat for the 8,000 power swing.
Yeah, this still demands a lot. Obviously, Shane has a pretty easy block here, but if he does that, he loses all of his attacks. And so there's no way for him to realistically threaten steal with his 1 life. And I don't care how many cards you have in your hand, this Lon Beppo swinging for 12k every single turn. That'll demand some cards.
We've seen throughout this tournament how board control can be so good, and this matchup right now is no different.
That's right. I mean, Mihawk is the king of like, oh, you get rid of my big guy, here's another big guy. Deal with it.
Especially with all the stunning effects. You know, Lon Beppo, we saw the earlier in last round. I know you're strong, so I'll go from the very start. We saw the Perona OP14, lots of options. And it looks like Shane is opting for the block right here on this 8,000 power swing. Maybe he's thinking that Dracula Mihawk won't attach any Dawn onto leader, but I could probably see an 8,000 power swing with leader, so it really just depends on when you want to take this block.
And there's also probably an argument, too, that like if they do block here, maybe you just start swinging. Well, I guess it's a once per turn effect to get the draw, so maybe you still swing at lead no matter what here just to force cards out because they don't want to go to 0 when they can't draw off of it.
Yeah, you want to make them punish the hand with leader effect if you can.
And you can always attack into the Vista next turn if stuff doesn't go your way.
Well, if you're auto stunning the Vista, he'll never restand.
That's a good point, too. This is a tough call here from Shane because he knows he loses his only attacker besides his leader if he does his block. But he's going to get the 3 cards and a dream. A lot can happen.
And that 3 cards, again, 2 for the on-KO effect on the Marco, and then 1 for that Dawn times 1 once per turn on the Ace leader. Now another 8,000 power swing is going to have to command a leader effect on the I Am Whitebeard and a 1K on the Yamato. Still not revealing too much in the pass of the turn. Restands 1 Dawn off Coffin Boat.
All right, now this is going to be another kind of make-or-break decision turn here for Shane because there's no real world where he can choose to go for game, so he has to do his best to control this board, but both the Tashigi and the Lon Beppo are just so gigantic that it might demand too many resources from Shane because, unfortunately, unlike Mihawk, most decks have to choose between allocating their Dawn and playing big cards. Mihawk gets to do both.
I think we have the 3 cards of I Am Whitebeard, the 10-cost Whitebeard blocker, and the 6-cost Uta from the Shanks starter deck. So that could be a 10-card combination that you could go with. It would give you 2 blockers, right, as well as the draw filter of the 10-cost Edward Newgate, so might be something that you do. We do see the I Am Whitebeard and the Edward Newgate come in to draw 2 and trash 1 as a big giant blocker. This card is so good.
Yes, this is probably one of the best cards to play off of the I Am Whitebeard, especially if you play it on 8, getting basically 20 Dawn, in theory, worth of cards over your 8 Dawn turn and your 10 Dawn turn, all of which are gigantic and have blocker. And here we see the Izo going after that Perona. No more free rests for Dracula Mihawk.
Especially
Shane's sick of it.
Yeah, especially with the Coffin Boat or the Tashigi and leader effect. That's not a bad swing to do, especially because you don't have any more swings. You might as well try to get rid of it to make the numbers a little bit awkward if he wants to use both leader effect and Tashigi. So does get that KO there. Now the 8,000 power swing from Ace will be coming, but where exactly do you try to go for the Tashigi ride with a potential 1K, or do you try to force a 2K from the 7,000 power base Dracula Mihawk? And then you still have 2 Dawn left open.
If that Uda blocker is in Shane's hand, his crossroads could be, do I commit this last 2 Dawn on my leader to try to force as many cards out of my opponent by attacking the Tashigi, or do I just play this blocker, attack face, and try to set up a 2-turn go for game line here?
Especially because we've only seen 1 Dead Man's Game as a counter event. There is potential for another one within the hand, especially because he's got 2 Dawn up. There's a plethora of possibilities that could be in Dracula Mihawk's hand to be able to use this counter, but no, looks like he is going to commit and do a 10,000 power swing.
And it seems like it's going at life, too. Yep, he wants to force it to 0 as quick as possible. He knows that 1 blocker is basically the same as 2 most of the time against the Mihawk decks, as they have so many answers for blockers that it may as well just be, I need to set it up to where I can win the game and, you know, versus not lose the game.
I think he's just kind of putting him on a clock right now. If Ace can get out of this turn, does Dracula Mihawk have enough counter with this Vista, with this Edward Newgate right on the field?
Another deck that doesn't have that many ways to rush. What's in play is what you're going to be attacking with, but that's another really good Lon Beppo to see here, getting rid of that Edward Newgate blocker, getting back to a 7K base leader, getting 3 Dawn back by resting the Coffin Boat, and now we have, in theory, resting the 2 cards here with the Tashigi to give it a +2 here, so we have 8, 12, and 7. Maybe we can go like 8, 8, 13. depending on how Shane chooses to counter out here.
Could
if he
go
stops this one, we can just put the 8 on the leader and go 13 to end it all.
Yeah, we could go 8 onto the Dracul Mihawk. But first, we got to get out of this 8 from the Tashi. No block available, and so is just going to take the first life, or take the first swing, I'm sorry, to draw 2. Did find a Charlotte pudding there. That's a 1K, but is it enough? Now the Law and Beppo swinging.
So here we have the leader ability here, bringing it down to 11. Now we just need, I believe, 6K counter, because our base 6K leader. I think I see a 2K Jozu. There's a 2K Otama, so 4K remaining. There's another 2K Otama. All we need is one more, and I believe this attack is stopped. And we still have plenty of cards. Is that a third? Oh, no, that's a
the Charlotte pudding. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the tournament pack.
All right, we still need one more K, I believe.
So 8,000 power here is going to go ahead with Otama.
Yes.
Do we have another counter card? And we
Ooh,
do
it's
with
the
the Uta.
And is that Steel conceding because he knows he doesn't have enough counter to stop the attacks on the following
think so.
turn?
Yeah, I think that's how that went.
Wow, that is insane to see. It was probably a pretty tough call there for Steel to decide to go for game, and a probably even tougher call for Shane to decide kind of not to on the previous turn to kind of control the board. He's like, if I can stop you here, I can probably give myself enough time to win the game, and he did it.
And that's why I thought it was really interesting, right? Going for life at the end of the game as that ace to, like I said, put Mihawk on a clock. You know, if you don't stop this board right now, I'm going to go through it.
Yep, and obviously we've been talking all weekend about how Ace is kind of like one of those big scary decks, and here we got to see exactly why, but not necessarily for the reasons why. We never really got to see the Iron Red Bird combo to the very end. It did end up kind of giving him the bodies he needs to win the game, but if we saw them much earlier, that could have been a very different game.
Especially with the removal of the Shanks right away off of that Red Rock did pay dividends that allowed characters like Vista and things like that to have that extra 1K power that they otherwise would have had minused.
Yeah, one thing about One Piece that I've always loved is kind of the end of the game is always like touch and go, no matter how far ahead you are. It can really go anywhere, and this format right now is so well versed for that with how late these decks like to play and show off their really powerful cards.
Yeah, we're definitely in a kind of boss monster format, as some would say.
Yeah.
It really felt like at the end of the game, you know, both of those characters were stuck, or both the players were stuck at one life each for so long.
Yes.
It really feels like, you know, you knock me down as far as you can, but I come back stronger kind of a situation. One that, you know, a lot of people who are big fans of Bandai IPs might be familiar with from the Dragon Ball IP, actually, where, you know, they get a lot stronger as they get knocked down. So I think maybe we could take a look at something from Dragon Ball for Battle Hour. You know, coming up, we've got a little bit more details. It's one of the games that hasn't been, you know, featured prominently this weekend, but is something that you can take a look at coming up. So, of course, just a quick reminder, one of the biggest Dragon Ball events of the year, Dragon Ball Games Battle Era 2026, is coming to Los Angeles live at the Shrine Auditorium and Expo Hall on April 18th and 19th PST. So this year's Battle Hour brings an amazing lineup of games. We're including Sparking Zero, Fighter Z, Xenoverse 2, Dokkan Battle, Legends. You've got Gekishin Squadra, and the Dragon Ball Super card game series. You know, we're all big fans of card games. I'm going to enjoy watching a lot of this. You know, there's going to be, you know, some toys to pick up. You know, there's a lot of fun Dragon Ball to see. And we've also got, if you are in the venue, able to pick up event-exclusive figurines at retail. So go ahead and check out Figura Zero, some of that beautiful one-piece figures. If you want to add something to your collection, look, if you've been watching for the past, you know, good bit, you've been enjoying some One Piece card game, why not enjoy some One Piece toy?
I'm sure all those Ace players or people that are looking forward to the event regulation format prizes are going to want that Yamato figure.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I said on the panel that I was so excited for Yamato cereals at our local tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
So crazy, in my opinion, but getting that Yamato there kind of fits the bill.
Yeah, definitely exciting to see. You know, if the players are excited to get, you know, the figures that represent the cards that they have done well with or the cards that they have earned. And speaking of something that's earned, I know after those two past rounds, both of the players, you know, they were undefeated in the final rounds.
That's right.
So we know that both of them are making it to the next day. They've got a well-earned break. I think we maybe could pick up some of the same, a little bit of a break before we're going to come back with the Gundam panel, if I'm not much mistaken. So
yes, lots of
now,
information's been given out today, and Gundam is going to maybe close us out before we actually end off the stream.
Yeah, and for now, we're going to be taking a quick slide over before we come back with that.
ガンプラ45周年を記念してパーフェクトグレードアンリーシュドからニューガンダムが登場します。
ニューガンダムでは初めてのスケールでのガンプラ商品化となりますが、さまざまなこだわりを詰め込んだ自信を持ってお届けできる商品ができたと感じております。ユニットごとにフレームを組み、外装をつけていくモビルスーツを建造する体験を味わってほしいです。
今回は設定再現とガンダムが実在したらの両立を目指し、デザインや造形を決めていきました。そして今回60分の1スケールだからこそ実現できた意味のある構造体ごとに手元で組み上げられる究極のユニット構造を実現いたしました。それがアルティメットユニットシステムです。もしガンダムが実在していたら機体の中には多数の動力機構が備わっているはず。本物のガンダムを組み立てるような楽しさやワクワク感が味わえる商品を作りたいと考え、内部構造を突き詰めました。
単なるガンプラのパーツではなく、実在するガンダムの部品だと思って、外観では見えない部分に緻密なデザインや加工を施している箇所もあります。60分の1サイズだからこそ実現できるディティールにご注目ください。
今回のこだわりポイントの一つ、フレーム。本物のガンダムはフレームにさまざまな素材を使用しているという解釈の下で多色のランナーを使っております。それによりフレーム状態でも非常に高い密度の情報量となっています。
そしてニューガンダムを語るのに大事なサイコフレームについてもこだわっています。作品本来の設定通りコックピットの構造体に集中配置しています。ニューガンダム最大の特徴、フィンファンネル。今回より新規の連結方法を採用しました。ファンネル全体が湾曲になり表情付けが可能です。また専用台座によって安定して飾ることができるようになっております。60分の1というスケールも相まってファンネルの存在感を最大限に引き出すことができたと思っています。もちろん劇中戦闘シーンのようなパネル展開やガンプラオリジナルの展開もできますので、完成後も楽しんでいただける仕様になっています。
逆襲のシャア冒頭の格納庫でのニューガンダムの印象的なシーン。そこではツインアイに保護カバーがされています。組み立て工程の中で頭部にシールを貼る、そして完成間際にそれを剥がすなどの工程も楽しんでもらうことができます。これまでのガンプラではなかった劇中イメージの工程を加えることで没入感を楽しんでいただければと思います。
さらに今回の商品にもハッチオープンギミックが搭載されております。多色となり情報量の増したフレームを覗ける仕様になっています。一部走行外しも可能ですので、劇中の格納庫にあるシーンを想像しながら再現していただければ嬉しいです。
さまざまなポージングができるよう体育に柔軟性を持たせています。各部位が連動してパーフェクトグレードアンリーシュドだからこそできる可動性能になっています。お気に入りのシーンを再現して組み立てた後も存分に楽しんでいただければと思います。
随所にこれまでの知見と技術の細かなアップデートを詰め込んでいますので、迫力のあるニューガンダムが組み上がっていく楽しさをぜひ感じてほしいです。
バンダイスピリッツホビーが送るガンプラ45周年の集大成商品、ぜひお楽しみください。
Excellent. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Bandai Card Games Fest 25 through 26 in Las Vegas. How are you guys doing tonight? So, we're excited to be here today, and during this session, as a special stage for the newest TCG in the Gundam series, the Gundam card game, we'll be unveiling a whole batch of the latest information about the game. I'm UniX, and I'll be your host today. Thank you for coming.
And today, we originally had planned to welcome Mr. Nashimoto, the global executive producer of the Gundam card game, here on stage. However, Mr. Nashimoto unfortunately can't make it today on short notice. So instead, I, Espiro, will be presenting the new information today. Before that, however, we do have a message for everyone from Mr. Nashimoto. Please enjoy.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming to Gundam Card Game stage at the Bandai Card Game Fest Las Vegas 25-26. I'm Nashimoto, the global executive producer for the Gundam card game. I was originally planning to be there in person today, say hello, and share the latest update with you all directly. But unfortunately, something came up at the last minute, and I couldn't make it. I'm very sorry. Instead, please accept this video message. First of all, I want to say huge thank you to everyone who continues to support the Gundam card game. Our entire team has been developing the Gundam card game with great care, so you can experience the appeal of mobile suits and the excitement of streets through the unique strategy and gameplay that only a card game can deliver. And the feedback you share with us is truly our biggest driving force. Thank you. Whether you are here in person or watching the stream, please give your loudest support to the players battling in the North America Finals. Today's Gundam panel will include not only the latest news for the Gundam card game, but also announcements about the new season events that are about to kick off. We hope you enjoy what's coming. Alright, enjoy the Gundam panel and enjoy Bandai Card Game Fest to the very end. Thank you.
Alrighty then, so it's settled. Espira and I will be bringing you this special stage.
At today's Gundam card game panel, we'd like to introduce a lot of the latest news all at once.
But before we jump in, I'm sure some of you may be learning about the Gundam card game for the first time here at this stage. So let's start with a quick overview of the Gundam card game.
The Gundam card game is the latest TCG in the Gundam series, released in July 2025. Not only in North America, but also in Japan, mainland China, and across Asia. We launched the game simultaneously worldwide. This competitive trading card game features mobile suits and pilots from a wide variety of Gundam series, all being part of the game. Players face off using 50 card decks to compete in intense matches, battles. Since the launch in July, we've already released 8 starter decks and 3 booster packs. And thanks to everyone's support, the response has been tremendous. In about 1 month from now, the ultimate deck, Destiny Ignition ST09, featuring Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Destiny, will be joining the lineup. Then, in April, Phantom Aria GD04, which brings Turn A Gundam and Mobile Suit Victory Gundam into the game, is scheduled to be released.
And what's more, on Friday, February 27th, the Premium Card Collection Gundam Assemble set, 2 different versions, mind you, will finally be released. This product includes the Gundam card game along with the miniature Gundam plastic models, Gunpla, called Assemble, which can also be used as tokens during gameplay. And today, we've brought the actual 3 types of Gundam Assemble figures that come with each product. Here they are.
They really do look super cool, and I just love the way that you can customize each and single Assemble figure to really make it your own.
Oh yes, I had my first experience at the demo over there painting them. Stellar experience, and I kind of wish I had some of the G-Cox ones right now.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely fantastic. I love the Barbados and all of the IBO stuff as well, so you guys are definitely going to want to go ahead and check that out.
And we also have this. So what's more, we've already announced our product schedule for 2026, starting with a collaboration item with the app game SD Gundam G Generation Eternal, as well as the first anniversary set, Freedom Ascension GDO5. We plan to continue releasing many new products throughout the year.
It's only been half a year since the release, but with so many products already out, it really feels like things are heating up. All right, I get it. Thanks for your patience. From here on, we move into the part where we bring all the latest updates on the Gundam card game.
So this evening for you, we have so many announcements to go over. So let's jump right into our first topic. Here it is. Phantom Aria GDO4 new card reveals. So, as Aspira mentioned earlier, on Friday, April 24th, the booster pack GDO4 Phantom Aria will have its simultaneous worldwide release. And today, we're going to hear some new information about this product, right?
Yeah, from today, we'd like to introduce 2 new cards that will be included in GDO4.
All right then, let's get into it. First up, we have here the base card Industrial 7. Could you explain this effect in detail?
Absolutely. This is a key location that is depicted as especially important in Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn's story. And some of you have already noticed, up until now, cards from Gundam UC were printed as blue cards, but starting with this set, they'll be released as white cards. Many of these cards have effects that lower the opponent's AP or reduce damage taken, and using those abilities to gain the upper hand, such as destroying the opponent's unit in battle while keeping your own safe, will be one of the core strategies. As for this card's effect, it has an activate main ability that gives AP -1 to one of your opponent's units for the turn. It does require you to banish a command card from your trash, but for white decks, that's not a particularly difficult condition to meet, so I think it is a very easy effect to use. Since this base card provides strong continuous support just by being on the field, I'd really recommend trying it out in a variety of decks to feel its impact.
Wow, yeah, we're starting to get a lot of spicy cards here already. But now, we have our second reveal, and what's more, it's an LR card. So here it is. This is the unit card Gundam. Could you give us another detailed explanation of its effects, sir?
The Gundam that engaged in a fierce battle with the green LR Zeong, which we revealed yesterday at the Japan final, will of course be included in this set. This card has an effect where, when it attacks a unit during Link, it returns the blue pilot that's linked to it back to the hand. This recreates the scene from the original story where Amuro ejects at the very end. At first glance, it might look like a drawback, but if you think of it as an effect that lets you return STO1-010 Amuro Ray back to your hand and then reuse him, it becomes extremely powerful. You can repeatedly trigger Amuro's rest ability, and you can also use continuously created Link units, so with just this one card, the range of possible strategies expands by a ton.
So, once again, GDO4 Phantom Aria will be released worldwide on Friday, April 24th. Everyone, be sure to get your hands on it. All right, so it looks like we have even more new product information to share with you guys today. So, we're able to reveal one of the series already that will be joining the first anniversary set, Freedom Ascension GDO5, releasing on Friday, July 24th.
We've already announced that Mobile Fighter G Gundam will be making its debut in this set, and we also mentioned that 2 more series will be newly joining as well. Today, we'd like to reveal one of those 2. Everyone, please take a look at this video.
And if that applause was any indication, I know you guys are excited for this announcement. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing Endless Waltz is introduced to the game in Freedom Ascension GDO5.
There's been a massive anticipation for Endless Waltz since all the way back in the beta, and I'm so excited that we had to announce its inclusion in GDO5. As you saw in the trailer just now, Wing Gundam EW version will appear as a white card. Up until now, Wing has been featured as green, but starting with GDO5, we plan to introduce white Wing cards as well. So everyone, please look forward to more updates.
It's looking like the first anniversary set. GDO5 is looking like the best set yet. All right, everybody. Believe it or not, we still have more news to show you guys. So let's get into it. Recently, the 2026 product roadmap was revealed, and with it, the plans regarding ST11 through ST14 were announced. Today, we're able to share even more of those plans with you. So let's look at the illustrations.
First, the 4 starter decks releasing in the fall of 2026, ST11 through ST14, are planned as 4 different starter decks, each based on a distinct combat style. Because these starter decks are built around different combat styles, unlike previous products, each deck will include cards from multiple Gundam series, all combined into a single starter deck. And not only that, we're also planning to include many cards that really shine, not just in one-on-one battles, but in multiplayer matches as well. Also, just a few hours ago, during the live stream of the World Championships 26-27 Japan final, information about ST11 and ST12 were revealed. First, let's review what was announced. We'll begin with the details regarding ST11. Please look at this. ST11 Aquatic Assault is a blue-purple starter deck that focuses heavily on units skilled in underwater combat, including mobile suits like Char Zagok. Because it's themed around underwater battles, the deck includes units that capture the feeling of diving underwater. For example, unit cards that cannot be chosen as target of an opponent's attack. Even though they can't be targeted by enemy attacks, they can attack freely. So the deck can display very strong offensive and defensive plays. And of course, units from across different Gundam series that excel in underwater combat, along with the pilots who operate them, are planned to be included. So please look forward to further updates. Next, let's review ST12 as well. UniX, would you like to do the honors?
Oh, but of course. So, SD12, Raging Onslaught, is a red-purple starter deck that includes many units that excel in close combat, including Gundam Epion. Because it's themed around close combat, it seems there will be many effects that trigger when you deal damage to or destroy enemy units in unit-to-unit battles. This will be an aggressive deck that pushes hard and takes control of both the field and the shield area. It's also said that many close combat-focused units from various series will be included, so please look forward to more updates. Now, that's awesome, isn't it? I know it's awesome. But we're not quite done yet, because we're able to reveal product information from ST13 and ST14 for the first time as well. Right, Aspira?
Absolutely. We will reveal the illustrations, product names, and release date for ST13 and ST14. So with that said, let's jump into it. ST13 Silent Barrage will feature Cubile, and ST14 Heavy Dominion will feature the O. And the release date has been set for September 25th.
Indeed. Now, I know everyone is waiting to know what combat style themes each of these products is based on.
I'm sure. So with that, let's jump right into it. ST13 Silent Barrage is a green-red starter deck that includes many units that excel in combat using bits and funnels, such as Cubile. By using bit funnel token cards, you can attack opposing units directly. And one key point is using those token cards to deliver damage effects in a very red style. Units with bits and funnels will appear across series, so everyone, please make your predictions.
Yes, this game is evolving with every release, and we still have more to look at. So let's go over to ST14. ST14 Heavy Dominion is a green-white starter deck featuring many heavily armed units led by the O. Because the costs are higher, many units have excellent AP and HP, and they shine even more in the late game. There are also units with effects that prevent them from taking battle damage, so it combines strong offense with solid defense. Units with the keywords such as blocker, suppression, and breach will be included, so it seems important to make good use of them as you battle. We're all really looking forward to it, and once again, the new 4 starter decks will be released on September 25th, Friday. Woo, that's a lot of information, isn't it?
We've shared a lot of information so far, but we have one more piece of news to close out this section.
Today, we can deliver new information about the 3 official Gundam card game accessory products that were recently announced.
Recently, we announced that official sleeves 02, official card case 02, and official playmat and card set will be releasing soon. Today, we'll share the latest info, including the designs. Here they are. Let's go through them one by one. First, we're revealing 2 designs for official sleeves 02 for the first time. They feature illustrations of Gigi and Soletta. Please look forward to the remaining 2 designs as well. Next, official card case 02. This time, it'll be a design themed around Xeon. It also comes with cards, so please look forward to the reveal for the artworks. And finally, the official playmat and card set. Today, we're revealing the newly illustrated playmat artwork from Mobile Suit Gundam 00 for the first time. It features Gundam Exia and Graham's custom Union flag, custom to GN flag. Graham's custom Union flag, custom to GN flag hasn't joined the Gundam card game yet, but that means we can look forward to a brand new card as well. Let's wait for more updates.
Once again, these products are scheduled to be released on September 25th. And as a custom flag enjoyer, I personally can't wait myself. Absolutely. But release timing may vary from region to region, so please check the official website of each region where the details will be updated. Please look forward to it. Now, next up, new information related to events.
As we announced in early January on our information announcement program, Next Strategy, we're excited to confirm that the Gundam Card Game World Championship 2026-2027 will be held. In the event part, we'll share the latest updates on next season's championship, including a quick recap of what we've already announced.
I cannot wait to see what the next competitive season is going to look like. With all the information we've been given, I think it's going to be even better than the first one, by far.
First, as we mentioned in Next Strategy, the area qualifiers are getting a major power-up. In addition to the large-scale qualifier event Regionals, which we held this season, we'll be introducing a brand new event next season, Store Championships. Store Championships will be held at TCG Plus stores, and participants will receive championship limited participation prizing just like Regionals. And just like Regionals, top finishers will earn an invitation to their area finals.
Connecting the local stores all the way around the world to the world stage. I personally think that's amazing. So, yeah, it makes it much easier to jump in, compete, and make your way all the way up to the world stage. So make sure to train hard and become one of the ace pilots that makes it there.
Please note that Store Championships will be limited to North America and Europe. However, so that players in all regions, including Oceania and Latin America, can participate in championship events, we're also planning to expand the scale and increase the number of regionals next season. And that's definitely something to look forward to.
More chances to participate in each region is wonderful news. So next year will be the ultimate test to test your skill with many players battling to get to the top.
And for the World Championship 26-27 season, we'll be introducing a 2-season system.
So even if you don't make it the first time, you'll have another chance to try again. So never give up and keep shooting for the top.
Exactly. And the prizes will also be different between Season 1 and Season 2. So don't miss your chance. Join the fun whenever you can.
A chance for a comeback for redemption, and that really fires me up personally. So, different prizes also sound exciting, so I can't wait to compete for these.
Yeah, 100%. And as I mentioned earlier, top finishers at Regionals and Store Championship will earn an invitation to the area finals planned for next winter. The winners there will, just like this year, earn an invitation to the grand final in 2027. And it's coming up faster than you think. Here are the event details for Store Championships Season 1. Store Championship Season 1 is scheduled to be held from May 2nd to May 31st. Player registrations will open starting April 11th, with registration available separately for North America and Europe.
Wow, so that's pretty quick, but that's amazing because now we can compete pretty much all year round. So I'm really excited. I especially hope that people that haven't joined the championship yet will just venture out to make sure that they can join and experience a competition like no other.
And finally, we're excited to share, for the first time in the world, a sneak peek at prize information for World Championship 26-27 Season 1. And here they are, Champ Pack 02 and the Championship promo card. All of them are championship event exclusive alt art cards, and I love getting brand new designs for some of my favorite characters. So please join the events and make sure you get them. We'll be sharing the latest championship and event details on our social media accounts and on the official website. So please check those for the most up-to-date information and full event details.
All right, so that is all of today's new announcements. Personally, as a G-Quox fan, that Machu is definitely something I want to compete for to add to my collection. And with that, it's almost time to wrap up the Gundam card game special stage. So to everyone watching the stream, thank you so much for being here. And to everybody at the venue, we also have a Gundam card game booth, so make sure to stop by. So all right, everybody, see you next time.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
And I want to thank everybody for just tuning in and watching us for the whole day. It's been phenomenal. All types of Bandai card games from the start to the finish. We started off with some Digimon this morning, and I was stoked to see it. We got some One Piece Gundam UA. We got a lot to cover, but let's do some recaps. What was your favorite part of the day?
I would say one of my favorite parts of the day was to hear in Union Arena that Yellow Ava made it to the top, was the only undefeated left in Swiss, as it's actually someone that I know. So that was actually really exciting, but also a deck that we didn't really see on stream today. So probably going to get a showcase tomorrow potentially. So very excited for that potential.
Yeah, so here we are seeing a little bit come together. Once again, want to give a huge shout out to Jane. She's been a very strong player in Union Arena since launch at this point. Shifted a little bit out of the Reggie Rush style of things and now swapping over to Yellow Ava. And again, it's just something that we're going to see a lot more tomorrow, but the Masato 3 energy is just such a pivotal card in the deck, and just giving you a lot of action really makes it come online. But, just to talk about more Union Arena, I know a lot of people are really excited at home for the Zombie Bambi deck that we got to see in our round, and just have this explosive turn to finish things off in the stream match that we got to watch. And, going to see more of it tomorrow. I'm very happy to say they did very well up until the very end. So we might get to see that match again tomorrow, and really just had a good variety of, other decks that got to pop up. I know Evangelion really kind of took the spotlight, and kind of one that we all expected coming into this weekend. Both purple and yellow doing very well, but was excited to see some other decks kind of pop up and do well. And we'll get the full breakdown, I think, tomorrow once we come back for day 2. But very excited to see what else made it, because again, when I was just jumping back there to see if we were going to have a round 7 or not, lots of Ava, of course, purple and yellow, but of course some other sleeper picks that we might get to talk about tomorrow, hopefully, when we come back for day 2.
Yeah, all in all, I think this is an amazing start to the Bandai Card Games Fest here in Las Vegas this weekend, and I think day 2 is going to be even more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, day 1 was just the primer, right? Day 1 was all of the qualifying events, everybody in their top 16, everybody's all buttoned up and ready to go. And of course, tomorrow, you want to be here at 9 when everything starts so we can see that top cut begin with Gundam. Digimon will be wrapped up into round 2, a little bit of a UA panel, so we get a little bit more information about things that are upcoming before watching that finals, and then the finals will trickle down from there. We'll get Digimon finals and then One Piece after that. So make sure to keep your eyes locked. You want to be able to see the trophies, back to back to back.
It's going to be super exciting, and I honestly am really looking forward to the Union Arena panel as well. I believe Kaz is going to be up there showcasing some really fun stuff.
Yeah, we have a lot of great announcements this year. Well, every time there's a Bandai Card Game Fest, there's always a lot of great information to share. Of course, Gundam and the other games had their panels today, and then with Union Arena, of course, there'll be more event info, maybe some new titles we get to announce. A lot of great stuff to look forward to. So I'm, of course, very excited because there's just always so much information to share, and also get to show off some, world first. That's as much as I'll say for today. You'll have to tune in tomorrow, but very excited to share some world first information with everybody.
Yeah, of course, it's always the, you're in the know and you want to tell everybody, but you can't just yet, so you'll have to watch tomorrow to see some of that. And before we get over there, maybe we'll talk a little bit about the predictions that we all made behind the desk, what we expected to see going into the event. I know we all had our bold claims, maybe some not so bold claims, about the games that were coming up, but I just would love to see how well we did. Did we nail it? And with me and Panda, we both put Hoodie as our #1 deck in Digimon, and we didn't see a single one on stream all day. But that doesn't mean they weren't there. I wouldn't be shocked to see a lot of Hootie tomorrow. I think every time I walked over to the event area and was talking to people, they were like, "Oh yeah, I was playing Time Stranger and I got high rolled by a Hootie deck, and now I'm out."
Yes,
So,
it's out there. It's doing some hunting behind the scenes, but maybe it'll come to the forefront during the actual finals rounds when we get to Top Cut tomorrow.
yeah, exactly. Now, going into One Piece, it looks like I've seen a lot of those leaders today, huh?
Looks very familiar.
Yeah,
It's great because Ace and Emu both had pretty good performances as we saw in stream. The blue-purple Luffy, unfortunately, the one time that we did see it was like a 70-30 matchup, so it was a little bit difficult, but I definitely think our first picks of Ace and Emu were very strong in this one.
And honestly, we had some amazing showcases of decks that we didn't get to talk about, but honestly, the One Piece format right now is so open that it kind of be impossible to mention everything that's currently relevant. Stuff like Blue, Yellow, Boa Hancock, and Mihawk were all over the place, and I know some casters here on the couch had them in their top 2, so really nice to see.
Yeah, when it comes to the Union Arena meta, of course, we got to see a lot of purple Evangelion back there. And the other ones we just really didn't get to see both on stream and when we were running back there in terms of, we saw some in the LCQ yesterday, but for the actual North American Championship, didn't really see any of Song, didn't see Kaiju number 8. I did see like a green One Punch Man back there. And then I know there's a couple Sword Art Online other decks that might have been floating back there, but it was truly just a field of Evangelion. That's a lot of what we expected, but I do want to give a shout out to Red Kenshin, was also the undefeated deck going into it at the final rounds. And then with Gundam, I know we didn't get to see a lot of that on stream. Unfortunately, the round just ended super, super fast. And so I know we don't have the full standings. We'll have to wait for that tomorrow, but I know Aspira and UniX were just on stage showcasing all the great announcements, and I didn't see or hear about any Clan Unity decks. That's also, I love G-Quux. That's one of my favorites too. So I was really hoping we might see a little bit of that. But of course, I know the O and also just Queen Gundam were definitely well represented. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see where those predictions landed and how the top 16 is shaping up. But we'll have more on that for everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, so overall, I think a lot of balance takes here from the casting couch. Everyone here and everyone waiting in the back as well. Like, we had a good vibe as to what people were expecting, but honestly, these players continue to surprise us, and that's the magic of these events.
Honestly, that's the big difference maker is, everybody knows who the big dog is. It's not a secret, but then the players who really kind of break the mold are the ones who bring the thing that was a little bit unexpected, or the way that they're able to change it so that they're resilient to the counterplay. And if you kind of want to see who made those big decisions, who made those big changes, who brought the right deck at the right time, you're going to have to tune in tomorrow. A reminder, that's going to be at 9 o'clock PST. Check your personal time zone to make sure that you're here at the right time. You want to catch the early bits of the stream. You don't want to miss the UA panel, and you don't want to miss the finals. So thank you again, everybody, for sticking with us throughout the day, and I hope to see y'all tomorrow as well.